Day 8 of the absolutely gut-wrenching Lindsay Clancy trial. I think the CW's close to wrapping this case. Let's jump in there, find out together. Good morning, good morning, good morning, beautiful humans. I am Bob Motta, your host. This is Defense Diaries. We will be joined by my beautiful and brilliant co-host imminently. We wake up, we push it. We push it in terms of waking up. Obviously, we're an hour earlier, so it's an early rise for us. And I like to let my girl sleep as late as possible. I know she was up late. So, I like to try to let her get a little bit extra time snoozling. So, all right, let me get the courtroom pulled up. So we are ready to rock and roll when this bad boy hits. How y'all doing? Another tough day yesterday. I'm going through it. Y'all. It's taking it out of me, but I'm here for it. All right, let me see. Get her pulled up here. So yeah, after court, Trey sent me. I think it was Sue O'Connell had sent or posted on X that her source, who I'm assuming was somebody from the Commonwealth, had stated that they were getting very, very close to resting. And I think Sue said either today or tomorrow. And I got confirmation from Kevin. He said definitely tomorrow or Monday. Or definitely tomorrow, Monday at the latest. So what that means for me is I have a feeling they're going to rest tomorrow. And if you're wondering, well, how the hell are they going to do that? Like, when are they addressing the mental health stuff? It's going to be in the rebuttal case. I had said that yesterday early. If you're late coming in, after the defense puts on their experts, the Commonwealth, because this is a very different style case, is going to have almost their entire case with respect to the lack of criminal responsibility in the rebuttal case. So this is going to be an unusual case in that sense, that the Commonwealth will probably have a fairly lengthy rebuttal case. So that's where that's at. That is where that is at. People are still filing in. So once again, what that means is I changed my flight. I'm no longer flying in on Wednesday. I'm now flying in on Sunday. Because I can't take the chance that I'm going to miss the beginning of the defense's case in chief. I just can't do it. I have to be there. Kyle, morning, Bob. Defendant's motion for permission to call witnesses waiting on document. Oh, man. Thank you, Kyle. Please forward that as soon as you get it. We will review it. I really appreciate that. I'm trying to think what that means. I don't know if that means like out of order, maybe. I don't know. How are you guys holding up? I'm going through it, man. And I'm never going to apologize for being an emotional human being, and I feel zero shame that I wear my heart on my sleeve and that I get emotional on lives. I don't give a shit. Like if you're a longtime viewer, you're well aware of that. If you're new, maybe it's a little bit shocking to you. Um, I am who I am, and I feel things deeply. And this trial, more than like I've said it a few times, more than any in recent memory, is just crushing me. Oh man, I'm mildly concerned. Um, that I'm gonna have a hard time in the courtroom. You know, I mean, like I'm a quiet crier, right? I'm not worried about you know uncontrollable sobbing and um or anything like that. But I mean, but then again, who gives a shit? I'm gonna feel the way that I feel, and it's such a wide array of emotions that I'm going through. It's crazy. I'm so adamant about the way that I feel. And I have to tell you, you guys, you guys make me feel better. This is very much a symbiotic relationship between myself and yourselves, because a lot of you are kind enough to tell me how much our coverage means to you, and that means a lot to me. So, party starting. All right. Okay. So, enough of that for right now. I'm sure there's plenty more to follow. So logistically, yeah, I've seen Tracy sent a couple of tweets. Let me check them. And she first one, testimony is wrapped up for the day. The ME, the medical examiner will take the stand next. As you can imagine, that's going to be incredibly difficult. And then defense attorney says some of Lindsay Clancy's friends and her former father-in-law are expected to testify for the prosecution as well. And that was from Christina Rex. And I gave credit to the wrong person. It was actually Kathy Russin. She had tweeted out yesterday, expect the CW to wrap up by the end of this week. The Commonwealth's case is intentionally a bit shorter because they'll present a more extensive rebuttal after the defense puts on its insanity case. Rebuttals are usually brief or don't happen at all, but insanity defenses are different. Yes, indeed they are. Indeed they are. So, ME, and then it looks like the plan for the Commonwealth is to put on the people that knew Lindsay best in the hopes of getting them to testify, I guess, to the effect that they don't think that Lindsay was crazy because she wasn't exhibiting certain behavior and because she wasn't telling them that she was hearing voices. Again, showing just a complete ignorance of psychosis and the emotional IQ of a turnip. I don't know what other way to put that, but um, that's how I feel. And man, being being out there in the online streets, it's rough. But man, it is absolutely the mirror image of what a jury is going to look like in this case. It just is. I mean, that is the battle that Kevin Reddington is preparing himself to fight. I mean, he's done a fabulous job during the Commonwealth's case. I think that he's done that thing that exceptional defense attorneys can do, wherein he's turned a state's witness, a government witness, into a defense witness just by asking the right questions. But his heavy lifting is still to come. I mean, just forget about the chats at Law and Crime and Court TV. I mean, that's just unhinged shit. I'm looking at people that seem a bit more reasonable and just have very, very what appear to be unchangeable opinions on this. And that's where the challenge is. That is where the challenge is. And it's like I said, it's always guilty by or not guilty by reason of insanity or lack of criminal responsibility is the defense of last resort, because it's that hard. But out of any attorney, and I mean any attorney that I've seen, and that includes attorneys that I love, starting with Dave Yannetti. Because Dave Yannetti has a different vibe than Alan Jackson. Alan is an exceptional lawyer, but he's very polished. And I think that this is the type of case, you watch Alan and you feel like you're kind of watching an actor, like a real high-end, brilliant actor. Whereas when you watch like a Dave Yannetti, or especially Kevin Reddington in this trial, you have this feeling that you kind of know him. He's so relatable. They're all wordsmiths in their own different ways, but it's their approach. I would, and I think Allison would agree, and maybe she won't, but she's here. Hi, beautiful.
Hi, all. Hey, babe.
I am a very relatable lawyer. There is
I do not agree.
a story that when I was in law school, and I didn't know how to take it. A couple of people had come up to me, and I think it was after the moot court competition, not directly after, but in the days after, that had been in attendance for my argument and that. And they come up, and you remember this, and they were like, "Oh, you know what, man? You're like the everyman. You're like the everyman's lawyer." I'm like, "What the fuck's that mean?" I'm like, "What are you?" He's like, "No, man." He's like, "That is the highest compliment for a guy that wants to be a trial lawyer, because you connect with people
Yeah.
in the way that you go through the paces of giving your closing arguments." And I just feel the same way about Kevin, and I feel the same way about David. Like, there's just
Yeah.
something about them, and I can't put my finger on one thing in particular.
I mean, you like that East Coast personality. What can I
Well,
say?
Kevin's father was a Chicagoan, so
Oh, man. Brings
there
it
you
back to
go.
Chicago.
Always comes back to Chicago. So
Well, but that's also why, I always thought that 2 lawyers was effective, because not everybody's gonna like everybody. And so, for for even if most people, connect with the lawyer or you, for example, then, having me there was like, all right, if he's not your cup of tea, or whatever, that maybe I'd connect to different juror differently. And he might actually need that because you do find some people, in chat, some people out there who finds, some of what he does to be to something at sometimes. Like when he really gets zealous. Somet I don't know, but I think he's a
Who
great lawyer.
who Kevin?
Yeah.
I mean, you know how it is when you're in it.
No, I do. I'm
You
just
know what I
remembering you
mean?
said, like, somebody was like, he was mean or he was something, and we're like,
Yeah,
"What?"
you're always gonna see that. Like there's people that have a misconception about what cross examinations when they're truly antagonistic, what they are. I mean, obviously, in cross examinations of people that you need to be hyper sensitive to in terms of their relation to the victim, that's a different thing. But when you're talking about witnesses that are truly antagonistic to your client, you have a duty to zealously represent that person. And sometimes that requires a heated cross examination. Period. End of conversation. Like I said before, this is not high tea. That is not what cross examinations are. It is not uh, necessarily supposed to be a pleasant situation. So,
This court is now in session. Please be seated. Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, Madam people of the court today, we have Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Good morning, counsel.
Morning, Your Honor.
Hi. Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Your Honor.
All right. Before we bring the jury in, let me talk to everybody just a little bit about this morning's proceedings. All right, counsel.
see, housekeeping. The weight of the world on his shoulders. The weight of the world on his shoulders. When I came up with the concept of the new Defense Diaries, kind of like our cover art, I was trying to capture that feeling of what it's like to be a defense attorney, and if you've got a client who, by many folks, including some in the chat, is reviled. And you sometimes are the only person in the world that's left to advocate for that person. Now, that's not the case for Lindsay, but that is the case a lot of the times. And it's a very noble profession. My father always said that, being a defense attorney. And I kind of had to get out of it
I
after
just
all these
wanted
years.
people to see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Did it get bigger?
Yeah, it did.
That's Defense Diaries, so, go, by the way.
It's a pretty good podcast.
Yeah,
If you
follow it.
want to learn the actual audio podcast with Buried Inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation, which is a standalone pod, if you want to learn a lot about the practice of law, if you want to learn a lot about the legal system, rules of evidence, it's your favorite time, it's my favorite time, is a little thing that I started in the Gacy podcast in order to educate people. Like I meant to mention it the other day. If you're not crystal clear on what chain of custody is and why it's so important, I explain it fabulously in that podcast, along with many other legal concepts. And I'm incredibly proud of that thing. It's like I had some dude on Twitter saying, "Oh, yeah, you're like a Nepo baby." He didn't use that. He's like, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? I'm like, I'm sorry that your father maybe never did anything that you wanted to memorialize as his legacy. And Gacy was a fucking monster, but in terms of a case within a professional career, it was one of the biggest cases that's ever been in this country. And I'm really proud of my father. And that particular podcast, when he gave me those tapes all those years ago, 30 plus years ago, his taped interviews with Gacy, I just sat on them. And it wasn't until I figured out that podcasts exist in the world. When I listened to Serial, I'm like, what is this shit all these people are talking about? And I'm an audiophile anyway. I love listening. You know, I'm like a sports radio, AM sports radio dork. You know, I love music, obviously, as well. But like if I'm in the car with the kids, it's always music. If I'm in a mood, it's always music. But when I'm in the throes of a Bears season that has me more excited about that team than I've been in since '85, I'm listening to sports radio all day, every day. But at any rate, I hear Serial. I'm like, my God, this is an amazing way to tell a story. And I can write. I can tell a story. I've got a decent radio voice. I have
Yes.
incredible first source material. And I got the entire file. And then so I was cleaning my email last night, babe.
Mhm.
I just need to brag on you more. And I was like, I went all the way back.
I thought we were bragging on you right now.
Yeah. So I'm going all the way back to when we started the Defense Diaries email.
Right.
And I'm looking at the 100+ emails that you sent of you being down at the Daily Center, fucking page by page, scanning in the trial transcripts for me and everything else that we needed. It was like, there were so many emails. I was like, man, what an exceptional woman. Truly,
Thanks,
I was
Dave.
like, man.
It was a thing. It was a thing.
It was a thing. The whole thing was a thing.
Yeah.
If you haven't listened, I don't give a shit. If you're like, I can't do serial killer. It's not about Gacy. I mean, obviously, he's a focal point in the sense that I incorporate the tapes, but it's about the victims.
I mean,
that
there's
knew
been like
nothing about.
2 documentaries since that just basically followed it because you wouldn't give it to them.
Yeah, and
So-
right. I mean, I will put it like in like I actually get offended when people say it's so good. Like it makes me seem like kind of a douche, but it's an incredible podcast. Like objectively, like you and I, when we rebranded it and remastered the sound of the tapes, listened to it together, and we both be laying in bed and we just kind of look at each other. We're like, man, this is fucking legitimately an amazing podcast. It's just so good. And what I uncover to change the narrative on that case, which is such a cautionary tale, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It is nothing like you've ever heard. I mean, I went to wrap that podcast up. I was able to get Bill Kunkel, rest in peace, who was the lead prosecutor in that case, 82 years old. Allie had scanned his entire closing argument, and my producer and I sat in his living room, me, Darren, and Bill sat in a chair in front of his mic and fucking performed his closing argument that he gave, that probably 50 people on the planet heard, that put the biggest monster, in my estimation, that ever walked the planet in terms of serial killers down. and he performed it. This wasn't, he was in it.
He was in it.
The hair on my arm was standing up as he was doing it. And it went 4 hours. And we're like, I'm telling Darren, I'm like, I don't know how we cut a word of it. You know, but I'm like, can we have a 4-hour podcast episode? Like I broke every rule. If you listen to Wondery or, you know, any of the like the big media companies and iHeart, and they put out their series, you know, and their rule of thumb is 8 to 12 episodes. That's it. Tight. I could not tell this story, which was very personal to me, in 12 episodes. Like when I finished, and it took us a year, and we made that podcast in real time. So when you're hearing me interviewing an old cop, it was like that week the episode was out, because I would run home, start writing the scripts, and then we'd record, and then Darren would edit, taking out any flubs, any whistling S's, you know, all that shit. So it sounds great.
And that's buried, that Bob's talking about now, inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation.
And if you've listened to it, yeah, please, if you've listened to it and you loved it, please give it a 5-star review on Spotify or Apple. That really, really helps.
Or both, hey.
Or both.
That's Gacy's house on the other cover art for Defense Diaries was the lawyer picture that Bob had in his mind he was talking about. This one is with Gacy's house. All right, we got something happening.
Closely.
I heard noise. Here we go.
What's on?
Yeah, you'll see something hidden. So let us know if you find it.
Yeah, in that cover art.
Hidden in that cover art.
Okay.
Yay. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
That's it.
Now in session. Please be seated.
Fell to the earth.
Good
Exactly.
morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is ask you those questions again, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And so the first question, as you probably know by now, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Today's schedule is we have a number of witnesses. We're going to start as soon as I'm done talking, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's case. We'll take a break mid-morning, and then we'll continue till 1 o'clock, and then I anticipate we'll go somewhat into the afternoon, but we'll just kind of have to see what the evidence is, if any other issues come up that I have to deal with that doesn't concern you. So with that, I'm going to turn this over at this point to the Commonwealth. You ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kimberley Springer.
CME, babe.
Just for the record, we do the same objection.
Oh, thank you. Same rule.
CME, you said?
Yeah.
I was looking at something. I got Zoom cord in a half hour. Oh no. I don't want to hear it. I can't do it.
It's gonna be hard. We obviously
All
love
right, good morning, Doctor.
Rosemary. Love her.
Aye.
All right, Commonwealth, could I see Councilor Sylvia for a second, please?
Oh God. Everybody,
I'm so glad I have Zoom court in a half hour.
trigger warning.
Massive trigger warning. Completely unnecessary testimony.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, Wendy, and I think that people feel a certain way when they see effective advocacy on behalf of somebody they detest.
That too. Aye.
Does that work better for everybody? Okay, all right. Hi, Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kimberley Springer, Kimberley, Springer.
Where do you work?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
And are you a
Makes somebody
medical
want
examiner?
to be a medical examiner.
How long have you done that?
20 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, 4 years of college at Wellesley College in Wellesley, Massachusetts. 4 years of medical school at the Chicago Medical School in North Chicago, Illinois. 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is hospital-based pathology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. And 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is where I now work.
And throughout that 20 years at the medical examiner's office, have you conducted autopsies?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 2,000.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about these autopsies?
I have.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an autopsy?
Yes. An autopsy is a tool by which we examine the whole body in an effort to determine cause of death. And it's comprised of two parts: an external examination, where we look for identifying characteristics such as height and weight, evidence of medical therapy, and evidence of trauma and disease. We may take evidence as appropriate, and then we turn to the internal examination, making surgical-like incisions and examining each of the internal organs, again looking for evidence of trauma and disease, and taking additional samples for other tests such as toxicology.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described, where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, a nasogastric tube in the right, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheters in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, Should I keep going or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema, and those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a person or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, let me just, members of the jury, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. You may remember we talked about before they played that tape, all right? I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented in the trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning or throughout the whole trial as well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence.
Oof, it's pretty bad.
You can't find
The
those
judge
facts.
has to give a
Base
warning.
those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo 9960. Is that on the screen, Doctor?
Not yet. Yes. Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy, and I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions, and you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedures on his arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there, just to highlight the area you're talking about, the abrasions on the neck.
Right here on his right side of his neck, and then in the middle of the neck, and on the left side of the neck.
And if we could now have photograph 663. If you could tell us what we're seeing here in this photograph, Doctor.
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about half an inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about an inch. 1/16 of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is half an inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back.
For one.
Could we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. You could just point
checking
out for us here,
to see if
injuries of significance to you.
Sue O'Connell was talking about if the jurors were even
Here,
looking at the pictures, but she
sorry. I
doesn't post
think I
within
did
4
that.
minutes.
We could go
So
back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top one. Thank
Yeah. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion, and I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954. If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo, showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior back of the neck.
the post just says many
And if we
jurors
could
are
have
visibly.
photo 9955, please.
She just didn't finish it, but
Is this a close photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Thank you. Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, Doctor.
Well, first the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph, and then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those.
We could have photo 654, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, this is an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead, and that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, Doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head, toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, Doctor.
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916.
several jurors are dabbing their
in this
eyes
photograph, please.
with tissues.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
It is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with a ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that the blood vessels that supply blood to the neck are compressed. And so there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be an increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
But basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when that pressure gets too great, is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes. Most texts say capillaries, some say venules, the small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain. And there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly. So that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail.
And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated, and so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs to in the hospital. And so if he had a stopped heart at the scene, and in that case I would have just said mechanical asphyxia, but since there was a 3-day hospital stay, I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Commonwealth would move to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection.
Same objection. They may be admitted.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Clancy as the next exhibit.
No objection.
That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Counsel?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down, Doctor.
Thank you.
Counsel, can I see just briefly?
Oh, brutal. Oh.
Short break at this time. Couple of
Yeah,
minutes,
they're
okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close the notebooks. Place them on chairs.
yeah, there's a break. I'm assuming it's hoping that Lindsay can compose herself somewhat.
All right, this court will be in recess.
I don't know how they think she's going to do that. I don't know how they think she's going to do that. Yeah, I don't understand. Maybe there were different MEs for the different kids. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we're out of the woods. Um, hold on. The chat's going fast. Who asked it? Somebody asked if she had to be present. I mean, she's got a right to be present, but I mean, you've seen it in cases where, oh, Nikki had asked it. You've seen it in cases where, obviously, we talked about Adelson and Judge Everett yesterday. He was extremely verbal about Donna Adelson showing any kind of emotion in open court, which was unusual. Unusual. There's no way in hell that I think that Sullivan is going to be doing that. However, maybe this is going to be his approach in terms of if there's going to be another ME to go through the autopsy of one of the other children, and then he'll break again. I mean, I don't. I mean, it's the judge's courtroom at the end of the day, and the Commonwealth will probably start chirping because, of course, they don't want the jury to have sympathy for Lindsay, God forbid, because she's the monster, right? But ultimately, if Lindsay's unable to, I mean, I can't even with this case. It's just so brutal. Yeah, I mean, like that's, and I always read through the chat and replay crew, and I really do value everybody's opinion, whether it's opposing or not. When I read an opposing view or opinion on something, it's thought provoking. It makes me think. And somebody had posted, I don't know if it was in yesterday's live or the day before. And they're, they had said, look, my position is that I believe that the children deserve to be seen.
I got Zoom court. I'll be back.
All right, I love you. And that has merit, because all of us, to a person, are feeling it with respect to the children. I mean, that goes without saying. Psychosaurus was talking about, cognitive dissonance, and for people to not understand that I am heartbroken about the children and what happened to them, but still have the ability and desire to see that Lindsay Clancy gets a fair trial. And the question here becomes, can she get a fair trial when the Commonwealth is open and notoriously manipulating the emotions of the jury? Because again, there is no question in this case, despite what people are doing and saying on social media, that Lindsay Clancy did this. Somebody had asked if I've seen the stuff with Patrick. I don't entertain it. Are there people that can make it make sense? Yeah, you can do that with anything. But we're not going to entertain it here. It's insulting, and I'm not going to add insult to injury. Because once again, any theory in that respect shows an ignorance as to what psychosis is and what it means. And if you think that psychosis means you no longer have memory, do some research or make sure that you're watching when the experts come on. That'll put that bullshit to bed. It's an insult to the Clancy family. Who's going through an absolute fucking nightmare. I honestly don't know how people can sit there and in good conscience type shit like that and put it out on the internet. And that's where I'm at with that. And that's the last I'm going to speak of it on this channel. You want to entertain that shit, go somewhere else, because I'm sure there's some asshole doing it. Every case isn't a whodunit. Let's focus on the task at hand here. I mean, y'all know how much I adore Judge Erskine, and she sat on the bench in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for decades. And in a courtroom that dealt with these types of issues and with children for decades. I respect the hell out of her. And I'm not shy about saying it directly to her. It makes her, she's like, you don't have to call me Judge. I'm like, Judge, that's burned into my brain. It's burned into my brain. I'll never not show great reverence to you. But, in her opinion, as to this this dilemma of Commonwealth being able to try their case the way that they want to try it, butting heads with Rule 403, which is more prejudicial than probative. And again, when you're thinking about what the word probative means in a case wherein there's no controversy as to who did this, and it's known to the jury that there's no controversy as to who did this, there's an incredibly strong argument that that type of evidence is so prejudicial that if she gets convicted, that no appellate court will view it as harmless error. They'll say she did not get a fair trial. You know, if you're wondering why Kevin Reddington continually renews his objection, we heard it before the ME took the stand. I'm renewing my same objection. It's a 403 objection. You know, I saw some people kind of confusing relevance and more prejudicial than probative. They're different things completely. I mean, there's certainly relevance, but when an issue is not in controversy, as the death of the children at whose hands that happened, that is not in controversy here. So when they're parading these witnesses on and putting this evidence on that is, again, just used solely to inflame the emotions of the jury, it becomes a real analysis that if she's convicted that the appellate courts are going to have to contend with. I'm here to tell you. And nobody that is directly impacted by this case, and I'm talking about the Lindsay's family, Patrick's family, Patrick himself, everybody else that this case touches personally needs to sit through this shit again. That's why I'm always talking about we have to do it right the first time. And it's a cold, hard truth about a court of law that emotion has zero place in that room. It sounds impossible to do, to disconnect ourselves from our own emotions, but the law requires it. It requires it. And this case is the epitome of it. It's what I'm talking about, that ability to be able to put your emotions aside, to put the horror of the acts aside and focus on the task at hand. Can you follow the law? Because when the defense puts their case on, and I believe that they have 3 experts that they're putting on with respect to the lack of criminal responsibility aspect of this case, they are going to be compelling. They are going to explain to the jury exactly what psychosis is and what it can entail. And what it is not. And if it becomes clear to all of us watching from afar, if we elect to believe the experts that are testifying and what they're saying, and the Commonwealth's going to get up there and say that they're hired guns, and that they're just saying what they need to say because they've been hired by the defense. If that's an effective maneuver by the Commonwealth with respect to 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 jurors, then we're going to have a mistrial. I mean, I have to be completely frank. I will be shocked if there's a verdict in this thing. I think I could see this thing being split down the middle and people never changing their minds on it. This very well could be a case that can never be brought to verdict, because that's how passionate people feel about their perspective on what happened here. You're going to have those that are of the mindset that she's a monster. I don't care what was going on in her mind. And I refuse to let her off the hook. And no matter who gets on that stand or how many of them get on that stand and tell them otherwise, they're not going to be able to apply the law. Again, social media mirrors society, and society is who makes up a jury. And then because there's going to be people like many of you in chat, like myself, that will not budge under any circumstances. And, you know, the way that I feel, if somebody is resolute in a case wherein it's a question of fact, and they simply think that one or the other's theory of what happened is the correct one, I'm not as offended if the jurors during deliberations are able to convince that person that whichever side story or theory or narrative is not the correct one, and they cave. When it comes down to refusing to apply the law, I'm unforgiving. I'm unforgiving. And that's what I keep saying. This case, more than any that I can remember in recent memory, is going to put to the test people's ability to apply the law. I mean, it's like opposite jury nullification. It's like I'm going to presume that the experts are going to make it so that the Commonwealth will not be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what they need to prove. And the jury, if they elect, certain jurors elect to disregard the law, that's jury nullification. Except we usually see that, like in a case, say for instance, Aaron Spencer, where a vast majority of the population was of the mindset, I don't care if the state of Arkansas proves its case beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no way in hell I'm convicting a father who was protecting his daughter from a monster. I mean, that, we usually see jury nullification with respect to a defendant. It's this concept here where we can see this jury nullification, potential jury nullification happening in the opposite way. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Make sure I'm not, we're live. It's spinning. This is probably going to be a hearty break. Who are you talking about? Oh, Judge Erskine. Yeah, she's not avoiding it intentionally. She's actually, I knew coming in that she was incredibly busy this week because what did she say? Because when I was planning on doing the mental health awareness live, I said, I need you on here. People need to hear your voice. And I had hit her up Tuesday and I'm like, I don't know what your schedule looks like tomorrow afternoon. And she's like, she's working with the Municipal Police Institute. Yesterday, she was all afternoon preparing for a statewide juvenile law conference next week, which she's going to be attending. So, and she warned me coming in. She's like, I've got so much stuff going on, like during the Clancy trial. I mean, obviously, at some point, I'm going to be able to get her on for what I'm sure will be an enlightening discussion, but I'm not liking our odds for the remainder of this week or next. So, but I'm sure she's lurking if she gets a few minutes of time. I think it's safe to say we're her channel of choice, which makes me feel good. So, all right, let me see what you guys are saying in chat. Yeah, I mean, prepare yourselves. This is not going to get any easier. They are going to put on the evidence of the autopsies of all three kids. It's all coming in. It's all coming in. Yeah, I mean, this lays it out, right? I mean, Jody says, I totally disagree with the prosecution's theory. I'm totally supportive of Lindsay, but the prosecution always brings in the medical examiner. They have a case and they have to present it. It's true. I mean, when they elected to not accept the stipulation from the defense as to the crimes, as to the homicides themselves, it then becomes incumbent upon the Commonwealth to put on a case. Because like I was saying in the beginning, the Commonwealth has two burdens in this case. They have the burden beyond a reasonable doubt to prove each and every element of the murder one statute as to each child. And then it shifts and they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy did not possess a lack of criminal responsibility. It's essentially two different cases. When my dad tried Gacy, it was the same thing. And of course, they had offered to stipulate in that case, and you're talking about 33 victims in Gacy, 17 of which who were not identified at the time of trial, 5 of which who are still not identified. Despite the fact that I continually reach out to the Cook County Sheriff's Department and tell them Othram will do this. Othram will give these people their names back. Othram will give these victims' families answers. Yet we're decades into it. Point being, in that case, they had to prove up the homicides, the murders, and then they shifted into the insanity defense phase of the case. I mean, that's where this fight's going to be. That's what I want people watching. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. You can't look at the way that the Commonwealth is elected to try this case, and it's abundantly clear. How they've elected to try it, and it's absolutely to inflame the emotions of the jury.
Session, you may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Bilal, bring in the jury.
I don't think so.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rosshirt.
Good morning. You stop right there, raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give Yes, you may have a seat.
Just watch your step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay Rosshirt, Lindsay Rosshirt.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where do you work?
I work at Quincy Pediatrics.
Back in 2023, where did you work?
South Shore Medical Center.
And how long did you work there at that point?
In 2023, I think I had been there for about 7 years.
And could you just briefly describe for us your educational and training background that enables you to be a pediatrician?
Yes, I completed medical school at UConn and then did my pediatrics residency at Mass General.
And when you were working at the South Shore practice in 2023, were you assigned as a pediatrician for the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how long had you been their pediatrician?
I'm sorry, how long had can you repeat that question?
How long had you been the family pediatrician for the Clancys?
I believe I started seeing them around 2019.
And in the practice that you were in at that time, was it just yourself or were there other doctors and nurse practitioners and staff that would treat and see patients?
It was a somewhat large group.
And so would you always be the one treating the Clancy children, or would some of your associates sometimes see the children?
I did all the checkups, but if there was a sickness and I wasn't there that day, they would be seen by another provider.
And by checkup, are you referring to a physical or well visit?
Yes.
And then if, for example, one of the children were ill and the family called to make an appointment, they would see who's available?
Yes, they would always check my schedule first, but often have to see someone else.
And would you have access to their records as their lead pediatrician to review if they came in for a sick visit or something like that, to keep yourself updated?
Yeah, often at the time of the checkup is when we will go back and see what visits they've had since the last time we saw them.
This time I'd move to submit the pediatric records from South Shore Medical Center for Cora, Dawson, and Clancy.
Any objection?
Frank, really?
That may be admitted.
Thank you. If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No, no.
What about Dawson Clancy? Did he have any health issues or concerns that you were aware of?
If I recall correctly from the notes, I think just a peanut allergy, if I remember, but otherwise he was healthy.
And Cora Clancy, did she have any medical issues?
I think asthma, that was pretty well controlled, but she was also healthy.
Now, in your role as a pediatrician, are you aware of postpartum issues, and are there certain things that you look for in new moms when you're treating babies?
Yes, we're certainly aware of it, and we try to look for any kind of out.
What's going on? Uh-oh.
Word signs at some of the initial newborn visits.
What do you do in terms of?
Yes, so since we're obviously caring for the child, we are not really able to diagnose or manage anything for the mom, but we do try to connect her with resources, whether Massachusetts has some postpartum resources, or often we'll refer to have her try to contact her OB.
When you were interacting with Lindsay Clancy, when you were treating her 3 children, did you ever see the need to refer her for any of those services?
No.
And did you ever see any of those visible signs that you talked about, the flat affect or anything like that, when you were interacting with her?
I don't remember anything like that, no.
I want to ask you about some of the things that are in the medical record that the jurors will see, so that you can just kind of explain what they'll be looking at. Showing you a record here from January 18th, 2023. Issues with the brightness, I'll just bring it to you. You just look that over. Is that consistent with the medical records from your practice?
Yes.
And so, for example, with this visit, Callan Clancy, 7-month-old male, here with mom for bilateral ear pulling and fussiness. So is that typical in the medical records where you'll document the patient being seen, the age, who they're there with, and what the issue is?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you get a history? Say when a kid comes in and they're sick, how do you get the history of their symptoms and what's going on with them?
So we usually do a brief review in the chart just to know what their anything on their so-called problem list meant for medical conditions, and then in the room we ask the parents the story. In pediatrics, usually we have to rely on a guardian,
Especially when it's like a 7-month-old who can't speak for themselves. So it would be whichever parent or person is there giving you their concerns and the symptoms and communicating with what's going on.
Yes.
And if there were any issues with communicating with the parent present, would that be documented in the medical records?
Yes.
And you saw Cora Clancy on January 24th, 2023 for a physical, correct?
Yes.
And as you stated earlier, prior to seeing her for the physical, did you look over her chart to see if she had been in recently with any illnesses or anything like that?
Yes, I would have done that.
And so would you have seen this note when her mother brought her in on December 27th, 2022, with some vomiting and sore throat?
Yes.
And again, if there had been concerns at that appointment, they would have been noted in the record?
Yes.
And then as the pediatrician, if you'd seen some concerns, would you have addressed them with the parent?
Yes.
And that didn't happen on January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And speaking specifically to January 24th, 2023, that was Cora's 5-year physical, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes in the record, it's called a well visit?
Yes.
And what were your observations of Cora that day?
As far as I can recall, it was a very normal visit. Cora seemed to be behaving normally. I mean, no kid's happy to be there for a checkup, but I didn't notice anything out of the norm. She seemed perfectly well behaved, and mom seemed appropriate as well.
Mom seemed appropriate?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior or interaction with you?
No.
Was she able to?
All right. Okay. Hold on.
To answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she have, visible tears or flat affect or anything like that?
No.
Did you have a discussion with Lindsay Clancy about Cora having some stomach aches?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of that and your recommendation?
So we talked about the belly pain she was having. From what I could tell, I thought constipation might be possible because it's something we see a lot in kids. So I had suggested we try Miralax, which is a common stool softener we use, and wanted her to see me within 2 weeks if Cora wasn't feeling better.
Okay. And when you recommended the Miralax, was Lindsay Clancy receptive to that?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Kevin Reddington.
All right. Are you guys? So I switched over to law and crime. I put the boost back on. Is the echo gone? So the boost is up. Let me know what you guys say. Boost is on.
What
What's the time frame that you dealt with the Clancy children? Because you took care of all three of them, right?
All three,
Right.
yeah. Cora, I believe, was around 9 months old. So I want to say that I saw them from about 2019 until 2013.
And when you would see the children, who would bring the children to see you for the checkups? Was it Lindsay or was it Lindsay and Patrick? Was it?
I think that Lindsay and Patrick came together for one of Cora's checkups, but as far as I can remember, every other visit was always Lindsay.
And
All right, the volume is cranked. For me, it sounds perfect, but that doesn't mean shit. I don't know what to do with it. Like, I have the boost on. It's boosted as high as it can go. I've got the volume down here cranked. I don't know. Some people are saying it sounds tinny. I don't know. You guys, I'm going to leave it up to y'all.
being an experienced pediatrician and being very protective of your patients, little kids, you're always looking to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, bruising, anything indicative of any type of psychiatric problems they may have, stunted growth or anything. Is that correct?
Yes,
You're always on the lookout for anything else, even if it's not mentioned to you, right?
right. Mhm.
Did you ever notice anything like that on the Clancy kids?
No,
Did they seem healthy?
yes,
Did they seem happy?
yes.
And you know, all the times that you would see Lindsay with the kids at your office, did she appear to be a doting or concerned mother for the children?
Yes, she did.
One of the questions that the DA had asked you is whether or not you're familiar with postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, things of that nature. Would you agree with me, in your experience, extensive as it is, that a person can be suffering from postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis and still?
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to
Okay.
to answer that well.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Was Lindsay the type of person, to your observation and your treatment of her, that she was kind of like, was she like a complainer? Would she complain to you about the kids being a pain in the neck and that she was aggravated with the children or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
In all of the times that you had seen her, let's focus, say, on the year of 2022 up through 2023, January 24th, when you saw the children, I'm sorry, Cora, I believe it was last. Counsel had asked you whether or not you made any observations that you would have noted if he appeared to be suffering from any
No, I
any
didn't.
symptomology of postpartum. And again, it's also asking you that,
Yes.
it's not your. And in your treatment of the children and in your observations of Lindsay, did you know, or did she indicate to you, or did Patrick indicate to you, or anybody indicate to you that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist?
No,
Do you know Dr. Tufts?
no,
Did you know that after seeing Dr. Tufts that she was placed on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, Zoloft?
no, I didn't know that.
And again, this is, you're the pediatrician. It's not your job to pry. I mean, if you see something, you would make note of it and try to help them out. But I mean, if they don't tell you, you don't know, right? Did you know, fair to say that you didn't know that she was then seeing a Dr. Paul, and then Paul left the practice?
All right. I'm going to try to switch it to, I want everybody to be able to hear it. I can't please everyone, but if people can't hear it, that's a problem. So, all right, I'm going to switch back to Court TV. We won't miss anything. I'll rewind. So don't worry about that.
I didn't know.
Tell me if this is
So
better.
when you saw her on January 24th, you did not know that she had been to McLean Hospital and had been on medications or anything, right?
That's correct.
Because again, she wasn't a complainer.
Correct.
She was a hell of a mother, wasn't she?
Okay.
I always thought she was a good mom.
Thank you. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Worse. Okay, so is the echo back? See, the problem is everybody has different shit going. They both have the whistle. The whistle is never going away. Every channel has the whistle. Everybody that's streaming it. This is Court TV, right?
May I ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone? Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record? Susan Fraone, Susan Fraone. And your date of birth? 11/26/82. Where do you work? Learning Sprouts. And how long have you been working at Learning Sprouts? Almost 6 years. What is Learning Sprouts? Preschool, daycare. What age range of kids attend Learning Sprouts? 15 months to about 5 years. And what age range do you teach? The about 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds. And back in January of 2023, what age range were you focused on? 3-year-old, 4-year-olds. Was Dawson Clancy in your classroom? Yes. When did he start in your classroom? September of 22. And did you know Cora Clancy as well? Yes. How did you know Cora? Most of the teachers help out in all the classrooms, so we get to know all the children. And did you teach Dawson from September of 2022 until you went on maternity leave later on in 2022? Yes. Do you remember what month that was in that you went on leave? November. Prior to going on leave, so from September to November of 2022, were there any issues with Dawson? He started having harder drop-offs around mid-October, I would say. Clancy, Dawson's mother.
All right. Yeah, something's fucked up. So you guys, I muted my mic and you are hearing it through my mic somehow. It's a StreamYard thing. Hold on. I'm going to pull it off and then we're going to pull it back up. Let's see. All right. I'm going to get rid of this one. Okay. All right. Tell me if it's good now. Okay.
Don't really remember. I think
This isn't a me issue. It's StreamYard.
Do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay where she asked you how your baby was and how you were doing?
Yes, we did have a conversation at some point because I was still bringing my oldest daughter to school every day.
Okay. And so you had your child in November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that at the school?
Yes.
And how was her demeanor?
Fine.
Was it any different than any other time you had seen her?
No.
Did she appear to understand you?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her at that time?
No.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
So if you had seen anything about Dawson's behavior or about the parents' behavior at any point that caused you concern, you would have had to report that. You're a concerned at the time.
I was
So prior to that, he was found at drop-offs, and then sometime in October, drop-offs became a little harder for him.
yes.
And did that resolve over time?
Sometimes he would have better dropped offs, other times, but then I went on leave, so.
And after you went on leave, sometime after Thanksgiving of 2022, did you see Lindsay Clancy, Dawson's mother?
Don't really remember. I think I did.
Do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay where she asked you how your baby was and how you were doing?
Yes, we did have a conversation at some point because I was still bringing my oldest daughter to school every day.
Okay. And so you had your child in November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that at the school?
Yes.
And how was her demeanor?
Fine.
Was it any different than any other time you had seen her?
No.
Did she appear to understand you?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her at that time?
No.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
So if you had seen anything about Dawson's behavior or about the parents' behavior at any point that caused you concern, you would have had to report that, correct?
Yes.
And at no time did you make any reports about the family or the children or the parents?
No.
When you had that conversation with Lindsay Clancy sometime in November of 2022, did she ever say anything about insomnia or not feeling well or being depressed or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Cross.
Morning.
So how long did you, in your capacity as a teacher at Learning Sprouts, know the Clancys?
I started at Learning Sprouts in November of 2020, and Cora was in preschool at the time.
Okay. So you obviously saw the kids on a fairly regular basis.
Yes.
And forgive me, what is a drop-off? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
When the parents drop the children off at school.
Okay. And when district attorney asks you were there difficult drop-offs, what does that mean?
Sometimes when parents drop the children off, they'll be a little clingy or they cry. Excuse me.
Okay.
Or they cry.
And that would be the child would cry, maybe the
Yes.
parent either. I don't know, but
Times.
so did they have difficult drop-offs on occasion? I guess that Dawson
Yes.
would cry.
Yes.
How would Lindsay react? Was she okay? Did she seem concerned as a parent?
I wasn't seeing as much of Lindsay. I was seeing more of Patrick.
Okay. And Dawson appeared to be healthy and happy and engaged,
Yes.
as well as Cora.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Please sit down. Thank you.
Short and sweet.
Commonwealth would call Susan Bertolo as its next witness.
It's hard to drop your kids off initially when you first put them into preschool or daycare.
Morning, ma'am. Stop right there. Raise your hand for questions.
Good morning.
Ms. McCasey, why don't you step, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone.
Okay.
All right. Keep your voice up so that we can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Come on.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Susan Bertolo.
And if you could just speak as loud as you can into that microphone, okay?
Yep.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Bertolo.
And what city or town do you live in?
Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And where do you work?
Leaping Frogs Preschool.
Prior to working at Leaping Frogs, did you work at another preschool?
Yes.
Where was that?
Learning Sprouts in Duxbury.
And how long had you been with Learning Sprouts?
4 years.
Did you teach a particular age group at that preschool?
Yes, I taught the older preschool group.
Okay, and at Learning Sprouts, are the classes kind of divided up in some way?
They're divided by age, toddlers, younger preschool, older preschool.
And is there a particular label to the rooms that they're in? Are they referred to in a particular way?
Yes, we were sunflowers.
So your group, the 3 to 5 year olds, is the Sunflower group.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about how the day is broken up for kids in the Sunflower group?
Sure. So some children came in early at 8, and then the rest of the kids came in at 9:15. And then some were half day and some were full day.
And as far as, excuse me, your role with the kids in the Sunflower room, you primarily interacted with them in the mornings, correct?
Correct.
And when the kids get dropped off, is it fair to say the bulk of the kids get dropped off around 9?
Yes.
And does that happen kind of like in a wave where parents drop off and they're kind of taken into the room as a group?
Yes. So the way our classroom was set up, we met them. They were dropped off to us at the door, and then we brought them into our classroom.
And they stayed with you in that classroom throughout the morning, correct?
Yes.
And the kids who stayed for the afternoon, did they stay with you in the Sunflower room or did they go someplace else?
No, they did not stay with us. We closed up our room, and our kids, the majority of our kids, we had a couple went over to the Sweet Pea room, which was across the hall.
And so are you familiar with Cora, Clancy, or were you familiar with Cora?
Yes.
And was she in the Sunflower room with you?
Yes, she was.
Drawing your attention to September of 2022, what was her schedule, if you can recall?
I believe she was scheduled, I don't remember the days. I think she came 3 days.
Okay, and for the 3 days that she came, do you remember if she was just in the morning group, or were there any days that she eventually did an afternoon?
So in the beginning of the year, she was 3 days and then went full day. And then towards the end of her time in our room, she did one afternoon, I believe. No, I'm sorry, one half day.
Okay, so fair to say you then interacted with her at least 3 days.
Yes.
In the morning, and then she went to the Sweet Pea room in the afternoon?
Yes.
And who was the teacher in the Sweet Pea room?
Stephanie.
Would you be present when Cora was dropped off in the morning?
Myself or my coworker, Karen. We took turns.
And fair to say there were always the two of you assigned to one room with the number of kids in the class?
Correct.
Now, as far as drop-offs for Cora, did you have the opportunity to interact with parents at drop-off?
Briefly.
And for Cora, who used to drop her off?
Both parents dropped off, Pat and Lindsay.
Did you see one parent more than the other?
I recall seeing Pat more, but we took turns, so we didn't really ask each other who dropped off.
When you say we took turns, you mean yourself and Karen?
Karen, correct.
Now, with the limited interaction at drop-off, did you have opportunities to interact in other ways with parents?
Yes.
And how did you interact with parents in other ways?
Email, or typically our class dojo, which is an app for the class.
And that's something that can be done on the phone or a computer?
Correct.
And were the Clancys, meaning Patrick and Lindsay, fairly active or responsive to the dojo app?
Yes.
And do you know or do you recall who would be more responsive?
Lindsay.
How was Cora as a preschool student?
Amazing. She was wonderful.
Was she, in your opinion, ready for kindergarten?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 23rd of 2023. Do you remember Cora coming that day?
Yep.
And do you recall who dropped her off?
I do not.
Did you notice anything different about Cora that day?
Yes.
And what was different?
She needed to use the bathroom several times more than she normally would.
And is there a reason why that kind of stood out to you, that she used the bathroom more than often?
Yes, because our classroom did not have a bathroom in it. So we would go down at scheduled times before snack or lunch. And if a child needed to go, one of us would take that child. And that particular day, she went several times extra.
And so between you and Karen, you were kind of taking her more often to the bathroom. Was she complaining of any belly pain or any other issues?
She didn't complain.
But the fact that she asked to use the bathroom was of note to you.
Yes.
And when Cora transitioned that afternoon to go to the sweet pea room with Stephanie, did you pass along those observations to the afternoon teacher?
Yes, I did, because that was something that you would want a parent to know. It was unusual.
And during that morning group, you didn't feel it was necessary to reach out to either Patrick or Lindsay to report that, did you?
No.
Okay. But you reported it to Stephanie to pass along for the afternoon?
Correct.
And on that particular afternoon, were you at Learning Sprouts during pickup time?
Yes, I was.
And that wasn't always the case, was it?
Not every day, but I often would help out in the toddler room if they needed me to stay. And that is what I had done that afternoon.
So on that particular afternoon at pickup time, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yep, we spoke quickly. And I just was letting her know. And she did already know, but we just spoke quickly that she had gone a few times.
So you were letting her know about Cora going to the bathroom?
Correct.
And how did she respond when you told her that?
She said, I don't remember exactly the words, but basically that she wasn't glad that she wasn't feeling well, but she already had a doctor's appointment the next day so that she would let them know.
And that interaction was fairly brief, correct?
Correct.
But appropriate?
Yep.
And they left that day?
Yep.
Did you notice anything different about Lindsay Clancy after you told her that or in that brief interaction than any of your other interactions with her?
No.
And you are a mandated reporter at the preschool?
Correct.
So if a child were to come in with any concerning marks or bruises or was saying something about things that were happening in the household, you would be required to report those to the Department of Children and Families?
Yes.
Any concerns or reports regarding the Clancy family at all during the time that you were Cora's teacher?
Never.
And do you recall if Cora ever mentioned to you during class, during the time that you were teaching in the morning classes, a time when her mom was in the hospital?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
Just that she missed her mom, and she was vocal about that.
Do you remember about when that was that she said something about her mom being in the hospital?
It was I can't remember if it was in December or January. I just remember that it was said.
But fair to say it was closer in time to the last time you saw her as opposed to the beginning of the school year?
Yes.
Just to briefly go back to Cora's schedule, I know you say you can't remember exactly which days she came, but by January of 2023, Cora was coming for 3 full days and 1 half day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
No questions, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Stephanie Williams as its next witness, please.
Come on. Thank you, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give which you shall give to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your
Okay.
voice up, pull that down a little bit
Yes.
for you. That's it. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Stephanie Williams?
And Williams, that's just common spelling.
Yes.
What city or town do you live in?
I live in Sagamore Beach.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pre-K teacher
And where do you work?
at Learning Sprouts Children's Center
And where is that located?
in
Beach.
I generally teach the pre-K children, the 4-year-olds that are going to be turning 5 and going to kindergarten.
And at the Learning Sprouts preschool, fair to say that the different rooms are given a name.
Yes.
Okay. And what room did you work in, or do you work in?
Currently, right now, I work in the Sweet Pea classroom. When I first started there, I worked in the orange classroom.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the fall of 2022, September, into January of 2023. Were you in the Sweet Pea room then?
Yes,
And how many people teachers would be in the Sweet Pea room with you?
I was the only teacher in that room.
Was it a full day program for you in the Sweet Pea room?
Yes.
And were there some kids of that age group, the 4 and 5-year-olds, that would only be there in your Sweet Pea room in the afternoon?
Yes,
Those kids, where would they usually be in the morning?
in the sunflower class.
And fair to say, the sunflower class was more academic curriculum based, and the Sweet Pea room was not in the afternoon.
No. Oh, in the afternoon, yes.
So tell us a little bit about what afternoons would be like.
Basically, they would go outside to play. They would be playing in the room. They would take rest time, and then they would get up, have an afternoon snack. And then if there was time permitting, they would be able to play in the classroom or color, do artwork.
And generally the afternoon kids in the Sweet Pea room, they'd go until 4, right?
Yes.
And that was the time for pickup for most of the kids?
Yes, that's when we close at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you know Cora Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
I was Cora's teacher when I first started at Learning Sprouts when she was 3.
Mhm.
And then she came into my classroom in the afternoons from September to January.
So from September of 2022, when she's still 4, into January of 2023, after she had turned 5,
Yes.
she would come 3 afternoons into your classroom?
It was first 3, then it switched to 4 afternoons.
Now, when she would come to your classroom in the afternoon, what would she be coming into? Is it snack time, nap time, rest time?
Usually it would be getting ready for rest.
And would she be brought to your classroom by one of the teachers downstairs or at the sunflower room?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Susan and Karen as the teachers in the sunflower
Yes.
room? Now, how would you describe Cora?
She was a sweet little girl who loved her little brother. She loved to draw, play with babies, play princess. She liked Princess Sophia.
How did you know she liked Princess Sophia?
Because she would pretend to be Princess Sophia, and she always talked about it. And I had actually bought a Princess Sophia puzzle for her.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to January of 2023, more specifically the 23rd. Did Cora come to your classroom that afternoon?
Yes, she did.
And did you observe anything different about her?
She hadn't been feeling well, and the teachers from the sunflower class had told me that she wasn't feeling that well.
Did you observe that of her as well?
Well, she did nap, and then she when all the other children were getting up and getting ready to leave, for the day, she was reluctant to get up off her cot and was still there when her mother came to get her.
Did Cora say anything to you why she wasn't feeling well? If she just
I think she just said her tummy hurt.
And so you just kind of let her rest for the afternoon. And so who picked her up that day?
Lindsay.
And so normally in pickup, does a parent come to the classroom to pick up the child?
They usually come to the door and we send the child out.
And that would just be the door of the classroom, not the building?
Because I had a door that led outside.
Okay. So on this particular afternoon, Lindsay Clancy came to pick Cora up at the door. And so what, if anything, did you tell Lindsay?
I told her that Cora had napped and she had said she wasn't feeling well, that the other teachers had told me that she hadn't been feeling well and that she was still laying on her cot.
And what did Lindsay say or do after you told her that?
She came into the classroom and picked her up off the cot and said, "Oh, baby, come on, let's go get Dawson and we'll go home."
And so at that moment, when she came to the classroom, she hadn't already picked Dawson up?
No, she went upstairs to pick Dawson up.
And when she came into the classroom and told you that and picked up Cora, did you notice anything different about her than any of the other times you had interacted with her?
No.
In any of the time that you had interacted with Lindsay Clancy from September of 2022 to January 23rd of 2023, did you notice anything different about her?
No, she was just a very loving mother who cared about her children.
And did she share anything with you about her family or about anything that was going on in her household at that time?
No.
And you, as a preschool teacher, are a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes, I am.
So if you were to observe something either on the child or from what the child said or behavior of a parent, you would be required to report that?
Yes, I would.
And as far as the Clancy family went, you didn't notice anything and you didn't report anything, did you?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Please step down. Thank you.
Watch your step.
Commonwealth calls Andrea Hannigan.
I obviously am with you guys. I have no idea they're calling this parade of daycare / preschool teachers. I do not know. I mean, one, to kind of get to the Miralax thing as to why they ended up needing to get the Miralax, but wow, this woman looks shell-shocked.
Good morning. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand, the clerk, please?
What I just want to say with the testimony. Okay, you may have a
Let's
seat.
go, please. Watch your step, please. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Andrea Hannigan, AndreaHennigan.
And your date of birth?
March 11th, 1976.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
And where do you work?
Massachusetts General Hospital.
And do you work at any specific department there?
Labor and delivery.
How long have you been a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General?
25 years.
And as part of your training and work in labor and delivery, are you trained in recognizing or helping new mothers who seem to be having issues with postpartum?
Do you mean postpartum depression?
Yes.
I don't have formal training in that area, and I mostly see women before they give birth and immediately afterwards in the first 2 hours after they give birth. If they come back to the hospital during the postpartum period for a concern, we do screen patients for postpartum depression.
And is that all the nurses that work for the Mass General Hospital labor and delivery unit are able to do those screenings for postpartum depression?
Yes, we ask patients questions about if they're suffering from depression or anxiety, and if they have any feelings of wanting to harm themselves or anyone else. That's a standard admission question.
And if these patients respond that, yes, they are having issues with depression, anxiety, or wanting to harm themselves or others, what do you do with those patients? Do you refer them somewhere, or do you give them materials? What do you do?
Well, we would talk more about their symptoms with them, and then the first step would probably to be alert the provider who's caring for them, either the doctor or the nurse midwife in our setting, and get social work involved.
Now, while you were working at Mass General Hospital, did you work with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
How long did you work with her?
The whole time she worked on our unit, which I believe was 7 years.
And so when you say our unit, she also worked in labor and delivery with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to seeing her at work, would you also socialize with her occasionally outside of work?
Occasionally, yes.
Directing your attention to after Ms. Clancy gave birth to Callan, which May of 2022, so after May of 2022, did you reach out to her, talk to her in any way?
Yes, I saw Lindsay twice from when Callan was born until January. I saw her in June and in November, and we would send each other text messages.
When you saw her in June, where was that?
That was at her home. I brought some lunch for her and visited with her and the baby, and Patrick and Dawson were home.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor during that visit?
Very good.
Was she her typical self?
Yes.
And how long was that visit for, approximately?
Maybe 2 hours or something like that.
And you said the next time you saw her was in November of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
It was a restaurant in Hingham. We met for lunch.
And when you met with her for lunch in November of 2022, did Ms. Clancy talk to you about some issues she was having with sleep and anxiety?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about that?
During the lunch specifically, I don't remember her exact symptoms. Our conversation surrounded her upcoming return to work, and Lindsay was feeling that she wasn't in a mental state ready to go and take care of patients. She talked about insomnia and some not feeling herself. I believe she might have used the words like brain fog or something like that.
And while you were having lunch with her and having this discussion, did you ever have any trouble understanding what she was saying?
No.
Did she ever appear to have difficulty understanding what you were saying in response?
No.
Was there anything different about her speech?
Is this prosecutor kidding me right now? Is this a joke? Did she have problems making words? This woman is perpetuating all the incorrect stereotypes about psychosis and mental. She should be ashamed of herself. She has sold her soul in order to try to get a win. She's just, how disgusting. How disgusting.
Pattern.
Not that I recall.
When you were discussing these issues with Lindsay about having some insomnia and being concerned about going back to work, did you give her any advice or do anything to help?
Yes, it was myself and two other nurses that we work with who Lindsay was friends with outside of work, and we were all encouraging her to get the help and support that she needed with medication if needed and therapists, and giving her any ideas we could think of in our personal and professional lives that may help her.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was looking to find some type of medication that would help her sleep and help her with her anxiety?
Yes, I believe we talked about medication, and she was going to be meeting with a new therapist shortly.
And during this conversation or after it happened, did you ever have any concerns about her harming herself?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about her harming the children?
No.
Did you give her some names of obstetrics or social workers?
I did. After our lunch, I recall that I reached out to another friend of mine who had a pregnancy loss that was challenging for her and had met with obstetrical specific social workers and support groups, and I asked that woman, could you share those names, and I sent them to Lindsay.
Okay. Did you have some text messages between yourself and Lindsay around Thanksgiving of 2022 in which she told you about a program she was going to try?
We did have text messages around Thanksgiving. I believe the program you're referring to was something that her mother-in-law had told her about at South Shore Hospital that was more specific to perinatal issues rather than a general social worker, someone who specialized in this area.
What does perinatal mean?
During pregnancy, birth, and after birth.
So this was a program more focused on women either during their pregnancy, while birth, during birth, or right after birth, as far as you know?
I mean, as far as I understood it, I just understood it to mean someone who was familiar more with postpartum depression or anxiety was my understanding.
Okay. And did you also receive some text messages from Lindsay Clancy right after New Year's on January 2nd, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what that exchange was?
Again, that was with myself and Lindsay and the two other nurses who she had confided in, and we asked her how her holidays were and could we get together again in the new year. And she said, I can't get together right now because I'm involved in an intensive program, but hopefully soon.
Okay. And did she wish you a happy new year?
She may have, I do not recall.
And did she tell you that she was in fact at that time at McLean Hospital, or did she just leave it more vague that it was just an intense program?
I believe it was an intense program. I did not know the name of the facility at that time.
Did you at that time know that she was currently at a hospital?
I don't recall what I knew then versus what I know now.
Did you also speak with Lindsay on January 23rd, 2023?
I did not speak to Lindsay. I sent her a text message on January 23rd.
And what did you say in your text message?
I'm paraphrasing, but I believe I said, hi, I've been thinking of you, wondering if you're still in the daily program, I believe I said. So maybe I didn't realize it was inpatient. And she responded.
And what was her response?
Again, I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, I'm no longer in the program. I'm continuing to work with my psychiatrists to find the right medication that will allow me to sleep at night but still function during the day. I've had a lot of bad or negative side effects from the medication, so I've had to come off of them and go on new ones, and it's been very difficult. Okay. Or has taken a long time or something like that.
Okay. And after those those text messages that were exchanged on the 23rd, did you have any concerns that she was going to harm herself?
No.
The tone of the text messages, were they more positive and hopeful that things were going to work out on the right medications?
I don't know that they were more positive than previous times. I believe that Lindsay was always hopeful that she would get the care that she was seeking. So I don't know that the tone was different that day.
But it wasn't a negative tone. It was that same kind of hopeful tone.
Yes, as far as I remember.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
I just, what in the actual fuck?
Morning.
Good morning.
He's going to be able to get so much helpful stuff, I think, out of her. She clearly cares for Lindsay.
Even during the, let's say, the difficult times that she had, she was always trying to be hopeful and always tried to have
Turn the mic down a little
positive
bit, babe.
outlook on her
Just a
health.
hair.
That was my impression, yes.
And you obviously are a good friend.
Yes, I believe so.
And you've known her for what, 7 years? Or 9 years now, right?
Yes, I believe since 2015, if that's when she began working at Mass General.
Right. So she was like a 24-year-old kid when she first started there, right?
Yes.
And you basically knew her right out of nursing school, all the way up through
Yes.
till she finally had the baby, the last baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, what was her work ethic? Was she a good nurse? Was she a caring nurse? Tell us what your observations were. Granted that you're a friend and you might be biased, but tell us what you thought.
Yes. Lindsay loved being a nurse and was excellent at it. It was a second degree for her to go to nursing school. And you could tell with Lindsay, it was more of a calling that she really cared so deeply, specifically about caring for pregnant women and women giving birth. She was very attentive to all of her patients' needs. She was very smart. And mostly she was incredibly nurturing and caring.
Wow.
It's
Commonwealth is just insane calling these people.
The fall of 2022 up through Thanksgiving of 22 and then into 23, you obviously, as a good friend, stayed in close contact with her, texting, seeing her, dinner, lunches, and everything, right?
Yes.
And then when you and some of the other nurses would go to a lunch, for example, if I understand correctly, on one of the luncheons that you had in the fall of 22, she was telling or sharing with you the fact that she was going through a difficult period.
Yes.
Told you that she was not in a good mental state, that she had a lot of insomnia, and she even described it as brain fog, right?
Yes, I believe so. She definitely used those words in our text messages, as the fall progressed, but I believe she used those words during the lunch. She definitely said that she was in a difficult mental place and didn't think she'd be able to go back to work.
And she told you that she was actually actively treating with medical personnel. Did she say a psychiatrist, psychologist, or just seeing doctors, or what did she say?
Yes, she talked about therapists. She talked about going on medication. At some point in that month of November, she said she had even gone to the emergency department.
Did she tell you that she was having negative side effects with the medication that she had been prescribed by these doctors?
She did. She did not elaborate on the side effects, but she did say that multiple times.
So as close as you were for all those years working together, and you guys worked together through the COVID too, right?
Yes.
Is that a bonding experience for nurses?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you ever observe her? Was she a complainer? Like, would she come and complain to you, or was she pretty much private but would share her opinions of what was happening inside of her with you?
She was not a complainer about work or home or anything, but we were friends, and she did share more personal details with me.
And when she was working, would you guys be working on the night shift, or would you work in the afternoon, or?
The night shift.
Night shift.
Mhm.
So did you ever see her go on her phone and access cameras to see what was going on at home with the babies or anything like that?
Yes.
Is that something that she would do on a regular basis, staying in touch with the family and looking at the cameras?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
Not specifically.
Okay. She, to your appearance or to your observation, appeared to be very concerned about her kids, right?
Yes.
Did you ever hear her complain that she wanted to leave behind the life that she had and basically move on something better?
Oh, no. Lindsay, from the time
From
I met her
mothering,
as a
move
young
on.
woman, very much desired to be a mother and have a family.
And she did share with you that her mother-in-law actually referred her to somebody for some help as well, correct?
Yes.
In the holiday period, you guys stayed in touch again. You were texting her, and that's when she was. Now we know she was in McLean Hospital, but she told you she was in an intensive program, right?
Correct.
In other words, she didn't say, I can't go to lunch with you guys because I'm in a mental hospital. She basically said, I'm treating my problems.
Correct.
To your years of dealing with Lindsay and seeing her with her kids and her family, what's your opinion of her as a mother?
Lindsay was a very loving, caring mother. This is exactly what she wanted to have met. She wanted a big family. She was happy to have her children close in age.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, redirect.
What?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
What
Thank
did
you,
the,
ma'am.
okay,
you.
so let's just pause for a second and let's like analyze this as analytical lawyers, that we happen to be. What was so important that the state even put her on? Was it did she talk and you could understand her and she could understand you? Like, I think I might have missed something. What was the actual point? The piece of evidence, the words that the Commonwealth wanted to get from this person that they decided was worth putting someone like that on during their case in chief.
I don't know. She was a wonderful witness for the defense, though.
Because I was explaining
I
this yesterday,
honestly,
you guys.
I do not know. I don't know. While you were on your Zoom court, they had a parade of the daycare / preschool teachers come on. I don't know if it was to get to the Miralax issue, but
What's the Miralax issue?
I think it was Cora that needed the Miralax. Ultimately, where this whole thing where Patrick went and Lindsay had called the CVS to make sure that they were not out of it. You're not familiar with any of
No,
those
I
facts?
am, but what is the
That was
point
why
of the
Patrick
state?
went to. I have no
Right.
idea. Like, you're asking me to try to get into the minds of these two creatures. I have no idea. I don't
All
know.
right, so just for you out there, and I kind of talked on this briefly the other day. Sometimes states with, a prosecutor with their like tunnel vision just sees, I want this piece of information in, or I need these words spoken. So I'm just going to have them spoken by a witness who every other thing they're saying is like not supporting the position that the state has, which is what they're doing. But what I'm trying to see if Bob had any further insight in, because I saw nothing here. What was it like about this witness? And it sounds like a couple witnesses before that that they really wanted in. What was it? So, I
mean, you saw
I
the
don't know.
heart of it right there.
So
no one's
then-
going to be able to give you any kind of analytical lawyer or not. She was a wonderful witness for the defense.
Right.
Somebody had put in here, it was a few chats back, are they doing the Lally pre-buttal approach, trying to get in front of, take some of the punch away from the defense? Maybe.
If they're doing it, we can't tell what they're doing.
They're all over they don't know what they're doing. They honestly have no idea what they're doing. Like, when the prosecutor asked the questions, like, could Lindsay make words? Could Lindsay understand words? I lost my shit.
I know. I heard it her saying it, and I was like, I got to get on. And then I heard you losing your shit. I'm like, all right, he's losing his shit, and I was still trying to figure out my shit. But and then I text our social worker friend, like, am I insane? Like, is this my ignorance that I don't understand mental health? Why does she keep asking every witness, did you understand her? Did she understand you? Did she sound normal? Like, am I like, is there something wrong with me? Are we
Was
going
she
to expect?
frothing at the mouth?
Right.
Did she have fangs? Was she crawling on the ceiling? Like, this woman prosecutor is like living in a movie in terms of what her idea of psychosis is. It's unbelievable. I mean, I'm assuming that these prosecutors have spoken to experts so that they have a baseline understanding of what the mental illness entails, unless they just have found some hacks that are going to get on the stand and rebuttal and just flat out lie. I mean, I cannot wait to hear what these doctors on rebuttal are going to say, because you could bet your ass I will chase them down the hall out of that courtroom, asking them to explain themselves.
You're going to be there for rebuttal, Drew?
I'm going to be there for the whole damn thing, girl.
All right, bye.
What do you think? I'm going for a day?
I don't know. You're leaving like in a day, and I did not think you were going for a month.
Babe, I didn't know that the case was going to be, the Commonwealth was going to be done. Like, I changed my flight last night. Like, I can't miss the beginning of like, I have to be there. I have to. It's imperative.
All right, well, I'll miss you for a month.
Well, I'm not going to be gone a month, Bay. Kevin's a very efficient lawyer. He will get through. I think he'll probably take 3 days, maybe 4 days for the case in chief max. I'll ask him. I'll know.
All right. So instead of the whole chat needing to hear or how much I'll miss my husband for a month. Wait, I was still going to say something.
Sorry.
Oh, no, I forgot.
So science and sass, we found out yesterday that the Commonwealth, excuse me, is resting most likely tomorrow.
Oh, I remember.
So my thought in terms of booking on the 12th was I thought that the Commonwealth, I was trying to guesstimate when I thought the Commonwealth would finish. And then we got news, which I confirmed yesterday, that they're either resting tomorrow or at the very latest Monday.
So what the other thing that I was going to say was I imagine that this is my, perspective. Maybe I'm going to be proven totally wrong, that the best that the state could expect to do on this whole was she frothing at the mouth thing is to say that, sometimes in the midst of psychosis, someone can't talk, sometimes, but she's pointing to times that aren't even in the midst of you can be suffering with psychosis and not in the middle of a psychotic episode, but she's in the middle of a psychotic episode at the lunch or whenever she's talking to her friends.
What's going to become evident is that people can be psychotic and put on a face for the outside world. And don't take my word for it. The experts are going to come in and say it.
Right.
People can be going through it and just put on a face. It's the same as anybody that puts on a face, except on a massively different level until the point where they can't.
Right.
I think it waxes and wanes. No, the hope is Cameron has committed that while I'm in the courtroom, that Cameron and Allie, which I'm really excited for you guys to be able to experience, because you had me and Cam for portions, but you haven't had Allie and Cam.
Well,
so I'm excited for that. And then I will be coming on after for observations. Obviously, I'll jump on during lunch.
oh, sounds like member only lives.
Yeah.
We should think about that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my voice. I've got a frog. It's not good.
All right, so let's keep going then. So yeah, Laurel's asking, or Laurie, does anyone think the Commonwealth is purposely throwing the case? I'm torn. They make ridiculous choices to me. I don't understand their strategy. Other people have put that out there. I'd be shocked if they are, but and thank you.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Counsel?
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Bethany Decollibus, BETHANY, DECOLLIBUS.
And your date of birth?
6/29/89.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist.
And do you have your own practice?
I do have a private practice.
How long have you been in this line of work?
I've had the private practice for about 6 years, but I've been
Fix the
licensed
Echo
for
Court
close to
TV.
12.
And in your practice, do you do in-person therapy or
There we go.
telehealth therapy?
I do telehealth therapy right now.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were friends, met as new moms in the same town.
Would that be Duxbury?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I'd say probably weekly.
And where would that occur?
Our kids were involved in similar activities, music classes, gymnastics classes. We'd schedule play dates.
What was her typical demeanor?
She was active, engaged, friendly.
Did you ever notice any distinctive changes in her rate of speech or the way she spoke?
No.
Did you ever see any extreme changes in energy or weird behavior?
No changes in weird behavior, but I did notice that she appeared more tired.
I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
Could you repeat that?
You could state that again.
Oh, I was answering the second part of your question. I didn't notice any changes in behavior, but I did notice her appearing more tired over time.
And was that after she had Callan or before that?
Afterwards.
And how often would you see her after she had Callan?
Weekly.
So still going to the same types of places where you would run into her and engage with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And other than seeming more tired, was there any other change in her demeanor or personality or behavior?
No.
Did she tell you during that time that she was having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
And did she give you any specifics on that?
Just that it was very difficult to get sleep, difficult to fall asleep even when kids were asleep, and that it was just it was an ongoing struggle.
Did that cause concern for you at that point?
I think for a period of time, it felt normal, but after it seemed to continue and not let up for her, I definitely worried about her and was concerned.
When you say it seemed normal, what do you mean by that at first?
I would say for a period of time seemed reminiscent of, sleep troubles that, I remember having and that, remember friends talking about. But I think over time, I started to worry more and realized that it wasn't improving for her.
And what you're talking about, is it, typically after having a baby, new moms are tired from, late night feedings and changings and all of that?
Yes.
And then with Lindsay, she stayed tired?
Yes.
Okay. Did she talk to you about seeking out help from doctors?
She did.
And did she talk to you about seeking out medication to help?
Yes.
And do you recall any specifics about those conversations, about what types of doctors or what types of medication she was seeking?
I don't know about the different types of doctors or the types of medications.
Did you ever talk to her and she relayed that she was looking to find a therapist?
Yes.
And do you know if she ever found a therapist?
At some point, it did sound like she had found a provider to work with.
Being a therapist yourself, did you ever offer to give some referrals or anything like that? Or did she ask for any?
I can't remember.
And you said that she continued to appear tired, correct?
Yes.
But other than appearing tired, as the weeks went by, did you observe her and having any problem interacting with people or doing the typical behaviors that you would do at the events you would usually see her at?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble doing day-to-day tasks or interacting with anyone?
Not that I saw.
Did she ever tell you that she was depressed or suicidal?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had thoughts of harming anyone else?
No.
Oh, she's going to tell everybody.
Did her physical appearance change in any way?
Not that I noticed.
When you would engage with her, have conversations with her, were they usually in person or text or both?
It was a mix of both.
And did you ever have trouble understanding her, either in person or in a text?
No.
Did she ever appear to have trouble understanding you?
No.
At some point in time, did you have dinner with Lindsay and a woman named Erin Renault sometime in November?
Yes.
And was that something that the three of you typically did?
Yes.
How often would you do that?
Probably once every couple of months.
Was this the first time you'd done that since Callan was born?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what was Lindsay's demeanor during that dinner?
She was engaged in conversation with us.
I mean, when's she going to say she told me she
Do you
couldn't
recall
stand
saying
being a
previously
mother
that
anymore?
she seemed normal?
No.
You don't recall saying that?
Not specifically, no.
What about her speech pattern? Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
No.
What did you guys talk about during that dinner?
I remember catching up as we usually did, giving each other updates on, what our kids had been up to, what our families had been up to. And I also made it a point to check in with her about how her sleep was and how she had been feeling lately.
And did she give you responses to those questions?
She did.
Did they make sense?
The responses made sense.
Yeah. What was the tone of this conversation?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, when you're asking her about how things are going
Loop
with her
back
sleep
one
and other
second
things, and she's
to hear
responding.
the question that she's
is
like, I don't even know how to
she,
answer
I'm
it.
not sure
those questions.
She did.
Did they make sense?
The responses made sense.
Yeah. What was the tone of this conversation?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, when you're asking her about how things are going with her sleep and other things, and she's responding, does she seem negative and depressed about things? Does she seem hopeful about things? Like, what's the tone?
I mean, it was a serious conversation. I was concerned and wanted to check in. It had sounded like she had been able to connect with some providers, and I would say at that point, I remember her expressing feeling hopeful about the possibility that things could start to get better.
She's asking questions of symptoms people can have. So a speech pattern change is a
During
symptom
this
that could
conversation at
exist.
dinner, did she ever mention that she had suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever mention that she had homicidal thoughts?
No.
You asked this.
Did she ever tell you
Asked
that
an
she was
answer.
hearing voices?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having intrusive thoughts of her own?
No.
At any point in time while you're engaging with her, did it look like she was responding to something internally, like a voice, or seeing something that wasn't there?
Now there's a hallucination psychotic symptom.
Other than having an issue with sleep, did she mention any other issues that she was having?
No,
She mentioned
Tasha.
feeling anxious.
And after this dinner, did you next see her at Cora's birthday party in January?
Yes.
And at that birthday party, did you see her interacting with other people and, parents and children, as a mom would usually do at a birthday party?
Yes,
Did you interact with her yourself?
I did.
Did you notice anything different about her demeanor or her behavior at that party?
No.
When was this party? I
Did
missed
you
it.
have a conversation with her briefly about sleep?
I did.
And was it you basically asking how the sleep issue was going?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She responded that things haven't gotten any better and that she feels like a zombie.
Was there
Did
anything
anybody
about
get the
her
date
appearance
of this
or the
party?
way she was interacting or
I
behaving
missed
that
it.
when you saw her, you thought she looks like a zombie?
She seemed tired.
But there's a difference between being tired and looking like a zombie, right?
She didn't look like a zombie, no.
What
And
in
she
the
was able to
act? Are
engage
you
with you
fucking
and
kidding
the other
me?
parents there
Did
engaged with
she
her children
look
and the other children, correct?
like
She
a
was.
zombie?
And
See, I wouldn't be able to help myself. I'd be objecting to like
do you
preposterous.
recall stating previously that at the party she seemed fine?
And no, not specifically.
Page 11.
Oh my goodness, is she a professional? What the fuck does seem fine mean?
Bottom line 24, and then to the top of page 12.
I mean, like, so the prosecutors want everyone to believe she'd made all those symptoms. She wasn't depressed. She wasn't
Refresh your memory.
suicidal.
As to a
She wasn't having
conversation you had
invasive
with the police
thoughts.
back in 2023, where you said that she seemed fine at the party.
Sure. Yeah.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Like,
So,
basically, she wasn't
Money.
walking around saying brain.
fair to say that you were obviously pretty good friends with Lindsay?
Yes.
And fair to say that in that regard, you had occasion to observe objectively things like she looked tired, she was complaining that she was tired.
Yes.
Said that she was anxious.
Yes.
Told you that at one point towards the end of time frame into January that she felt like a zombie. Correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions like the district attorney was asking you? Did you ask her, well, what are your symptoms and what do you feel like? And what do you, is there anything that you can tell me about how you feel? Did you probe in that regard?
I don't remember probing about specific
Right.
symptoms, no.
So in other words, you're friends and you and Erin and Lindsay were out to dinner or lunch and you're trying to have a good time, right?
Yes.
How was she as a mother to your observations? Did she, as far as taking care of her kids, being happy with the kids? Did she not like her kids? What were your observations?
She loved her kids. She was warm, kind, consistent, loving.
And you actually were summoned to be here today by the district attorney's office, correct?
I was.
And you actually were interviewed by the state police. That's what she was questioning you about, page 11 and page 12. It was a recorded interview and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that although she may not have been telling you that she was seeing something that wasn't there, or hearing voices or drooling or acting in some unusual fashion while you guys were out having lunch, she did express to you that she was having some difficulties, correct?
She expressed that she was having difficulty, yes.
And would you say, knowing Lindsay as you did, that she was the type that was not really a complainer? She would not try to be a downer when you're out to lunch and having a good time with your friends and complain about her symptoms?
No.
But she did tell you that she was somewhat hopeful because she was seeing healthcare providers?
Yes.
And one of the things that they had asked you about, fair to say that when you talked to the police, you told them that you had spent a lot of time chatting about over this period of time that she had been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and that she referenced the postpartum period, right?
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police, the troopers, did they try to divert you? Did you feel that they were trying to get what your observations were, or did they want you to focus on their questions when they were questioning you?
Could you repeat
No, it's a
that
bad question. Never mind.
Sorry.
It's a bad question. I'm sorry. But nevertheless, you actually told them that you had been in touch with her. You'd been to the house, right?
I had been in touch with her, yes.
Yeah, and you knew Patrick.
Yes.
Other than socializing with your friends and with Erin and going out to lunches, you guys would also text, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's a way of keeping in touch with each other.
Yes.
And she would respond to your inquiries about fun things and about kids, right?
Yes.
But also, on occasion, you were concerned about her and you'd ask her how she's doing, right?
Yes.
And when you would ask her those things, she would tell you, for example, that she didn't know what medications were doing to her, but she in fact mentioned to you that the medications did not appear as though they were helping, and she still wasn't able to get any sleep.
Correct.
And further, in the statements that you gave to the police when they were asking you questions about your observations, she did indicate on a couple of occasions that she had obtained a therapist and a prescriber. And she would reference her relationship with Pat and tell you that Pat's great, things like that, right?
Yes.
You said yes. I'm sorry, the door
Yes.
closed. So in those occasions, did she ever complain about Pat, or would they seem to be getting along pretty good?
They seem to be getting along great.
Was he supportive to your observations of her?
Yes.
Then when you went out to the other dinner, did you indicate to the police that in that conversation that her mother knows everything, or she told you my mom knows everything, and she's working it out as far as the therapist and the drugs, correct?
Yes.
And you still felt that it was readily apparent that she was struggling, right?
Yes.
Still having difficulty sleeping and being anxious, right?
Yes.
And as a friend, you were concerned, right?
I was concerned, yes.
Now, one of the questions the DA had asked you is that she was supposed to go back to work, and that she indicated that she had canceled that date to go back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well. Is that right?
She had, yes.
And those were her words, that she canceled going back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well.
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about work? Did she seem to like her job as a labor and delivery nurse?
She loved it, as far as I knew.
And then you were at Cora's birthday party in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the one that was at the trampoline park, right?
Yes.
And it was that time, and that would have been in January of 23, I believe, that it was in that time that you were concerned and you said, hey, are you getting any sleep? And she was like, no, I feel like a zombie, is what her words were, correct?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let me step down. Counsel, why don't we take a brief recess at this time? So we're going to take the morning recess at this point.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, no votes.
Counsel, anything we need to talk about before the break?
No, Your Honor.
No,
All right,
thank you.
so we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court, all rise.
All right, I don't know how long the break's going to be, but we have a little bit of blooping time. I don't think, and I'm going to refresh because I think the echo that people are like, typically I have my mic on because I don't wear headphones because Allie's got the interface so she can hear the court and hear herself speak when she's got her headphones on. If I put on headphones because I don't have the interface, I'll just hear the court. And it's weird to talk when you can't hear yourself speak. But I'm going to refresh because the echo cancellation doesn't seem to be working because people are saying whenever my mic's on, they're hearing the echo. So, and I got a weird message at some point that something relating to the mic, or that there was some shit. I can't even remember what it was.
Well, your sound is fine if you're not using your mic.
Right. I'm still gonna do that because there's an issue going on. I'm telling you. So I'm just gonna refresh real quick and then I'll be right back in.
Oh, so I should talk? I was like, okay, we're all gonna take a little break now. Come back, babe. Hey, he's back. Thank God.
Wow.
I mean,
That is such a weird thing.
there's my OCD.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I told Allie 3 times but in her defense, she was working on something feverishly for trying to get something filed today or last night for court this morning. So when she's working, she's not really listening to me. Yeah, Sunday. And to answer your other question, the people are helping get me there. That's the whole point of the grift.
The whole grift for a month.
Yeah, and as far as the grift goes, the grift in terms of Venmo is way better because Venmo doesn't, or Cash App or Zelle or PayPal,
Right.
they don't take the money.
30%.
Yeah, YouTube takes 30% for doing not a damn thing. So yeah, but you guys have been wonderful and amazing. And so I'm getting there Sunday. I'm actually going to reach out to one of our viewers that had offered a room. I might take them up on it.
I think we should see if we can find someone who's got an Airbnb or like,
yeah,
let
if
me
anybody
fall
has an
around
Airbnb,
staying in somebody's random
I
person's
know
house.
it
It's absurd.
seems
I'm
intrusive.
not supportive of that.
I think it's a family, honey. I don't think it's like a random I think
A
it's
whole family. It's even worse. How would our family
you're
feel
not
if we
staying
put
there. I'm
How would our
far
family
more
feel if a random man came and stayed at the house? They wouldn't like it.
Runkle. Our people
Well,
didn't know Runkle from a hole in the ground. It was the exact same thing. There's no
All right.
well, and
Runkle
Runkle's
and
like
they
a
stayed at-
wizard. It's like a wizard came to our house and decided to stay with us, and it was wonderful. It was wonderful. I am a very social creature, so Allie, I think, would feel weird about it. I would feel
I'd
very
play with the
comfortable.
kids.
I don't know any of those details yet, so I'm going to have the call. But yeah, if anybody knows of a person that has a Airbnb, like either in Duxbury or Plymouth, because Boston's too far. Like I can't make that drive every day. It's a super long drive, especially with traffic. I think it'll be like over an hour 15.
Sounds like you're in a van down by the river.
Or a tent. I could camp. I can camp down there. But so the other part of it is that, so I put in a call yesterday to East Bay Grill because I'm doing a meetup. I think I'm going to lean towards Friday night. And so everybody that's contributed to the channel, donated money, whatever you want to call it, supported the channel and helped me get there. You guys are not going to have to pay anything if you can make it to the meetup. I really want people to come to the meetup, and I'd like to have some kind of idea. If you think, say for instance, I
You
were
guys
to
better
have
up this money. What in the hell are you talking about? Is it open bar? Wow.
No, not an open bar. Don't be
Oh, okay.
ridiculous. What?
I was just kidding with that.
I'm not having a wedding, bro. No,
Free
but
entry, free
typically,
entry.
so when we did our meetup in Chicago, well, no, you don't have to go to it depends. Like typically meetups are free, but sometimes if I'm asking for a private room, so we're not having to, like if 5 people are showing up, then I'm not going to worry about it. If 50 people are showing up, then I'm going to be trying to get a private room so that we can all hang out in one area. And like when Runkle came in town, our meetup was at a bar in Chicago, and Runkle had talked to them and he's like, do you have a private room that we could have so we're not intermingling with like the rest of the people in the bar, which, you know, it gets confusing. You don't know who's there for what, you know. It's so at any rate, they put like Runkle had to basically guarantee that in exchange for giving them the private room, that the people coming would spend up to $1,500 in food and drink, which was easily done. I think we had a really big turnout. I think probably, I don't know, maybe 100 people showed up. So $1,500 in this economy was no problem, you know, at $12 a drink or whatever it is, and $50 for a hamburger these days. So, but yeah, but if you've donoed, I'm not like, so I was thinking, depending on the number, charging people like $5, but I'm not charging it. I turn it right over to the bar just to try to meet whatever number they put on it. So no, you're not going to catch a drunk Bob. Bob hasn't had booze in 6 years. So that ain't happening. But
No, he was saying everyone get drunk on Bob.
oh yeah. Oh,
no, that's not happening either. That was
yeah,
me
that's not
messing
happening
around.
either.
Because
That's
I didn't
one of the-
understand the premise. What do you mean they're not paying? But now I see you were going to have this. I don't think you're going to need to do that, because then if everyone meets the number, then you've just got everybody's $5.
Well,
Or
in
just
that
charge them
case,
$5. Charge the other people $5 for the meetup.
well,
I
that's
don't know
what I
what
was
you're making a
thinking.
big list. You're going to keep track of everyone who's donoed. This idea is failing. We're going to talk about it
It's not
later.
failing. Like, yeah, everybody that vote like donoed via like Venmo, super easy. What are you talking
No, I'm
about?
just saying. Where's your master list of all the
No,
people?
like I'll make a master list, girl.
Oh Lord! All right,
Oh Lord, like
this is
you're not gonna have to do anything. So like,
I know,
what are you
but I'm just
complaining about?
I'm complaining about your ability to like carry this
Don't
out.
worry about me. I handle my shit. Like it'll be good. It'll be good. I want to give the people a benefit.
Yeah, their
of some
benefit is they
kind.
get 2 shakes of your hand and a hug.
Wow. Okay. Maybe some people feel that's insufficient benefit. People will get free stickers though.
There you go. So give
But
everybody.
I'm giving
free
that to
stickers.
everybody until I run out.
Oh Lord. Okay. Well, you can't make other people pay so the people who've donated feel like they don't have to pay when you really wouldn't have otherwise asked the other. I don't know. Whatever. We'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
I'll
get to
figure it
people's
out.
questions, because I'm sure we're boring people.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Are you hungry? I'm hungry.
I'm starving.
I don't
Kidding
think
me?
I don't think I ate dinner. Oh yeah, I did.
All right, let's see. I gotta hit play here.
Piece of Scout's pizza.
I'm dying to know if the echo cancellation's working now. Because that's what it was. Like people, like every time I unmuted, people were like, echo. And then when I would mute, the echo would go away. Yeah. I mean, CU Buff's mom says $50 for hamburger. Mass is the most expensive state in the country. It's more like $75. I mean,
oh Lord.
we take our kids to like Culver's or Taco Bell for like 2 14-year-old girls. It's $50, whatever. That's
40.
only if you deny them the nacho fries or the Baja Blast. It's like every kid in the world like orders the same shit because of TikTok from Taco Bell. I want the Dorito Loco Taco, the nacho fry, and Baja Blast. I'm like, come on, man.
No, I told Scout she can't drink it anymore. It's poison.
It is poison.
I mean, Mountain Dew is the worst of all the drinks.
Well,
It's
not only
got
because of the
more-
sugar, but the caffeine is off the
right.
chart. It's both.
No, I know, but Mountain Dew specifically, it's because of the additional. It's got the most caffeine, and I also told her,
Oh, see, look, I don't mind donating to the meetup. I sent a Venmo today. I want to make sure your price is covered at the plate. See, look at Marie Martins. You're a beautiful human. Thank you.
They're all beautiful humans.
They
All
are.
right, get to their questions. There's a lot
Oh,
of questions.
all right. We'll get cracking. All
I'm
right.
over here thinking about if I can figure something to eat.
All right. Let's see. Midwife Chels, thinking about testimony yesterday, 3 centimeters is the same size as a pointer and middle finger side by side on average hand. I use centimeters every day to check cervixes by feel. That deep into the wrist is deep. Luckily, she missed muscle, tendon, etc. Right.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
whole superficial
superficial.
bullshit thing is like, but that's the thing. They're putting this out in front of the jury into evidence, knowing that the defense is going to put on a credible doctor to say, yeah, that's deep.
Oh, we got a defense motion.
Yes. Oh, that's right.
Pull that up. I got to take a client call.
Okay. Yeah, Tracy sent it. Kyle had sent it as well. Let me pull that up while we're on this break. Yeah, I agree, midwife. Obviously, it's pretty evident. All right, let me see here. Okay, and this is relating to the motion in limine. If you'll recall, that was filed by the Commonwealth, seeking to bar certain witnesses that were disclosed late by the defense, and one of them was the well-known Dr. Lapasada of Karen Reed fame. Let's see here. Let me pull this up real quick. Pull that down. I'm keeping an eye on the court. Don't worry. It's a relatively short motion, so we'll just read through it real quickly, just so you guys know what's up. Okay. Where did it go? What the what? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. All right. Pull it up real quick. Blow it up. All right. So Kevin filed this this morning. So it's defendant's motion for permission to call witnesses. Now comes the defendant. Hold on. Let me pull this comment down real quick. Sorry. Okay, so now comes the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, in the above numbered indictment, and moves this court for an order permitting counsel to call to the witness stand the following witnesses that have been tentatively excluded by the court on the government's objection. And again, that is when they had the motion in limine. There were multiple doctors that were disclosed late by the defense. And Kevin was arguing, look, I don't know. I have an idea of how they're going to try this case, but I don't know for certain. And how they've tried this case has been like a person with a blindfold throwing a dart at a dartboard. It's all over the place. So that's going to be the impetus. And the judge had left open, depending on what was said in opening and depending on how the Commonwealth elected to try the case, the possibility that he would change his mind, Judge Sullivan, that is, and allow these witnesses to testify. So as the court is aware, prior to impaneling the jury, the government filed a motion to exclude testimony from a number of the defendant's witnesses, claiming that they were not able to prepare adequately to cross-examine these witnesses and would have to seek a continuance of the trial. In fact, the defendant argued at the time and reiterates the government or the argument that the witnesses are testifying to facts that are well known to the government and constitute, in effect, the government's evidence in this case. A report from Dr. Elizabeth Lapasada is annexed as Exhibit 1. A report from Dr. Michael Wolfovich is annexed here too as Exhibit 2, and a report from Dr. Condi constituting an affidavit was provided to the government well before the case was impaneled and is annexed here too as Exhibit 3. The defendant states that these witnesses are central to her defense and the government's suggestion that they are unable to prepare to cross-examine these witnesses who would be testifying on facts already known to the government and arising out of the government's own evidence with no surprises whatsoever belies the legitimacy of their objection. To exclude these witnesses would denude the defendant of significant defense witnesses and would deprive her due process of the law and the ability to mount an effective defense on her behalf. Hold on, I got to put scrolling on here. Okay. In the event that the court determines that these witnesses would not be allowed to testify, notwithstanding the fact that they are not testifying to any facts that the government has not already hashed over on a number of occasions, right up to and including the time of their own witnesses' testimony, is disingenuous and elevating form over substance. Wherefore, the defendant is requesting permission in her case in chief to present testimony of Dr. Laposada, Dr. Volfovich, and Dr. Condi. The final observation that is made is that counsel has not objected to any request by the government to supplement witnesses' evidence and has constantly provided counsel with updated reports, documents, and AutoCAD discs. Counsel has not objected to any purported late disclosures by the government, but rather move forward to try this case. All right, so that's that. What Kevin's reiterating what he argued at the time, which is if they're going to try the case, and he's specifically talking about Laposada is going to come in and talk about certain things that rebut what have been introduced by the state. And so his argument is they can't sit here and pretend like it's going to take them by surprise because it goes to part of the heart of their case. So how are you going to be surprised by it? You have your own doctor putting on the evidence. We have an opportunity. We need to have an opportunity to rebut that with our own doctor. It's all information that you have. It's all information that you put on at trial in your case in chief. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm assuming that the judge is going to rule on that today. All right, let me pull this back up. Okay. Where are we at? Okay. I think this is it. All right. We're still on break. Let me pull it up though. All right. You guys have any questions on that? I think the judge will grant that. I think the judge will grant it. But, you know, as much as I like Judge Sullivan in terms of demeanor, I think that he's made a few errors in allowing certain things to come in as simply being in violation of 403. All right, Judge Carroll's texting me. Sorry, Judge, I'm reading your text messages. We're going to pretend Judge Erskine is on with us right now because she's, like I said, she's at a seminar or she's working with, she's got this, I forget where she said she was. Let me see where she is. She's at the Municipal Police Institute, or she was yesterday. She's prepping for a statewide juvenile law conference next week. So I'm assuming she might be at the house doing that. Okay, so at 10:23, and I think this is probably in response to one of my rants, Judge Erskine said, "This is what happens when the district attorney apparently puts a rookie lawyer on a murder case who doesn't understand that you don't call a witness to make one point when every other point that is made is in the favor of the defense. It's shockingly unbelievable." I said, stunning. and I'm thankful for the incompetence was what I responded to her. She then said, well, if you follow Judge Erskine on X, which you should be, if you're on X, absolutely follow her there because she always has amazing thoughts, and she always has amazing analysis over there. And it's been driving her insane, as I'm sure it's been driving many of you insane, because I know it's been driving us insane, that they won't ask a direct question. That every question they ask these witnesses is always leading. Everyone, almost exclusively leading questions. And Kevin brought it up yesterday towards the end of the afternoon. And I think it was with the last witness when he finally objected. And he's like, look, I haven't been objecting while they've been leading, but leading. So he finally, and then the very next question she asked, she being the prosecuting attorney, was leading. I mean, if I'm trying to get into Kevin's mind at this juncture of the trial, seeing as how the Commonwealth is elected to try this case with the whole wringing the pathos out of the jury approach, I think that he's been reticent about continually objecting because he does not want to compound the emotion that is being incited by the Commonwealth as to the jury in terms of feeling a certain way about Lindsay because they're feeling a certain way about the death of the children. He doesn't want to compound that by constantly objecting because jurors get sick of that. Jurors become irritated with it. Jurors begin to think, well, what is this guy trying to hide? Even though that's a form thing, not a substance thing in terms of objecting. But jurors don't know that unless they're court junkies. They don't understand. Like when the defense is, if he was consistently objecting, I think Kevin made the decision, and I'll ask him, but like he made the decision, I got to pick my battles, and that's one that I'm not willing to fight. And again, I mean, as far as he's concerned, he's, for the most part, when it came to the early witnesses, especially the first responders, he rarely crossed anyway. And when it's gotten a little deeper into the Commonwealth's case, obviously he's had some cross examinations, but he's got to pick his poison. So Judge, you didn't even actually use the bad word in your text. She's like, I'd never swear publicly. She didn't really swear in her text either. And this is what Judge Erskine's thoughts are on the motion. Excellent motion. Kevin Reddington is amazing. Have posted time and time again that she has been repeatedly denied her due process and Sixth Amendment rights. Now her right to compulsory process is front and center. She says she'll be available soon. If you're lucky. I'm gonna send her an invite. If she can jump on, that would obviously be fabulous. We always love to have Judge Erskine over here. Okay. Actually, let me send her the invite now, just so I don't forget. Okay. What is this? Okay. Let me send it to Judge. If you're out there, I'm sending you the invite. So if you get the opportunity, jump on with us. We'd love to have you, obviously. All right. Let's see. What are you guys saying over here? Where'd I leave off? So Boris says, as a mass whole rite of passage, meetup should be at the glorious Plymouth Rock. I mean, I've never been to Plymouth Rock myself. I assure you, I'll be making a visit over there for sure. for sure. And thanks for that, Boris. Appreciate you always. And I threw this one up, but I wanted to read it aloud. Nurse Mandy 90 said, after having my daughter, my OB spoke in depth to me about PPD and PPP. He actually mentioned this case as to how severe it can be. Love and hugs to Lindsay and her family. Thank you for sharing. And I mean, there's going to be medical professionals that are going to be testifying in this trial that are going to substantiate everything that us in chat and Allie and I have been screaming in here, and I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. And thank you for your generosity, nurse. Really, Mandy, I appreciate it. Safi Bay, is Lindsay allowed to leave? This is horrible. So that's going back to, I don't know how they played that. You know, I don't know how they play it. I think she's gotten through the worst of it. I still don't understand if they're either recalling the ME or if they're putting different MEs on as to the two other children. I'm slightly confused by that. I don't understand the approach. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if, in order to really deliver the final gut punch to the jury, that they wait till the very end of their case, Friday afternoon, to put the final ME on, so the jury can sit with that over the weekend.
They're closing with the computer, the search. That's
Yeah,
what
probably. I don't know that would be as disgustingly effective as what I just suggested, though.
No, in their minds it is, though.
Yeah, 100%. Bob Ross, love Bob Ross. $10, thank you. Can't understand prosecution's obsession with superficial cuts. Patrick testified bedroom had blood everywhere, not from the cuts, then from where? I mean, look, the jury, many times photographs are that thing where the thing speaks for itself, right? I mean, I think that there will be people maybe that are like, well, that's not like a huge amount of blood. And I think that there's going to be people that are like, wow, yeah, that's a lot of blood. I mean, look, I don't know if Kevin's going to be addressing the concept that theoretically, I mean, if you were to come into our house and pick up one of my chef's knives.
Yeah, you're not getting far.
I sometimes can't cut through until I sharpen it. I can't cut through the skin of a tomato. Like, and I'm not kidding, like I've got a real nice knife sharpener. So, but I mean, I don't know whether the blade was sharp or it wasn't, I mean, if it's a thing.
Hey, are you paused, babe? Court's back.
Wait, it is?
Oh, Lord.
No, I'm live.
Oh, well, bloop, bloop.
I'm blooped.
Or are you?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Wait, man, it said I was live.
Wow. Thanks, Tracy.
Tracy's the best.
Seeking justice, y'all. Discord, get on it. I just ate half a sleeve of buffalo mozzarella.
Wow.
An entire sleeve.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Scored that for you yesterday.
Like an entire half a, I don't mean like a small little.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
I'm letting the people know. This is like a Kirkland sleeve, but the pieces are nice and thick.
Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everyone, thank you. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Amy Bevins.
Amy Bevins, that daily bitch. Oh, family hug. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
But they're strategically scattering these, the medical examiners.
Thanks for the 100 jewels. 11 stays. Looks like another friend.
Yeah. Was she normal? Did her speech weird?
Did she look like a zombie?
Did she say she saw a fucking unicorn?
Did she try to bite you and turn you into a zombie?
Did you see her eat brains? Did she do that with a fork or her hand?
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon. I'd ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could, okay? Okay. All right. Tree Sprague.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Amy Bevins, AMYBEVINS,
And your date of birth?
8/22/90.
Do you live in Connecticut?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed behavior analyst, but I specialize primarily in early intervention for young children with autism.
You could just keep your voice up a little bit, maybe come a little forward to the mic. How long have you been doing that?
6 years. I was a special education teacher before that for a long time as well.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We have been friends for almost 29 years.
So you met her when you were children?
Yes.
Did you go to school together?
Elementary school.
Pause this real quick.
All the way up through middle school.
Man, I want to
high school
hear
as
this.
well.
I know you do, but I just want to say this. I feel like the jury's got to be thinking when you're putting all these friends and family and people she's close with on where I'm waiting for the person to tell me she was struggling with being a mother. She was overwhelmed and didn't like being a mother. She was sick and tired of being a mother. Her kids were driving her insane and she hated them. Like
That person does not exist.
yeah. And that's what they're telling the jury. That person does not exist because we brought in everyone we could. And not one of them would say anything bad about her.
I mean, that's 100% accurate for people with an emotional IQ that's higher than that of a turnip. For the people that are like, I don't give a shit. This woman unalived her 3 children. She
No, I
must
know.
go to prison for the rest of her life. I don't care. No. You know, that person. I'm not hearing it. You know what I mean? I hear you. I obviously, per usual, you're 100% accurate.
Okay. And did you keep in touch with Lindsay when you went off to college?
Yes.
I'm assuming you didn't go to the same college, right?
No.
Do you know where Lindsay went?
Quinnipiac University.
And how did you
Kill
keep in touch?
animals as a
Through
teenager.
texts, phone calls, we visited each other at each other's campuses.
And then when Lindsay went to nursing school, did you still stay in touch at that point in time?
Yes.
And how did you do that? The same way, like text visits?
Yes. I also lived in Boston at the same time that she was in nursing school up in Boston.
So was your contact more frequent while she was in nursing school versus when she was in college?
I can't remember the exact amount of contact, but I would say we were always in contact together, yes.
Okay. While
Never saw anything weird.
Ms. Clancy was in nursing school, did she ever tell you that she was taking some mental health medication?
I can't recall.
Did she ever tell you that she was struggling with anxiety or anything like that while in nursing school?
Nothing that I can recall.
And after she was finished with nursing school, did the two of you still remain in touch?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I moved back home to Connecticut, so whenever she was able to visit
Real quick, I promise.
home, we would stay in touch.
Oh.
I traveled to Boston not very frequently.
So for the state's point of like either A, you knew her so well and you saw her so often and you never saw the slightest thing off. You never saw her do anything weird. Or for she didn't tell you this, she didn't tell you that. This whole point that she was suffering anxiety and whatever in and having mental health issues in nursing school. Okay, so years ago, you're not telling me that we think she's making that up, that she didn't tell one of her close friends that, just supports the fact that she wouldn't have told this very same friend that she's hearing voices or having intrusive thoughts. Like, no one's going to admit to their friend, I am thinking about harming my children. That's all.
I mean, you're right.
But I would visit her there as well.
And did you have a text chain going between the two of you?
Yes.
And did you
Going
also have a
twice.
group text with other friends from Connecticut?
It's going
that you both-
twice.
What do you mean?
Try to play it again.
Wait, were you guys hearing it twice? I only have it running on one place.
No, I mean, it's tied to you unpausing, so I don't know what happened.
grew up with that you would participate in?
Yes.
Something weird
And
happened.
how often
StreamYard
would
is glitching
you
today.
text with Lindsay?
Pretty frequently. It depended on, I think, the point in life that we were at, but I would say there was regular communication.
It's back, babe.
And growing up with Lindsay and knowing her. into
Let me
adult-
try to share it.
All
Let me
right,
try
we're
to
at
share it. Or maybe I try a different feed. I mean, it's
I
a pool
believe that
camera,
it's a
so-
StreamYard issue. Like StreamYard glitches occasionally. If it's doing a weird echoey thing, or when are you saying it's an echo?
This was such an extreme echo that to me it almost sounded like it was on a dual, like it was playing again. It was a different echo than before. All right, so I got them talking about hobbies. Have they done that yet?
She's talking about group text with other friends from Connecticut.
All right, did you still stay?
So
in
it's
touch with
it's
your
like she's
school?
talking about
Got
the
it.
group text
Got
thing.
it. Yep.
Okay. All right, I'll pull
Got
mine
it.
down.
Perfect. I'm exactly there.
Nailed
I
it.
am amazing. All right, let's see. Let's see what happens, people. Let's give it the good old fashioned college try, since we're talking on her college days here. Are you using the boost? Not using the boost?
I was not using the boost because I thought that was the impetus of the.
All right, so let's start with this, see where it goes.
And I'll turn off my mic.
Pretty frequent.
You text with Lindsay.
Pretty frequently. It depended on, I think, the point in life that we were at, but I would say there was regular communication.
And growing up with Lindsay and knowing her into adulthood, how would you describe her general demeanor?
She was pretty
Oops, sorry, I was trying to.
calm person. She was nice and had a very calm approach to herself.
And during that time that you knew her and would interact with her, did you ever notice any changes in her pattern of speech or rate of speech?
No.
Was she pretty consistent in her behavior and speech patterns throughout the years that you knew her?
Yes.
After Miss Clancy had Cora, were you still in contact with her at that time?
Yes.
And just to kind of get it out of the way, were you in contact with her all the way up through January of 2023?
Yes.
And so after she had Cora, did you notice any changes in her demeanor?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her speech patterns?
No.
After she had Dawson, did she talk to you about that delivery and how that went?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
That was more of a difficult delivery than the one she had with Cora, that she would maybe need to take some time to recover prior to thinking about having a third child.
And during that time after she had Dawson, did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Or her demeanor?
No.
Her speech pattern?
No.
Was there anything about your interactions with Lindsay during that time that caused you to have concern about her harming herself or someone else?
No.
And then after she gave birth to Callan, did you notice a change in her demeanor at that time?
No.
Or her behavior or rate of speech?
No.
Did you see her in Connecticut in November of 2022?
Yes.
And why did you see her then? What was happening?
She had traveled down to Connecticut. We had gotten together as a group to go out to breakfast.
And had she come to Connecticut alone or with her family?
Alone, I believe, at that time.
And you said you went out to breakfast?
Yes.
Was this with that whole group of friends and spouses and everyone that kept in contact from Connecticut?
Yes, there was a group of us there that had all remained friends.
Did you notice anything about her demeanor or behavior at that breakfast in November of 2022 that caused you concern or was different than her typical behavior?
No.
Did you have some text conversations about in January of 2023 about some issues that
I
Lindsay
saw
was
that,
having?
Sonia. Thank you so much.
And do you recall when those messages started?
I don't recall the exact date of the messages, but it was only, I believe, one night.
And in terms of what happened on January 24th, 2023, how close in time was it to that?
Can you repeat the question?
So in terms of January 24th, 2023, when the children were killed, how close in time were your text messages to that incident?
Only a few days.
Okay. And what was that text conversation?
She had shared that she
My man's not ending
had
up
been
on the front
taking
lawn
a
nowhere.
medication that caused her to
Nowhere.
have some dark thoughts, but that she was going to, or had been weaning, like tapering off that medication and was trialing new ones that would remove those side effects and be more helpful and therapeutic to what she needed.
And did she tell you what those dark thoughts were?
No.
But she
What was
made
the tone of the
dark thoughts?
conversation?
Is this what she's saying?
Hopeful, I would categorize it. I remember it being something where there was conveying of hope and that it was going to be we were moving in a positive direction.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point
so ridiculous.
that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she
Dark
say anything
thoughts,
else that was
lady.
concerning in that conversation?
No.
You're muted, babe.
What does she think dark thoughts are?
I want to direct your attention to March of
Oh, it's
2023.
your microphone. Mute
Did you
yourself.
visit Miss Clancy while she was at the Spalding Rehabilitation Facility?
Yes.
And how was that arranged?
It was Bob's microphone.
At the request of one of her family members who reached out to see if I would like to come visit.
You can't talk now.
And you traveled to Massachusetts and visited Lindsay at the Spalding Rehab Center, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you do there with Lindsay that day?
We made small talk. We played Uno. It was just pretty basic visit.
You understood the rules of the game?
When you say you made small talk, what did she talk about?
I remember her asking about my daughter. I remember her asking about any updates to life events for our friends. We talked about some hobbies that she was doing while at Spalding and then played a game.
Do you remember what hobbies she was doing at Spalding?
I can't recall specifically now.
At any point in time, did she mention the death of her children?
No.
At any point in time, did she break down in tears and cry about her children?
No.
What was her affect during that meeting?
I don't remember exactly. Pretty neutral, I would say.
Did she attempt at any point to harm herself?
No.
Did she ask you for help in harming herself?
No.
Did she talk about Cora, Dawson, or Callan at all?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Wow.
Good afternoon.
That's
You're nervous. Don't be. Okay. You guys go back how far?
Almost 29 years.
And over those 29 years, knowing Lindsay, when you guys were in grammar school, I guess, and high school, and then you went off to college and you had your families and your marriages, tell us what your opinion was of her as a person.
I knew her as a good person, a good friend, a good mom.
And you had occasion to see her with her kids and how she acted with her kids, Cora, up till Callan.
Yes.
And did you ever observe anything out of the ordinary, or did she appear to be a loving person and taking care of her kids?
I never saw anything out of the ordinary.
District Attorney asked you about the visit that you had when you were good enough to visit with her at Spalding Rehab. And this was when, in March of 23?
Yes.
And arrangements had to be made for you to visit with her. You had to get approval, and whether you know or not, I mean, I had to kind of help you out a little bit trying to get through the red tape to get in there to see her, along with her family approval and that type of thing, right?
I don't recall any of that.
But you were able to get in.
Yes.
To visit with her. And this would have been in the beginning of March, if you know, the middle of March, the end?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was she able to walk around and ambulate, or was she in a wheelchair, or what was her condition? Was she in bed?
She was in a wheelchair. She was sitting up the entire visit.
Did you ask her about why she was in the wheelchair and anything like that?
No.
You knew that she had been in the hospital from January 24th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that your friend had been charged by the police and had killed her 3 beautiful children, right?
Yes.
That was a bit of an awkward, uncomfortable topic, wasn't it?
I think it would be for anybody, yes.
Absolutely. And the district attorney asked you whether or not she cried and whether or not she told you about her children and anything to do with her children or that incident. You both basically stayed away from that entire subject, right?
I remember also being told not to bring that up specifically, which at the time I figured that could be due to the recommendation of mental health providers, et cetera, who were treating her.
Right. And who told you that?
Her sister.
Now, how long did you visit with her?
That's important information.
Maybe 30
that
to
was
45
important
minutes.
information. Boom! The whole their big closing moment.
Wait a minute.
On.
Did you guys have a group get together in December of 2022, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing her after Thanksgiving in around that time frame in December of 22?
I don't recall doing, no.
Wait, what's that?
Rewind it in case people missed it. I saw a couple of people say they didn't catch it.
All right, so we'll mute yourself and I'll give a
Wait, is the echo thing still happening?
As soon as you turn off your mic, turn on your
Dang,
mic.
what the hell?
Is your mic actually on? Take the mic off. All right, so as you know, the prosecution's closing whole thing was like, well, you went to visit her. Did she ask about her kids? Did she talk about her kids? Did she cry about her kids? You know, making it like this huge deal, like, you know, and I was sort of like, and I actually didn't recall when the date was, and it was March, so some time had passed. So I was like, well, that is a little weird. She didn't, you know, mention anything about it, you know, at all. And then, so this is the line of questioning from the defense.
And ambulate, or was she in a wheelchair? Did you ask her about why she was in the wheelchair and anything like that?
No.
You knew that she had been in the hospital from January 24th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that your friend had been charged by the police and had killed her 3 beautiful children, right?
Yes.
That was a bit of an awkward, uncomfortable topic, wasn't it?
It's going to keeps expanding.
I think it would be for anybody, yes.
Absolutely. And the district attorney asked you whether or not she cried and whether or not she
Here we go.
told you about her children and anything to do with her children or that incident. You both basically stayed away from that entire subject, right?
Also be true.
I remember also being told not to bring that up specifically, which at the time I figured that could be due to the recommendation of mental health providers, et cetera, who were treating her.
Right. And who told you that?
Her sister.
Now, how long did you visit with her?
Yeah, the topic was off the table.
Maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
That's all I have. Wait a minute. Did you guys have a group get together in December of 2022, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing her after Thanksgiving around that time frame in December of 22?
I don't recall no.
Do you recall having conversations with her around that time frame, which would be in December of 2022, that she was talking to you about medications and asking you questions about a particular medication?
I don't recall the exact time frame of those conversations.
Okay. You were summoned here today by the DA's office, is that correct?
Yes.
You were also on my witness list as well, right?
Yes.
And when I ask you about the conversations, the reason is you were questioned by the state police back in January of 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And one of the troopers had asked you whether or not you had any conversations with Lindsay, your friend, about medications, and you indicated that, and I quote, page 12, she knows that I'm pretty open about mental health, that I'm a big advocate of mental health, and she asked me if I knew, like, if I had tried a medication. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory at all as to approximately what time, when that was? Would that have been in December of 22, after Thanksgiving?
I don't know. I still don't recall the exact time, but I do remember that being a conversation that we had.
Okay. Do you remember where you had the conversation?
It was over text message.
Okay. Do you recall her asking you what your experience was? Because you had some knowledge of medications, correct?
As a patient.
Okay. And as a result of that and being close and good friends, that she had asked you what your experience was. And again, it's page 13. And she would say, how was your experience? Did you ever take this? What was your experience with this? That type of thing. Do you remember that? That conversation?
I don't recall the specific conversation.
Do you recall the medication that she asked you about?
Yes.
What was that?
I remember it being Lexapro.
Do you recall in your text message exchange that she had asked you about or told you about some of the medications that she was taking and that there were some difficulties with it?
Yes.
I mean, you know more than me, Tammy.
Do you remember that she had asked you whether or not you had noted or if you were aware of any side effects of medications?
I don't recall.
And after those text threads and with that understanding, being as close to Lindsay as you were, she then confided in you that she was having dark thoughts, as I think was the expression.
That was a long time after the conversation that we had had about the medication. I do remember that being the first time I had heard any concern around her mental health up until that point.
Okay, and what point was that, if you remember?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. When she told you that she was having problems or difficulties with the medication and she was telling you that she was having dark thoughts, do you remember when that was?
Towards the end of January 2023.
Okay. Do you remember, was that in person or was that a message, text message?
Over text message.
Did she explicate it? Did she explain what the dark thoughts were?
No.
And the next time you saw her after that was at the hospital rehab, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Counsel? All right, thank you, ma'am. May step down.
Commonwealth calls Christopher Clancy.
Well, here comes the father-in-law. Rachel, you make good points. I don't know, it has to be based on bias, but yes, you can turn the questioning into whatever you want. But the fact that they're specifically asking her to avoid it, she's saying it could be mental health. That could be because she cannot discuss that topic without losing her shit.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence
It was March. It was the elephant in the room neither of them talked about. Plus, your lawyer's going to tell you. Wait, pause it real quick, babe, because I do want to point this out.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Babe, you have control of the
Oh,
Thank you.
I forgot.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for
Mute yourself again because I hear myself again. So I did forget. So Reddington said he had to pull some red tape to help her get in there with family and some other people. There's 100 billion million % sure that he would have instructed his client. You do whatever, you can talk to them about whatever you want. You do not bring up the children. You do not bring up the offense. You do not bring up your mental health. You talk about the weather, talk about how they're doing. That is it. So the friend was told to avoid it. She was avoiding it. It was a topic being avoided at all costs. My point is, it was not worth another witness for the prosecution to put on just to get to that point in March. More to me is what she was saying back in January, like when she woke up. And I know a lot of people are like, well, she knew what happened to her kids, but still to be like discussing it in some way, shape, or form. But March at the mental hospital to visit with a friend, not a chance that was going to come up. Not a chance. I was going to tell you to do it, but I forgot I have control.
the record?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Christopher William Clancy, CHRISTOPHER WCLANCY.
And what's your date of birth?
7/26/61.
Where do you live?
Situate, Mass.
And do you work?
No, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I was a plumbing contractor.
Is Patrick Clancy your son?
Yes.
When did you first meet Lindsay Clancy?
I don't know what the year was, but I believe I met her for the first time at my at the cottage in Hull. That was my parents' house, and I believe that's when I met her. I think he brought it down there.
Was that before or after she and Patrick had gotten engaged?
That was before.
And eventually they got engaged and got married, correct?
Correct.
And had 3 children, correct?
Correct.
So I want to direct your attention to the time frame after Callan was born in May of 2022. Did you have a chance to observe Lindsay interact with Callan?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay like with Callan?
She was very mothering.
And was she protective?
I would say yes, like any mother would be.
Do you recall describing her previously as very protective of him?
I would say that she was very protective of him.
Was she, in terms of how protective she was of Callan versus Dawson and Cora, was she more, less, or the same?
I would say she was more of the same when the babies were little, when the babies were young.
So is that something typical when she would have one of the children? She'd be very protective when they were first born.
Are you fucking?
Yes, I think that's like any other mother, though.
Yeah, please,
And
please.
how often would
I mean, I'm like sitting here dumbfounded. This woman keeps asking and making a point of the fact, and I'm trying not to yell because there was a couple comments yesterday like, you're yelling. But so I know, but I am a yeller. I should turn my mic down even more.
We're both loud people.
We are. So
Facts.
I'll try to use my indoor voice. I can't. So anyway, it's fucking ridiculous. Was she protective, but was she very protective of her newborn child? What? I'm sorry, of her newborn child. Was she very protective? Yeah. Like a normal mother is. Like a normal mother is. And first of all, on your first, forget about it. I'd like made people line up at a door and everybody wash their hands, then use hand sanitizer in front of me so I could confirm before they could even lay hands on Courtney. I was insane. But you guys, somebody hold my hand through this. I just like, I can't even. All right. Yeah. I mean, how many varies do we need to put before where it's not just you're like a mom? Okay. All right. Just like any other mom, as he repeats again.
you would have one of the children? She'd be very protective when they were first born.
Yes, I think that's like any other mother, though.
And how often would you see the family?
We saw them regularly. They lived not too far from us. They lived in Weymouth first, and we saw them regularly.
And then eventually they moved to Duxbury?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the time frame between November 16th, 2022 and Thanksgiving of that year, did you see them at your house?
I think they did come up to our house one time. Might have been a Saturday or a Sunday.
Okay. And why did they come over that day?
I think they just came over to say hi.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
Very good.
And was there any difference in her behavior or speech pattern than what you'd seen with her previously?
Not that day.
And how was that visit?
Very good.
Not that day.
Did you then see them at or around Thanksgiving?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at my daughter Laura's house in Hamilton.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
In Hamilton.
And did you interact with Lindsay that day?
Yes.
What was her demeanor that day?
She seemed a little, how do you say it? Let me think for a minute. She seemed quiet.
Okay. And did she seem to interact with everyone there as she normally would?
Yeah, she was very close with my daughters and her sister-in-law.
But she seemed quiet.
Do you recall them wearing coordinating shirts that day?
I think so.
And during dinner that day, did you make observations of Lindsay getting the kids settled down for dinner?
I did.
And did you see her interact with Dawson?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that interaction, please?
Mm-hmm. She was getting a little frustrated. Dawson was being a little silly, and she was trying to get him to sit down. And she was just a little bit getting frustrated with him, and I noticed it. So I got up to help her.
And when you saw her getting frustrated with him, did you see her do something to get him seated?
She took him by the arm to get him seated. It wasn't anything crazy.
Right.
You know.
It's not like she hit him or anything like that.
No.
Right? She just took his arm and guided him to the seat. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you could see that she was frustrated.
I could.
And so you stepped in to help her, right?
Correct.
And what did you do to help?
I got her a plate, I believe. There were a lot of people, so it was just a little chaotic.
Now, directing your attention to the weekend before Christmas 2022.
Oh my gosh, that's evidence? That's evidence in a trial. Did you see an interaction between this mother and her child during which she became frustrated? What are I can't even. I'm sorry. This is a court of law. I need to ask you these very serious questions. Have you ever seen an occasion where your daughter-in-law became frustrated with her child? Okay. All right. All right.
Did you stop by their home that weekend?
I believe we did, yeah.
And who was there?
Her parents.
So it'd be Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And were you by yourself or with your wife?
I was with my wife.
And was there a specific point for everyone stopping by and gathering that day?
I don't remember. I don't recall that.
Okay. Were you and your wife checking in or helping out that day?
We might have just been going down to check on things.
Okay. Did you know that there were some struggles going on at that point?
I did.
And did you know that Lindsay was, specifically Lindsay was having some struggles at that point?
Yes.
Did you stop by again a few nights before Christmas?
I thought that's the night you were talking about. Yes, I guess we did.
Okay. And when you stopped by the night before Christmas, do you recall who was there that day?
I think the same people, but I'm not positive.
So Lindsay's parents, Lindsay,
talking
Patrick, and the
about that
kids?
day.
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was okay. It wasn't terrible.
Do you recall testifying previously and saying that she seemed like she was in good spirits?
Yes.
Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when you were there at the house that day, did you make plans for the following day for Christmas Day?
Yes, we made plans to go to Mass.
And who was going to go to Mass?
Lindsay, Patrick, the kids, my wife Sue, and me.
And did you all, I'll strike that, the following day on Christmas, did you go over to Lindsay's home before going to Mass?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all gather for breakfast?
I don't recall.
And let me approach. Page 33. If you can just read to yourself lines 2 through 7, and then just look up when you're done.
Okay.
Take your time.
All right. Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes.
So did you go over that day for breakfast?
Yes.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was good. She looked beautiful. She had a beautiful dress on.
And do you recall saying previously she seemed very happy that day?
Yes, she did.
And after breakfast, did everyone go to church as planned?
Yes.
And how are the children in church?
Fantastic.
Very well behaved.
Very well.
And then after church, did you have a conversation with Lindsay outside of the church?
Amy.
I think we talked a little bit. I don't remember what we said, but we were going our separate ways.
Do you recall saying previously that Lindsay said she was glad she came and she really loved it?
Yes.
What was her demeanor while she was engaging with you after Mass?
On Christmas?
She was quiet. She said that she liked the Mass and she was really happy that she went.
And do you recall saying before that, strike that, do you recall after that conversation, you guys hugged each other and went your separate ways?
Yes.
Did you see the family again after Christmas?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Did you go to Cora's birthday party?
No.
Was it more of a kids gathering at a trampoline place?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have plans to see them Tuesday, January 24th, 2023?
No.
Do you recall saying previously that there were plans to get together for dinner that night, but they changed because your wife had plans with her brother?
No, we never had plans to go there Tuesday night. They asked us to come to the Tuesday night, but we already had plans with Sue's sister Joan.
Okay, so there weren't set plans, but you were asked to come to their house that night.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you couldn't go because you had other plans.
Right, we were going to make it for Friday.
Thank you for clarifying that.
We could clarify a lot more than that, pretty lady.
In terms of your interaction with Lindsay and Patrick and the kids, while there were some struggles going on, did you and your wife offer to take the kids to your house overnight to kind of give them a break?
I did mention that to my son.
Okay. And was that offer declined?
Oh, thanks, Amanda.
Yes.
Look at that. It's interesting.
And going back to Thanksgiving of 2022, when you were interacting with Lindsay, I think you previously said that her demeanor was good. She was quiet. Did you also say at one point she had a little blankness to her at times?
She seemed to at times.
And can you tell us like what that was?
Just like a stare.
Kind of staring off into the distance, distracted?
No, just not totally interacting. Just sort of.
Okay. So at some points.
Almost like nervous, kind of like.
Nerves.
Almost just like,
anxious.
Something like that.
Okay, so at some points she was staring a little bit, seemed a little nervous, but then in other times she was interacting with everyone as she normally would?
Pretty much.
Okay. You mentioned earlier when you were talking about Lindsay having a little bit of difficulty getting Dawson seated at Thanksgiving that he was being a little silly.
Yeah.
Was that typical for him to behave in that way?
Yeah, he was a handful, but he was good. He was a good boy.
Going back to the night of January 24th, 2023, at some point in time that night, did you get a phone call from Patrick?
Those are magic words for her. She's like, oh, perfect. I'll stick it right in my back pocket. I'll save it for closing. The child was a handful. He was a handful. And she got frustrated with him. We know she got frustrated with him. That was at a family dinner. But he's always like that. So she must always be frustrated. I mean, I don't know. This is where I think she's sticking that in her back pocket like it's a big, giant win for her.
January
24th, 2023, Patrick.
I blew back.
In January?
January 24th, 2023.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, we did.
And what was his demeanor during that call?
Objection, relevance.
Is this the night of the...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It was terrible.
And did you and your wife leave your home and head to the hospital to be with him?
Objection, relevance.
Thank you.
But he's right to not object and just let him.
Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Clancy, just a couple of questions. You were summoned to be here by the DA, is that correct?
Correct.
And you gave statements to whoever wanted statements. You were very cooperative with the investigation, is that right?
Yes.
And being as you're the obviously grandfather and father of Pat, over the years from the time they were dating, engaged, married, kids, you and your wife were pretty close with both of them, were you not?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to how Lindsay was as a mother that you could see?
She was very, very good. She fed them great. She did a lot of things with them. They did like the all-American family.
And district attorney had asked you about Thanksgiving of 22, November 16th of 22. And she made reference, I think you had responded that she appeared to be quiet. And then she used the term, did you know about the struggles? Can you tell me what the struggles were? Do you know what she meant by that?
I knew.
Go to sidebar.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like they had something they wanted to keep out, but then the state might have opened the door with the struggles. Maybe Bob read a motion. I was on Zoom. Where is that man? He's probably like, since he can't talk. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm here. What were you asking?
So you've unplugged your microphone, right?
No, of course not. Why-
Unplug and use your computer's microphone.
But
So we can hear you.
But why would I have to do that after this never being an issue? That's what I'm
But
saying.
it is
This-
right now, so why can't you fix it right now?
I don't know. It's weird.
But it sounds fine with your computer. I mean, my man, he just really wants that microphone. It's sitting in front of the damn thing.
The sound quality is massively different.
Well, now you can turn your mic up. Hey, it didn't help.
It did not help.
No, hit mute. Let me check. Testing. That's fine.
But when my mic is on, it's echo.
Yeah. You're not. So what we could do is
Wait,
you could talk.
Well, what's echoing?
Everything else.
But there's nothing else playing.
Well, right now, my voice.
Huh.
But that's what it was doing when the sound was on. So what we could do is you could talk,
Yeah.
and then you switch it back off your mic, and I can talk. That'll help anyway. I won't be able to interrupt you.
All right. I don't know. I'll just keep it muted.
No, you go.
I don't have anything to say. What were you asking? What did you ask?
You've got to mute. Got to alternate this muting thing. Okay, so I was asking, was there anything in the motion that you read today? So they went to the sidebar when he tried to ask the father-in-law, the Commonwealth asked you about the struggles. What are these struggles? And then she asked for a sidebar. So I was thinking, was that subject to a motion in limine, and maybe the state opened the door, or could it possibly have anything to do with that motion you read today? I don't know if you had any insight.
The motion today was essentially to revisit La Posada and the two other doctors testifying. So I don't think it was related to that. Yeah, this is not going to work.
By the way, you can put back in your microphone because it didn't change anything. And you're right, your sound does sound better with the microphone. Well, I'm going to go get something to drink so you can talk for a second. It won't be I don't think you're echoing. I think it's everything else. Go ahead, babe.
Well, she left. I don't know if she's paused or not. I don't have my. Allie's got the interface. The interface is where you plug a microphone and your headphones into it, and it runs the sound through there. If I put headphones on, I won't be able to hear myself talk, which is weird. Yeah, I've got my mic is turned down to 89, so I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm telling you, it is a StreamYard thing. It's like this is a very good Shure mic, and I've never had an issue with it ever. You guys watch every day. I did. I unplugged, plugged in, nothing. I left, came back into left the studio, came back into the studio. I don't know what it is. It's bizarre. I don't know what the hell is going on. All right, they're back.
Thank you, sir. I think I was asking you about the word, the struggles. And can you just tell the jury what was meant by the struggles?
I knew she was having a hard time sleeping. I knew she just didn't feel well. I know she had gone to the emergency room, and my where my wife was working. Those types of struggles.
And just so, obviously for the record, your wife would be Sue?
Yes.
And she's a nurse, labor and delivery at South Shore?
Yes.
And did Lindsay confide, to your knowledge, yes or no, to your wife about some of her issues as a result of which your wife referred her to a person to speak to?
Yes.
Do you know who that person was?
I don't remember the person's name.
Okay, would that be the South Shore perinatal, I think is what it's called?
Yes.
Okay. And understanding that you're the father-in-law, would you agree that the two of you and Lindsay, had a pretty good relationship?
Yes, very good.
And you told us about November 16th and then Thanksgiving of 22 and then up until Christmas and then after Christmas, and the time frame actually right up to January 24th. You guys were supposed to get together that night, right?
Correct. Well, no, we weren't. We were asked to come to dinner that night.
But you had other plans?
We had other plans.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about, on a number of occasions, about the time at your home. I think it was on Thanksgiving when Dawson was acting a little rambunctious or silly, and that she guided him to his seat. Was she, to your opinion and what you could observe, did you believe that she was being abusive to him at all?
No.
And you know her mother and father as well, correct? Yeah. And the four of you, the in-laws from both sides, you and your wife, Sue, and Lindsay's mother and father, both were all kind of pulling together to try to help this young couple out during that time frame, right?
Yes.
And your son, Patrick, he was very concerned about his wife, was he not?
He was.
And he confided in you on a number of occasions.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me sit down. Thank you. Como, could I see you over here just scheduling?
All right, I'll try the headphones. Is it echoing? Well, I can hear the court through my headphones, but I can't hear myself talk, which is a very odd thing. It's like if you're hard of hearing, it's kind of what it sounds like. It sounds like you're underwater. That's what it sounds like when I'm speaking. I mean, what did you guys think? Do you think that Patrick's father was the gut punch that the Commonwealth was hoping he would be? I don't know. My mic is on. I've never used the computer mic. It's always been this mic. Is the volume not good? Ugh, the audio today is killing me. There's nothing I hate more than messing with audio during a critical trial. Yeah, I didn't think so either. No, I unplugged and plugged it back in. That's all. Hoping that it would. Yeah, apparently all of a sudden having the stream on without having headphones is causing some kind of weird echo. I don't know.
Start the next witness for just a couple of minutes. And we're going to break till 2 o'clock. So I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back here at 2 o'clock. Same instructions I've been giving you the whole time during the break. Don't talk about this case with anybody. Don't do any research about this. Don't look into anything about this case or any similar cases. And I'll see you at 2 o'clock. We have a next break. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise.
here as exit the courtroom.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock.
Court all rise.
Court stands in recess. Folks, please exit court.
Yeah, I know the one ear trick. It still sounds weird, but it's better than having both, especially with noise canceling headphones. Yeah. So essentially, where'd that comment go?
District Attorney asked you.
All right. So that was obviously a replay. Somebody just asked, what do I think it should be? Oh, okay. So Kate Bird had asked, how do you think these trials should go, Bob? A panel of experts. I mean, this, make no bones about it, this is going to be a battle of the experts. Like, I mean, that's what this is going to be. Yeah. Anytime you're talking about an insanity defense or lack of criminal responsibility, ultimately it is going to boil down to a battle of the experts. Now, you know, if you're a long timer with the channel, then you know kind of the value that I give experts. And that's not to say that I don't think that they provide valuable information, because they do. But oftentimes what ends up happening is that the experts cancel each other out. Because if you have two experts, one from either side, both extremely qualified, and they're saying the opposite shit, I mean, as a juror, what are you supposed to do? You know, oh, well, I thought that guy was more handsome than the guy that the state put on.
No, you're
that's not
supposed to
what we
have
want
reasonable
happening.
doubt.
Right. But that's a whole different thing. And like, I don't know that that's how it works with experts, babe, especially
No,
in
it
a
doesn't.
thing like this. If you've got two highly qualified doctors saying opposite of one another, but they're both equally qualified,
Cancel
I mean,
each
if
other
you're
out.
a juror, they cancel each other out. I mean, who are you to believe if you're a juror? It's very, very difficult, you know, because the state always says, oh, hired gun. But we say the same thing. Oh, well, they're a state lackey. They're getting paid by the state. They're a hired gun. Same shit. So it's tough. Like, these cases are tough, but inevitably an insanity defense is going to boil down to, it has to boil down to the experts. In
So
which
you're
expert,
sure you put your mic back on?
why does it not sound like I'm on my mic?
It does not.
I don't understand. All right, you come in here because I want to see what it sounds like. It's driving me insane because I can't hear it. Like, everything sounds normal for me
All right.
backstage. All right,
Let's swap, baby.
We'll swap. Okay. This is exciting. This is exciting to see what the hell's going on. Allie's got her volume down way low.
You told me to put it down low.
Oh yeah, it sounds like shit. It sounds like it's coming through
The computer.
the computer.
I'll just
Yeah.
fix it for you because it is. All right.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It is. You needed to come on and click. Sure.
Oh, you fixed it.
Yeah, because I put your camera back on.
But
I
wait,
mean, your mic.
on the toggles up top?
Yeah.
I don't see how the fuck did that turn off. All right, let's switch
Because remember, I told you. I knew
did
this
it.
was.
You did it.
I knew that. And somebody tried to tell him. One of you was like, "But don't you remember? Allie told you to put on the mic." He's like, "Yeah." And then I plugged it right back in. Yeah, but sometimes you have to go into StreamYard and. All right. Are you behind me yet? Not yet.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Oh,
Hi.
the camera's not even on.
Oh.
Switch.
Is that gonna fix the echo, I hope? I can get rid of these headphones. All right.
Wait, why is that going to fix the app?
I Because I think that's what was going on. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think that was the thing. All right, now the $1 million question is: did it fix the echo?
If
That's
this
what I'm
fixed
really,
the entire
really hoping.
problem, you need seriously. Come on, old man. Everybody put
Did
the
it fix the
fucking
echo?
No.
What?
No.
It did not fix the echo.
No, because it was your mic was on before.
This is some bullshit. I have to write a strongly worded letter to
Keep the headphones
StreamYard.
on.
I hate the headphones because I don't have an interface. Like it doesn't sound like yours does. You understand that, right?
Yeah. But
Okay.
you do the one ear out thing.
I hate the one ear out thing. Okay.
Oh, I forgot my camera's not on. You're too much, my love. Yeah.
Does
all
it
these
still
phone
is it still echoing or is
Echo's
it
fine.
fixed?
Gone.
That's bullshit. There's something
But
going on with it.
It's weird that it's just today.
But that's what I'm
you know
that's
what?
why I'm frustrated with it.
I was like, wow, we got a lot of people in here today because I'm looking at the numbers, but I think I'm seeing X and YouTube. So it's
Yeah, and it's crazy because we by far have the best channel to watch this. It's like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna
Yeah.
do? Tell your friends, tell your
very
neighbors.
unbiased opinion.
No, yeah, completely unbiased opinion there.
The best.
Yeah. I mean,
All right,
I
we're-
listen to our shit after the fact.
I
It's
don't.
pretty good. It's pretty good.
That's ridiculous.
You a damn lie. I've seen you.
Listen to ourselves back again. If I'm not
yeah.
there, I'll listen to you.
I mean, no, I've seen. Yeah, I mean, you can always elect to do a bench trial. It's risky.
Yeah.
It's risky, and Reddington knows Sullivan.
Right. They're the best position to make these.
You know,
calls.
like Kevin is long in the tooth in terms of practicing.
Because even though they're not elected, they still got to answer to like the other judges and the cops and the prosecutors every day. So,
yeah, I don't know. So here, I think the Commonwealth puts on one more witness today. Yeah, it's a long break, and it puts them at 2. I think the Commonwealth puts on 1, maybe 2 more witnesses. We'll get our typical between 3 and 3:30 end time. Wait, you still can't hear?
no, I can hear you perfectly fine.
Oh, that was 6 minutes ago. All right, never mind. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. But I think they're resting tomorrow. So, all right, here a couple of things while we have a little bit of time. If you're new to the channel and you do not know, we are doing a mental health awareness live. We have had dozens and dozens of people send their testimonials.
Room in someone's house, I guess, because you're going to be in Massachusetts.
Well, I mean, I'm looking for Airbnbs. I found a couple, but they're pricey. You know, I mean, they're like, because I put in for a week and they're pricey. And that's not including like all the fees and bullshit. Like, I'm not seeing, you know, like what the final cost will be in there. And there's not many, like the hotels in Plymouth are not like, you know, big chain hotels. They're more like custom, you know, Airbnb or B&Bs, bread and breakfast and that type of shit. And there's like a couple like, you know, your typical beach town where they have smaller motels, I guess you would call it.
All right.
So I don't know. I'm going to have to figure it out with a quickness.
All right, go wherever you were on the questions. You know, you only had me till about 2.
Where are you going?
Scarlett said she'd let you know I'm taking her school clothes shopping.
Oh,
one thing I'll guarantee you during the school clothes shopping, at some point, I will become frustrated.
That's guaranteed.
That's guaranteed. Her and Gwen run around
Oh
like
my
little.
God. Well, and
you know.
beyond that, her just being shitty to you. Like, you guys, I can't remember the last time that you guys walked in from clothes shopping or you were not in some kind of little beef. She always comes stomping in and you're like, oh my God, and I'm like, what happened? And it was always some ridiculous shit.
Yeah, I mean, Scarlett's got
Her
like
being
shit
14
frustrated.
and
If I try to suggest something, it's like I just said the stupidest thing ever. And
Did
then
you let the dog out, honey?
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
He had that bark. He's the, hey, I need to get off this lead. I've been standing here for 10 minutes, bark. All right, let's see. Yeah, let me keep going through. Oh, so at any rate, Allie got me sidetracked. So we're having this live. It's going to be on the next off day of court. If we can't pull it off on an off day, because apparently the Commonwealth's case is slower, the best opportunity is going to be if there is a scheduling issue. So the way that it works is the Commonwealth is like, because remember, coming into this, they were talking 6 to 8 weeks. We're on day 7. The state's about to rest. So that was appears to be a gross exaggeration of how long this trial is going to take, even with a lengthy rebuttal case by the Commonwealth. I'm thinking 2.5 weeks, 3 tops. I think Kevin will probably be able to get his case in chief done in 4 days. Because, like I said, he's very economical in terms of his questioning. There's no fat there. It's all meat. He has very pointed questions. He's just an outstanding lawyer. An outstanding lawyer. I'm thinking 7 days, Trace. I get in this Sunday at like 4. And I'm thinking I bought one way airfare. I mean, there's no way I can't be there for closing arguments. There's no way. So at any rate, I keep getting sidetracked. So dozens and dozens and dozens of incredibly powerful personal stories, testimonials. And I've gotten a bunch of questions in kind of the recent batch. It is not limited to postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis at all. I want to hear anybody that's willing to share their experience, their personal experiences with mental illness, no matter what it is. We all understand the significance of the fact that this is a postpartum psychosis case. But I have an overarching theme of wanting to up the awareness level of mental illness in general. A vast majority of what I'm getting is postpartum depression, some manic episodes involved. Like this, the testimonials / stories are just going to blow your mind. That people are so brave to share. But so many people are very thankful that we're providing this avenue for people to share. And I'm honored to do it. I'm required to do it. I'm an advocate. I've been an advocate for 25 years. I think people forget that defense attorneys are the literal definition of an advocate. And mental health and mental illness has always been a incredibly frustrating aspect of practicing law for me from the defense side because of the government's unwillingness to admit that it's a real thing and to incorporate it into their thinking when trying to come to a resolution on a case. You know, I talk about it all the time. 90+% of cases do not go to trial. I think that people have a tendency as trial watchers to think that everything goes to trial. It's the opposite. It's rare that something goes to trial. Rare, incredibly rare. So a bulk of the advocacy that criminal defense attorneys are doing is trying to negotiate plea agreements between the state and the defendant, wherein the government is acting reasonable with respect to the punishment fitting the crime. And again, homicides probably make up 3% of a criminal defense attorney's caseload. They're a public defender. It's probably more if you're in private practice. I mean, you know, there's obviously hundreds of different crimes, right? So, you know, but people that love true crime, your head goes right to murder, right? Oh, murder. Well, there's all kinds of shit. Many crimes in the naked city. So ultimately, you know, those plea negotiations are intense, you know, and I'm spending court date after court date and you know, letter writing campaigns to the prosecutor prosecuting the case, going over their head to their boss and trying to humanize my client so that they realize it's just not, you know, not a name on a piece of paper. So, you know, from my perspective, it's been like smashing my head against a brick wall forever. So, you know, this is something, mental health awareness is something I'm very passionate about. And it's not a new thing. It's not something that popped up with Lindsay's case. It's been forever. Allie and I both. So, point being, I want to hear about all personal experiences with any kind of mental health issues you may have had or experienced, from having to deal with a loved one going through it. I have a lot of those stories as well. The voicemails are coming in again. SpeakPipe. We've shown it a couple of times. We will drop the link for it in here. All you do is click record. You get 5 minutes. If you need to if it's too long of a story to cram into 5 minutes, because I don't want people trying to rush through it with this 5-minute clock ticking down. I was not aware of that time restraint. But you know, you take as many messages as you need to, and I'll just play them consecutively. But I think there's a lot of power in hearing from people individually. And the third way is that I will have the link if you would like to join us on the live, either camera on or camera off, and tell your story on the live. It's up to you. I know it's nerve-wracking for some people. I know it's anxiety-inducing for some people, you know, but there's power in these stories, and it's going to be a powerful live. It really is. I mean, I'm sitting here reading through these and listening to these voicemails, and it's, like I said yesterday, I'm honored that you trust Allie and I enough to share. that we've created what you feel is a safe enough space for you to share. And, you know, I am giving you assurances that my mods, our mods here, if we get any semblance of some kind of weirdo troll who feels compelled to come on and act like an asshole, they're gone, launched. We're not going to have it. It's not what this is about. This isn't a debate. This is for people to share in a safe space and for other people to listen and learn something in order to raise awareness. All right. So that's going on. And I know I'm asking a lot of you guys out there in Massachusetts, but if you know anybody who has an Airbnb or that has space that I can rent, reach out to me via email, either at a true crime pod, podcast pod at Gmail, or insider at Defense Diaries. Just email me and I'll get back to you, because I've got a very short amount of time to try to get everything planned out. Getting the rental car, easy. Getting the flight done, I was able to change it. So that's the easy part. Getting myself settled somewhere where I'm in spitting distance of the courthouse is important for me. I have not heard, like, on the first couple of days, I saw a couple of people film what didn't look to be huge lines to me. I don't think it's going to be an issue of getting into the courthouse by having to line up at the crack of dawn. I don't think. It looks like there's plenty of room in the courtroom that I've seen. So
We shall see.
Hmm?
Do you have your headphones on?
Why am I echoing again?
I am.
Well, me having my headphones on,
It shouldn't make a difference.
correct.
Somehow the sound is being picked up by your mic. Something's happening, because now it's not happening, and they were just on your shoulders. So it's weird.
It is weird.
Something's awry.
Something is awry.
Are you working way through some chats while we have this time here? I'm leaving you soon. You know what? This will probably be a super pleasant trip, because since Gwen and your sister will be there,
Yeah.
like, she'll have nothing to be upset with me about.
Wait. So we got a Venmo. I won't mention the name. Thank you for the 5. They're saying Peter, lawyer you know, has said that he's not sure there should even be a not guilty by reason of insanity defense. Would love to hear you all discuss. I need to hear the
Right,
full statement. That's sounds completely out of touch with reality. Like, really? I find that hard to believe.
No, I don't think he could say that.
I mean,
there had to be some context to it or something.
George, his father, would biff him in the head and say, "What, boy? What's wrong with you?" I mean, I love George. He's like my dad. I wish my dad would come on. But that's not
If your
happening.
dad was still like George, you'd be all right.
Oh yeah, be great. Man, we'd go at it too. It'd be fabulous.
Your dad was never quite as soft. You see, like a softness in his dad, like I don't know.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Sort of like my pop.
Yeah. Wait, your dad's soft?
No. Pop.
Oh, your pop. Yes.
My papa.
I don't know if he's as sweet as your pop.
No,
Pop
no one's
was-
as sweet as that.
No, right.
But he's got like a little touch of it.
He is
mixed
incredible. He was the sweetest.
Yeah, my grandfather.
One of the sweetest men I've ever known.
He'd
I miss him.
we'd always say, "Oh, you got a haircut?" And he was like, "I got all them cut." More than one.
He was the sweetest. He used to make these he'd make a batch of what's known as the Arnold Palmers, which is half iced tea, half lemonade, which now they make in cans, but that
They've
was
been
always the
making it
rage.
since I was
Forever.
a kid. Fresh lemons. There was always an iced tea mix, though. I remember. You know, it wasn't
Yeah,
like
it was
they were making tea, but
Yeah, it was Lipton. It was probably a
yeah,
good Lipton. Nice little Lipton tea mix. There's no shame in that.
yeah.
And it was refreshing and delicious.
Always.
They might
Lipton.
have invented it.
I'm pretty sure they did.
I can't say that they didn't. Unless, Pop was a big golfer. He loved the sport. He may have
Run into
overheard that
Arnold Palmer.
yeah, that maybe he heard that Arnie loved that mixture. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna try it. And then it became a thing for the Corn family. Yeah. All right, let's see. I have not been going through the questions. I got sidetracked with the mental health awareness update. Okay. Red Kelly, Such is Life, $7.99 Australian, I believe. If it is a hung jury, do you think that the prosecution will retry the case? It's such a great question.
And you would think, all right, well, we saw it in Karen Reed and they tried it again, but I feel like there was more pressure there to try her again. It seems like so many people see this as a real valid issue that I would hope the answer would be no, but
So you were not on, I think you were on your Zoom. I think this is potentially a case they could never reach a verdict no matter how many times they try it.
Me too.
I think it's ripe for that.
Yep.
And I was also talking about it's an odd case in the sense that you could have potentially reverse jury nullification, whereas they're nullifying as to not following the law because they can't vote not guilty. You know what I'm saying?
Look, and I know it's an unpopular opinion, but the definitions are very, very strong. Knowing the difference between right and wrong, which I honestly don't think we've heard any evidence so far that would support that, and an inability to conform your behavior, and that's where it's gonna lie. Like, was she still able to conform? Yes, it's all because of her mental health. Yes, this wouldn't have happened without this. There's no doubt she was having some form of psychosis. There's no doubt she was, but did she have the ability to conform?
It's res ipsa. The thing speaks for itself. We know the kind of mother that she is and was.
Right.
We know how much she loved her children. It's inexplicable. There is no reasonable explanation that exists on the planet, but for her mind was horribly diseased. And once you have an expert flesh out the concepts that and it's not just you, I think a ton of people need to understand, can you have these moments of lucidity? Can you have moments of lucidity during the act itself?
That part I need to hear experts from.
I know.
That part gets me every time.
You were not alone.
But
you were not alone.
Again, I still don't believe that they can. I would have to go back through the timing of the call, because it doesn't take long to accomplish that horrific goal. So, but the answering in the middle of it, that's where I'm like, wait, can you be in the throes of a psychotic episode, in the throes of it, to the point that you are choking the life out of your children, and in the middle, answer a phone and say normal words.
I don't think there's any way that that's how it went down.
Me neither. That's where I'm saying, like, you'd have to convince. If I believed that that is the way it happened, I'd need to hear an explanation from an expert that how that can be, like how it can be, like in the midst of you know. But I
Yeah.
just don't take him saying she was distracted to be that she was distracted as in the middle of the thing, as opposed to distracted because she was having an like she was hearing the voice of a man speaking into her head at the same time you're talking to her. I'd be distracted too.
Yeah.
If
I
you know,
mean-
I'm on the phone with you trying to ignore that fucking voice in my head and it's screaming at me.
Yeah, and I don't think ignoring the voice is an option when you're
No, I'm-
psychotic. I know what you're
right.
saying. I hear
I
you.
just meant for the phone call purpose, right?
Right. I mean, the greater likelihood is that she's not really even cognizant of what she's saying or listening to the phone call. I don't know. Like what is the 14-second phone call? So, like, when are we going to hear that?
Well, no, it's not a recorded call.
No, I know, but when are we going to hear
Testified to it?
What did he say? What did he say she said? I forget.
I do too. All I remember, she said she sounded distracted, but otherwise, you know, this conversation made sense.
Darcy
got
Lyon
time.
says, I like you two together. Plus, you live in Chicago because my husband is from Chicago. Sounds like a fabulous guy.
Hey, I'm an
Thank you
East
for the
Coast.
great feedback.
I'm an East Coast girl. Although
No,
my
you're not.
husband will remind me I've lived here longer. It's like, no, it's not the way it works. I'm an
Yeah,
East
it's how
Coast
it
girl.
works. Sorry, you're a Chicagoan. What are
I'm
you gonna
also
do?
a Chicagoan, but I'm an East Coast girl.
Could be
Plus, we live
worse.
so far from Chicago. It's like, you know,
Could be worse. Could be worse.
it sure could. Thank you,
Thank you so
Darcy.
much, Darcy. And then LA Sauber, RN, new member. Family hug. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Got ourselves another nurse in the chat. Can't
I
hurt.
love it. We love nurses. Love nurses over here. Nurses are the real heroes in any facility. Always. Dom's mom. She's back, baby.
She's back.
Family hug, Dom's mom. It's like you never left, though, in
Yep.
my heart. Kim CNMT. Family hug. Welcome,
Welcome.
welcome, welcome.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah. There were, we got Charles McChesney. Family hug, Charles. I like, you know, if guys are like, I don't need a family hug, you know what? Too bad. You're getting one. Everybody gets family hugs.
And for those of you who knew, I was so against the family hug when he started. Like,
Who
that is
hates,
the
like,
cheesiest shit I've ever heard. Why are
Yeah.
you giving out hugs to people? This is not gonna do.
And
But
then she
the
learned.
people like it.
The
I've
people
given
love
into
it.
People
The
love
people
it.
love it.
Yes.
The Daily Bitch.
You
Family
mentioned
hug.
you mentioned her
Oh, I-
before, but the name's
oh, I
so
did.
good it was worth saying again.
Exactly. I couldn't not. I don't think I gave love to Bipolar Lines Pod. Family hug. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And I did get your email. And I'd love to have you guys on during the live. I think you'd bring value.
The mental health live, you're saying?
Yeah.
Sounds good. I was gonna say, with a name like that, it seemed like they've got some insights.
Indeed. One of the hosts' husband is going through psychosis, I believe. So real firsthand experience type stuff.
Is he seeing? Can he understand you when you speak to him? Does he make words?
Is he frothing at the mouth?
Does he look like a zombie?
Yeah. I'm guessing the answer to those questions is in the negative. Midwife Chels. Family hug. Thank you. Thank all of you for becoming members. We adore you so much. And we had some membership gifting as well, which is always very generous. Sandy came in hot with
Could
22.
explain all those new members we just welcomed in.
Yeah.
Thank you,
No, that's not how it works. It
I
doesn't
think it
double up like
does.
no. Mm-mm.
We see them when they become members.
Correct, but when it's gifted, they don't. It doesn't show up as a separate. But trust me, it doesn't. Those are 20 different folks than the ones we just gave family hugs to.
All right.
And
Well, welcome to all you.
Family hugs to all the noobs. We love having you over here. And then KS Granny gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you, KS Granny. We really appreciate that. You guys are incredibly generous. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, are you keeping an eye on the court? Oh, we got 15 minutes. So I don't know what to do about this food situation. I did not eat a full sleeve of
half a sleeve. Thank you.
Wait, when you say half a sleeve,
no, not of half of one. No, right. Not the half of the double.
Yeah. Because at the Costco, it comes with 2 logs.
Right. Half of one log.
Log.
Yeah. I don't know how to help you.
I don't know either. I'm making cod tonight, though.
I saw that.
I know you're never excited about it, but it's delicious.
I like cod. What are you talking about? I love cod.
I didn't see you snarfing it like I would have hoped.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, absolutely. I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's like one of my preferred pieces of fish because it's not fishy.
All right. Well, while we have a little time, here's what I want to do. I'm going to read through the Venmos because they're quite.
Well, I'd like to know. I'd like to talk a little bit. Did you talk a lot about the defense's motion? What it's based on? What its likelihood of success is?
Yeah. I mean,
I guess I have to watch.
It's pretty clear cut. It's essentially, because you remember what Kevin's argument was. He's like, look, I have a good idea of what their case is about, but I don't know how they're going to try it. I don't know what they're going to put on. And it's been a clusterfuck. It's been like I described it as like wearing a blindfold and playing darts. That's what I feel like their prosecution theory has been. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
And I think that, for La Posada, if I remember correctly, I think she was the standard of care deviation. And I think that they've made that an issue. And his bigger point is quit acting like I'm providing information that's not coming directly from the information that the Commonwealth has. Like you're not going to be surprised by anything. You've put on your witnesses that are discussing the very thing that I'm going to be asking these witnesses. So I mean that's the thrust of it. He's essentially just asking, and I think it'll be a doctor by doctor analysis by the judge as to whether or not he's going to allow him on. I think that the standard of care doctor, and I can't remember which of the 3 it is. I think that that's fair game. I think that has become an issue, and I think that they brought it up. They opened the door as far as I'm concerned. So, and I don't think that they're in any way, shape, or form going to be hamstrung by it at all.
No, and I think that's important to the inquiry, really, at the end of the day. But they kind of screwed themselves by not giving that notice sooner.
Who, the defense?
I can't remember if the judge made that specific finding that it was for the purposes of because they had to make that ruling in the Reed case, like that it was for the purposes of disadvantaging the state or an attempt to hide something. Like there was a finding that had to be made in order to outright exclude them. And I just don't remember if the judge made that finding.
Here?
Yeah.
I don't think
we watched it, but
Yeah, we did. I don't think he got that detailed in the analysis of it. Essentially, he granted, the Commonwealth's motion, but left the door open for him to revisit it after openings and after they've started putting their case on. So, I mean, it's a relatively short motion. It's like a 2-pager, essentially.
All right, we'll get back to the
Okay.
Venmos.
All right. So let me see here. Okay.
And I do have it up, by the way, I have it muted on my side.
Okay. So Jessica came through with 25. Thank you very much. And I thanked all of you guys in chat, but I want to read your comments as well. So disgusted the prosecution is doing this beyond unnecessary. Angry face, swearing face emojis. Thank you, Jessica. I agree. Nancy came through with $10 Venmo, compassion and intelligence. Well, thank you very much. Let me heart these guys too. We appreciate that. And Jason came through, no grass, take this cash and get that ass to mass. That was 15 solid from Jason. I saw you. I seen you. Let me see. Where were you? I know you. I know your screen name. Resist impulse. That is Jason. Thank you very much, Jason. I appreciate it. Brandy came through with 15 via Venmo. Thank you for your compassionate coverage on this heartbreaking case. Thank you for watching it with us, and thank you for your generosity. We really appreciate it. And then Lori, and I'm going to assume that I'm guessing, tell me if I'm wrong, I'm guessing this is LA Sauber RN. Let me know if I'm wrong in the chat. Sent us 10 saying, getting your ass to Boston. Assuming that's correct, thank you very, very much. And Caitlin says, Bob and Allie, I appreciate your passion, your care, and honesty with this case. You are both amazing advocates. Thank you so very much. Thank you for your $15 Venmo, and more importantly, your kind comment. I appreciate that very much. And Carrie with an E, R-I, your trip to Boston. I am, of course, I just doxed you. Sorry. I'm Marie Martins on YouTube. All right. When you guys are giving me your YouTube name, start with it. That way I don't read
I
your
keep yelling to
government.
myself. But how you could have prevented it is you didn't read the YouTube name after saying it. Once you read the name and then you're like, oh, I just doxed you, but you didn't actually dox her until you read her YouTube name.
A terrible person.
Yes, you are.
So my sister lives towns over from Plymouth. Can't wait for the meetup.
Okay. Shoo. Thought you were gonna give some other details. I'm like,
and that was $100. That was $100 Venmo. Thank you very much.
$100 doxing. You're welcome.
I can't wait to meet you either.
All right, remember her name for the meetup.
I will. People are very good at reminding me. And then Jennifer sent us 50 for your trip to Mass. You guys are the best. Hope we can see you while you're here. We'll come to the meetup. I'll be posting it on the community page. I'll be posting it on X. I'll post it on my Facebook, which is Defense Diaries. We have a nice group over there too, about 5,000 strong. If you're on the Facebook, I rarely go over there, so I kind of feel bad. I need to go over there more often, but I gave up the Facebook a while back, which is killing our birthday game. We miss more people's birthdays because I'm not on the Facebook and because Allie's not really a social media girl. It's terrible. Like that was my go-to, was the Facebooks to always never miss a birthday.
We got that social dilemma, and I made a big announcement. I'm out. Like 4 people saw it, and I haven't been back.
And she continues, we'd love to take you to dinner or on the boat.
Oh,
Ooh-wee.
now
We're on
Bob's
the
going on
Cape.
the boat.
We're
They're on the Cape.
Indeed.
Oh, man. Getting a taste
And
of that East Coast life.
Yeah, I will definitely be reaching out. I will
Gotta eat
definitely
some
be reaching out.
lobsters, some clam chowder, both of them.
All the seafood. All the seafood.
All the dairy at least once.
I like forget the dairy. Like I'll just live on the lobster.
No, I'm just saying for the
I know the chowder, but
right.
I mean I could do the clams without the chowder.
You just have both.
I'm about to like, girl, like you do not understand how much I love lobster.
I do know how much you love lobster.
It's my jam. And thank you so much for that, Jennifer. We appreciate it. Jedi Jess, some funds towards your trip to Mass. I'm in Rhode Island, so we'll hopefully be able to make the meetup. I hope so. Thank you for the 10.
Busy. You're gonna be entertaining for hours.
Yeah, I'm good with it. I love it. I know it's not necessarily your thing, but it's definitely my thing. Kristen threw 5 at us. Gas, it is prime time for vacation on Cape Cod. It may be difficult to find reasonable accommodations. Try to reach out to Emily C. I took your advice. I did. She can't help. Cannot help. She's the next county over. Oh,
Just don't say the YouTube name.
I'm not saying the YouTube name. And may know of someone with a vacation home or space for you. There was no luck there. Thank you so much for the 5. Bobby threw 50 at us. Plymouth or bust. Thank you very much.
Plymouth or bust.
We appreciate that very, very much.
I gotta think about this. Do we know anybody else? You know, what about our friends, our jacket friends? They're in Boston.
Yeah, there were a couple.
We never went to that wedding though, did we?
No.
Yeah.
Terrible, terrible people.
Bad friends. Hey, I know I never showed up at your wedding. Thanks for the invite.
But can I crash on your couch for an unspecified amount of time? Crystal sent us 50 donation for Mass. Thank you so much, Crystal. We appreciate that.
Just this hair keeps
DRP 8648 for the grift. $10 solid. Thank you so much. And then Ashley sent 50. Travel. Thank you both for all the work you do. Your channel has become my favorite. Aw.
You Buff's mom says
I love that.
I'm in Plymouth County. Let me know if I can help.
I mean, you can help. I got your email. Help me. I read your email. Like I'm just like so swamped. Like I'm not. I saw it. I read it last night.
Don't know what help
you. Yeah. I mean, well, she offered to like help me try to find a spot to do the meetup.
Oh.
I'll put you to work.
I'll put you to work.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
I'll also take a couch in your garage for a month.
Well, maybe a tent in the backyard. The couch in the garage sounds depressing.
I mean, the beach is a nice place to sleep.
And Dana, I did get your 5 and I read that was the Peter message, which I'm going to have to dig into that. Send me when that live occurred so I can see the whole thing. And then @mad96211 sent $25. Don't know for housing. This is so important. I wish I could give more. You broke the rule. It's incredibly generous. Like we said, doesn't matter how much you're sending. Anything that anybody sends we're eternally grateful. So thank you very, very much, Mad. We appreciate that. And then there were a couple of cash apps that I wanted to. Oh, wait.
I do think we should post on
Yeah, I'm going to the
Instagram
cash apps
or,
right now.
Places
What do you mean?
How do people communicate with their friends these days now that it's not Facebook? Because you don't really talk on Insta. And isn't that where everybody is?
Yeah, I
Insta?
think a lot of people use Messenger on Instagram and then Snapchat.
No, I mean to talk to the masses when you're like, hey guys, I'm headed to Boston. Who do we know out there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I could do that. I could do that on there.
On Insta? I thought it
yeah.
was like you post a picture.
No, what? You can go live on every platform these days,
I
babe.
didn't mean go live, babe. I meant like ask your friends in the real world.
Oh,
Actual friends.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right.
Because we might have a friend somewhere that we don't know where they live, or they've got a friend. You've
I know I
got a
gave love
friend.
to Danielle yesterday, who had sent 100 via Cash App. But thank
I
you
don't know.
again.
Why are they
I
not
really
back in the
appreciate that.
courtroom yet?
They're always late. And then Blair sent 40 at like 8:45 last night. And then Blair, I see you. I'm assuming that you left the comment that really warmed my heart. It was a wonderful comment. I commented back to you, and I put it together because you were talking about how you ran to upload or download the Cash App. So, and it seemed to be in conjunction with that. So, Blair, I'm assuming that's you. Thank you very much for that 40. I really, really appreciate it.
Wendy Patrick.
And then Sarah in Live in VA sent 50. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you so much, Sarah. We appreciate that very, very much. And then Jamie sent 10 via Cash App. Thank you so much, Jamie. I'm assuming, let me see if that Tracy sent me. I hope that's JT Lawson. That's your name on the tubes. So thank you. 1,000 times over. Okay. And then Ohio Coffee Queen. I loved your comment, your super today so much. Like, because Ohio Coffee Queen came in first and foremost with an open mind, which I just respect the hell out of. I'm going to pull the comment up because it's a great comment. And I mean, this is how you do it. This is how you live your life. Like you're allowed to have opinions, and you're allowed to have strong opinions coming into a case. You can even be adamant about it. But if you leave yourself the grace to allow yourself to keep an open mind, this is a perfect example of it. And Ohio Coffee Queen had said, Bob, this case kept me up last night. I even rewatched Testimony. I broke down crying because I know the struggles I have faced. I realized that the narrative that the CW has is bullshit. I can't wait for the expert. I've changed to NGRI. I mean, it's powerful. It's powerful. And thank you for the 20. And you followed it up on Venmo. You said, my mind has really changed on this case between rewatching Testimony and personal struggles. Wait, let me see. I didn't get the whole message here. And personal struggles, get your ass to mass. Love, Ohio Coffee Queen. Thank you so much. I love that. I love everything about that. Oh boy. And then Deborah sent 10 for a lobster knuckle on the coast.
Ooh.
It's about all it will buy. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll tell you, as expensive as it is out there, it's still way cheaper than it is here. Because we pay for the transportation costs, and as you know, I mean, they typically send live lobster, and we're paying for that cost of transport. So,
I mean, is it possible
thank you
that
very
there's
much.
another? Let me just make sure they somehow don't
I got some PayPal
start a
too.
new stream. No, it's the same stream.
Got to give some PayPal love. Okay, so let's see. I think there's a message on this. So, let me pull it up all the way. So Diane sent 50 via PayPal. Says, I'm kind of a
Thanks,
newbie
Diane.
to DD, and I'm really enjoying you both. Hope to see you in Mass. Well, we love that you're here.
Yeah, I love
Thank you for
that.
your generosity. Yeah, it's the
Sometimes
best.
I think newbies are like, what? These people are weird. I'm out.
Yeah, who are these two freaks?
These two crazy people.
Who are these two crazy people? But once you lean into the matrimonial banter, I mean, Allie and I have been together for what is it, 27 years?
I mean, we don't even banter that much. Your dad was like, you know what you should do? Get on that and get into fights all the time. I'm like, nobody wants to hear people. People would come watch. I'm like, they probably would, but I'd be like a wreck. Bob pretending to yell at me all day.
Yeah.
Like you wanted us to fake fight or something.
Yeah.
So
It would not be good. I mean, people love drama though. I mean,
right.
But I hate
couldn't
drama.
make my living like that.
Ugh. Pass. There's enough channels out there that dip their toes into that shit. I don't need it. I don't want it. And then
Your cousin
Jeanette,
just called me.
I know, I'm going to bring your phone in. You left it in here.
Oh.
Jeanette sent 20. Thanks for this coverage, mental health grad student here. And I truly appreciate your advocacy on the issues that many people face. Well, thank you, Jeanette. And believe me when I say this, it's our pleasure. And then we got 10 from Tony. She said, thank you so much for covering this with compassion. Glad you're going to Mass. I never told people that I was resentful and afraid of my youngest child, except my husband, when she was a baby, when I had terrible PPD because I felt so guilty. I mean, that's it right there.
Yeah.
Like that's the nutshell.
I can't imagine feeling that way and like just sharing it with, I mean, saying I'm having dark thoughts is almost bad enough. You know what I mean?
It's right. I mean,
there's only two places to go with that: killing yourself or killing someone else, harming yourself or harming someone else. You know,
and it's like, I think there's probably a fear when you're having rational thoughts in the throes of psychosis that if you bring it up to anybody, they're going to throw you in a padded cell and rip you away from your children. And it's like, you don't know how dangerous you are. You know what I mean? It's like, it's got to be so fucking confusing and terrifying. I just can't with the whole aspect of it, of not being able to discern reality from what's not reality. And
what am I hearing beeping? Is that
it's your phone, girl? Here, I'm gonna bring it in real quick.
Hearing it through your
yes.
Oh, cord is
mic.
back. I've got it right here. Why is this? What's happening? Oh, I've got to come over here. Why can't I get? That's weird. Why does it have it still say?
If Lindsay had told you, baby,
No, it's not back.
Wendy, if you could react to that sound, but also,
that's the
how
nanny.
are things going to be ordered in terms of
Yesterday.
when we'll see experts?
Yes.
Is it going to be
I just
the
thought I
defense
saw
will
Tracy
put
say it
on
was
the
back
insanity
on.
defense, and then we'll see the prosecution experts come after the fact?
Oh, she did say
Julia,
it. Make sure your
you have to have
sliders
the
slid.
facts already out on the
am.
record for the experts to work with. Otherwise, the objection is facts, not in evidence, and it'll be sustained. So you're going
She
to have
said
to lay
Tracy
these facts
lied,
out as has
obviously.
been done, and that's one of the most important parts of
All
what
right,
an
pull
expert
this
is going
back
to come
off.
in and say. They're going to come in and work with the facts that have already been presented.
Let's see, Spoogs. So Lindsay Clancy was presenting normal in college and all the way up until she got PPD. Didn't get the help or didn't get the right help. Great state witness. Yeah, that
Right.
was yeah. Thanks, Spoogs. We got some jewels. All the jewels. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Angie Lapine, Sandy King. Thank you. American Night Mom. Thank you. Whitney Marie. Thank you.
Did you responded to that Cash App question that Tracy sent you?
I did. I
Okay.
did. Yep. KCon, YouTube, thank you for the jewels. Debbie Long, thank you for the jewels. Mama 2SL, thank you for the jewels. Oh, Sarah says 5, thank you. If they're closing tomorrow and I was on this jury, I think I'd lose my shit. Like, you brought me here for this. And what's interesting is I don't know if the average juror is aware of rebuttal. You know, like, I don't know if the judge is going to advise that the Commonwealth will be putting on a rebuttal case after the defense, like leading into the defense's case in chief. What do you think?
If they're going to call like
Is the judge going to inform the jury, who may not know that rebuttal cases are a thing, and the Commonwealth says we rest, and the jury's like, what? Like, huh?
No, I've never heard them say, well, you know, like, just because and by the way, jurors, just because they rested now doesn't mean they don't get to come back again. It's not like they might have said it in the beginning, like during the jury instructions, the way the trial works. First you have the state, then you have the defense, and then the state can come back with any rebuttal. They probably gave him some of that in like the pre-jury instruction that I would never listen to, you know.
Yeah, Jedi Jess says, member for 2 months. Thank you very much. Try Attleboro or Bridgewater. Stick away from the coast. Sage advice. Sage advice.
Yeah.
And then Mama 2SL, member for 22 months. Oh, gee, any idea how they'd manage her care in prison? I mean, horribly. That's all I can tell you. You know, prison is prison.
Thanks for your continued support, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, she's not going to get the mental health care that she requires.
Okay.
She's a paraplegic. She's not going to get the care for that she requires. It's not good. Janet, family hug. There you go.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
I mean, if this is like Orange is the New Black, she's in trouble.
Safi Bay, member for 9 months. What is gifting a membership? Do you pay to gift? Yeah. Like I get 10 a month that I get to give away, which I've already done for this month. I couldn't help it. I was excited to give new folks a chance to get a membership. Old folks that can't afford to become a member, give them a membership. So I've gifted my 10. But yeah, you have to.
Your whole nut week
I
one?
busted the whole nut. The whole nut.
All right, I can say it. You can't.
Oh, sorry. Sue. It's Sue. Oh, family hug. Welcome. Welcome, Sue. Deb, 66, new member. Oh, family hug to you.
Still thinking that's tied to the gifts.
Rexy, G50. It's not, though, baby.
I know you
Trust
told
me. I promise. It's not. It doesn't do that. It's like we see it in StreamYard, and it shows us who was gifted a new membership. It's not doubling up and then turning that into a super. Like, that's not how it works. I promise. Rexy, G55 new member. Family hug. And then Rexy gifted, hold on, I gotta let.
I should probably have him grab the stream because I'm going to be leaving soon anyway. I say soon, but
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go much past 3 our time. So, like, what time is your plan for?
that we leave at 2:30. So. But I still want you to take the thingy. If you
The
can.
stream? Yeah, I can.
Or no, you're not gonna be able to hear it with your headphones.
Yeah, well, I'm like I can hear everything through my headphones.
Just not yourself.
Correct. But I'm doing an off the ear situation. So, all right.
Mm.
Okay. I'm going to pull yours off here. Just quit sharing yours. And then I'll share mine.
I gotta go check on. I'll be back.
Okay. I'm live. Looks like they're getting ready. Hopefully. Sarah, 5 pounds British for your trip to Mass. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that very much. Stephanie, D. Rocher. Did I butcher that? Probably. Canadian, $14. I heard Peter say that too. I don't really watch him, but was curious what he would say. I turned it off immediately. It really surprised me. Anywho, love you guys. Thanks for keeping me company. Well, thanks for hanging with us. That's surprising to me, like generally and genuinely both. It's like I'm gonna have to write a strongly worded email to his dad. I'm gonna have to tell on him. I'm gonna tell, his father. Like I'm sure Peter's tried some criminal stuff, but I think he leans far more heavily into the civil arena. And they're different. They're very, very different things. But George has done a ton of criminal work. I'd be curious. I wonder if he's echoing George sentiment. That would stun me. That would stun me. But thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate that. Yeah, they're taking their own sweet time to get back from lunch. Did that not pop up? Oh, there we go. Okay. Floyd ATX. Wow. Thank you very much. $50. Thank you both for all your work and insight. Y'all are invaluable to this community. Well, thank you very much. We truly appreciate that. And when I am telling you how, oh, good, we're getting back. When I tell you how much that means to us, like, I mean it.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the record in the matter of Commonwealth
Thank you,
versus Lindsay
Floyd.
Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure.
Lorelei Annie sends $2. Maybe try a haul like the Knights of Columbus. I'm assuming you're talking about for the meetup. You rock. Thanks, Lorelei. That's a pretty good idea, actually. Thank you. Pam Rink, new member. Oh, family hug. Thanks, Pam. Welcome to the family. And our lovely Dawn Burke gifted 10 DD podcast memberships. Thank you, Dawn. So very much.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
Madam Clerk, thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. We're going to return to the case. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Kyle Carney.
Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Good afternoon, sir. Stop right here with the right into the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall get to the court and the jury in the matter now coming between the Commonwealth and the Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Please. Excuse me, can we proceed?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Ooh, thank you, CU. It's exciting. I should have emailed you right back last night. Thank you for helping. I can't imagine I can't imagine that Lindsay will take the stand. I mean, I was talking about that with Allie. It's like when you just kind of think of it and the logistics of it and the direct and the potential cross. I mean, Kevin knows what she remembers and what she doesn't remember, and I don't know.
If I may?
Yes, Counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, Kyle Carney, Kyle-E-C-A-R-N-E-Y.
And your date of birth, please.
July 6, 1991.
And what town do you live in?
Duxbury.
What do you do for work?
Work in finance.
And are you married?
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Sarah Carney.
And you have children?
Yes.
Does your family, or did your family know the Clancy family?
Yes.
And did you know them through your friendship with Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
When did you meet Patrick Clancy?
2009.
And how did you meet?
We went to college together.
And after going through college together, did you remain friends after school?
Yes.
And eventually, did you end up living in Duxbury at the same time Patrick and his family lived in Duxbury?
Yes.
When did you meet Lindsay Clancy?
Maybe 12 years ago.
Did you meet them before they were married? Did you meet Lindsay before she married Patrick?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously you knew them after they got married and as they had their children.
Yes.
How often would you see Patrick and his family while you were both living in Duxbury?
Maybe every other month.
First witness.
And would you interact with Lindsay Clancy during those gatherings?
Yes.
And what was her typical demeanor?
Kind, caring.
Did you ever see any changes, significant changes in her behavior or demeanor when you would interact with her?
No.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay Clancy after the birth of Cora or Dawson?
No.
Directing your attention to after Callan Clancy was born, did you interact with the Clancy family that summer?
Yes.
And how so?
Maybe beach dinners. It's hard to recall exactly.
So you said beach dinners, is that what you said?
Yes.
So basically families gathering together at the beach, having dinner, interacting with each other, is that right?
Sure.
How often would you do that during the summer of 2022?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
More than once?
Yeah, like at least monthly.
Okay. Did you also go fishing with Patrick during that time?
Yes.
Over the summer of 2022, did you notice any differences in in Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior?
No.
Throughout the fall of 2022 into the beginning of January 2023, would you see Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
How often did you see him?
Again, maybe once a month, maybe.
And directing your attention to Sunday, January 22nd, 2023, did you have a small gathering at your home?
Yes, their family came over to my house.
Okay. And when you say their family, are you talking about Patrick Clancy and Lindsay Clancy?
And Cora and Dawson, too.
Callan didn't join them?
No.
Was he home with Lindsay's parents?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of gathering that day?
Just to socialize. It was a nice day out. I was having a fire to burn some brush in my backyard, and thought it'd be nice to invite them to come over and get the kids out and enjoy a nice day.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
I'd say quieter than normal.
And do you recall saying previously that the weekend was fairly normal, that Lindsay had always been a little tough to get a beat on, kind of quiet, but you were in the kitchen talking and it seemed normal?
I mean, in the kitchen, we had a conversation and that was normal.
Normal, okay. Do you recall describing the day previously as a perfectly normal afternoon, really nice?
It was a nice day, yeah.
Okay. And so there was nothing out of the normal that happened that day in terms of Lindsay's behavior or demeanor?
Her behavior, demeanor appeared normal.
Okay. Did you have any problems communicating with her when you had conversation in the kitchen?
No.
How long was the family there at your house that day?
Maybe a few hours.
And during that time, I believe you described it previously as a normal, great day. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please step down. Thank you.
Thanks. Watch your stuff, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Andrew Chiachio as its next witness.
All right.
Good afternoon. Right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter what kind of between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be true. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Real quickly, somebody had made a comment that, not that Peter was saying one thing or the other regarding the factual scenario of this case, or Lindsay in particular, but that he had made a comment that he doesn't think that there should be a not guilty by reason of insanity defense at all, which again, I still think that sounds crazy, but.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Andrew Chiachio.
Can you please spell your last name for the record?
Chiachio.
And what do you do for work?
I work for the state police.
And how long have you been with the state police?
Since December of 2013.
And what's your current assignment?
I work for the Plymouth County State Police Detective Unit.
How long have you been with the State Police Detective Unit?
5 years.
And what's your current rank?
Sergeant.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January 24th of the year 2023. Were you still working for the State Police Detective Unit with the District Attorney's Office then?
Yes.
And do you recall being called into an investigation in regards to an incident that happened in the town of Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Were you assigned as the case officer for that investigation at that time?
No.
But you're aware that a number of the other troopers in your unit were all called out to do different parts of the investigation.
Yes.
Do you recall if you actually went first to 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I did.
Were you quickly assigned to go someplace else and do some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
And one of the places that you went on that night was the CVS in Kingston, correct?
Correct.
That would have been at 189 Summer Street?
Yes.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
And had you learned information that one of the homeowners, the Patrick Clancy, might have visited that location earlier in the evening?
Yes.
And so when you got to the CVS, did you contact somebody in the store in order to try to determine whether there was surveillance?
Yes.
And did you speak with an employee there?
I did.
Do you recall who you spoke to?
Angela Kraus, she was the manager.
Were you able to get access to the surveillance at that time?
Yes.
And were you able to observe the time on the surveillance at the store? as it pertains to real time.
Yes.
So tell us how you determine whether the time was accurate.
We look at the live feed and I compare it with my cell phone.
And your cell phone is a department issued cell phone.
Yes.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08.
Yes.
At some point, were you also asked to look for surveillance at a different location?
I was.
What was the second location?
The 3V restaurant
And where is that located?
in Plymouth.
And fair to say it's the address there's 10 Cordage Park Circle.
Yes.
What is 3V?
A restaurant.
Okay, and why did you go there?
To obtain surveillance video.
Again, based on information that you had available to you, did you believe that Patrick Clancy had visited that location earlier in the evening of January 24th?
Yes.
And when you went to the 3V restaurant, did you speak with 2 employees there?
Yes.
Were you able to access the video surveillance?
I was.
And while at the restaurant, were you able to confirm Patrick Clancy on their video surveillance?
Yes.
Now, as far as their video surveillance timestamps, were you able to observe the timestamps at that location?
I was.
And did you notice any discrepancies about the time?
No.
And what did you do to confirm the time?
I compared the live feed with my cell phone.
Fair to say you were able to determine that the video surveillance did confirm Patrick Clancy arriving at 17:54:14, that he paid for a bag of food and he left the store by the front door at 17:55:01.
Yes.
Now, in addition to gathering the video surveillance, well, let me back up for a second. So on one particular occasion, you were able to go and view the video surveillance, correct?
Yes.
At some later date, were you provided with copies of the video surveillance from both the CVS in Kingston and the 3V restaurant in Plymouth?
Yes.
And you brought that back to the state police?
Yes, to the district attorney's
video
office. Yes.
Okay. Now, as follow-up for this investigation, did you learn information about the route of travel Patrick Clancy took that night to go from his home to these locations?
Yes.
Did you do anything to try to ascertain approximately how much time it would have taken him to go to these locations from his home at 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I mapped it on the Maps application on my iPhone.
Now, do you recall when you did that?
I don't.
When you did this mapping of the locations, did it give you approximate distances and times between the locations?
Yes.
And fair to say, not knowing exactly when it occurred doesn't account for the time Patrick would have been there or any traffic or accidents or anything like that.
Correct.
But as far as you could tell, you were just looking for approximate time frames.
Yes, a general idea.
Okay. Now, as part of this investigation, you also were involved in some interviews with potential witnesses.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Including Paula Musgrove.
Yes.
And who's Paula Musgrove?
The defendant's mother.
Okay. And you also spoke to a former nanny of the Clancys named Elaine Flaherty.
Yes.
As well as the employees from CVS, Angela Krause and Soraya Sweeney.
Yes.
Did you also, or were you also present in follow-up interviews with all of the first responders to the home in Duxbury on January 24th?
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
So that would have been a majority of the paramedics/firefighters from the different towns?
Yes.
On June 12th of 2023, did you apply for and receive a search warrant for 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And why did you ask for a search warrant then in June of 2023?
We were reviewing photos, crime scene photos, and someone noticed that there was potentially blood stains on the outside of the house that we had not swabbed.
So to your knowledge, on the date of the incident on January 24th, the stains on the outside of the house were not swabbed and collected by the crime lab, right?
Correct.
Did you have further conversations with forensic scientists at the crime lab to determine the viability of obtaining additional swabs all those months later?
At this point, it's hearsay and it's already been cross-examined above.
Allow that, the question just yes or no. Did you speak to somebody, not the answer?
So did you speak to somebody at the crime lab about the possibility of obtaining some biological substances from the home?
Yes.
And as a result of your conversations, did you then apply and were granted a search warrant?
Yes.
So subsequently, some swabs and shingles were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street?
Correct.
And were you present when that was done?
I was.
On May 15th, 2024, did you have the occasion to go to the Duxbury State Hospital?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going there?
To collect DNA from the defendant.
And is there a particular procedure that you, as an investigator, use in order to collect a DNA sample from somebody?
Yeah, we use a DNA collection kit. It has a foam swab that you use to swab the inside of a person's mouth to collect saliva. That's then transferred to a collection card. We let it dry, then seal the kit.
So the swab kind of looks like a lollipop.
Yes.
With a foam. And
like this cop's head.
You're trained on how to swab the inside of a person's cheek on both sides in order to obtain an adequate sample?
Yes.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
Who did you collect the sample from?
The defendant.
And that would be Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Were other people present when you did this?
Yes.
Who were they?
Sergeant Josh McElligan, DPH Police Chief Michael Riggs, and Attorney Reddington.
What did you do with the sample that was collected from the defendant on May 15th, 2024 at the Duxbury State Hospital?
It was placed in a temporary evidence at the DA's office.
Was that sample then later transported to the State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Now, another thing that you did in this investigation sometime later was seek search warrants to Facebook, or what's known as Meta, correct?
I know, Brian.
Particular Facebook group called Attachment Parenting for Littles.
Correct.
As a result of that warrant, did you receive data back from Facebook?
I did.
And were you able to confirm a Facebook page in the name of Lindsay Marie Clancy?
Yes.
Were you also able to confirm that there's a particular post by the person named Lindsay Marie Clancy, or the Facebook page Lindsay Marie Clancy, on May 5th, 2021 to the Attachment Parenting for Littles group?
Yes.
I'm just going to approach.
Wait, what?
You may.
This is a Facebook post?
Okay.
I'm just going to show you the document. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the Facebook post posted by Lindsay Marie Clancy on May 5th, 2021?
She doesn't even know what to do when he's
No objection. That may be admitted.
He's like, no objection. So you can just admit it. You don't need to keep going.
Tell her, babe.
Hey, she's not wearing a bow.
She's bowless. She's got the bubble braid.
Does she have a bubble braid?
For some reason, I thought it looked like a bubble braid.
Could be like a pulled through, because otherwise maybe she does just like really juvenile
Sergeant
character.
Chiachio, just showing you what's now been marked as Exhibit 217 on the screen. Is that a Facebook post from the Attachment Parenting for Littles Facebook group?
Yes.
And through the information you received from the search warrant return, you were able to locate the content of this post in the records for the Attachment Parenting for Littles and confirm that it also appeared to be authored by Lindsay Marie Clancy, correct?
Correct.
Or by the Facebook page of Lindsay Marie Clancy.
Yes.
And fair to say it reads, "Hello, lovely parents. I'm looking for some advice, solidarity, ideas, something, anything. I'm truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human I've ever encountered. I mean that with all love in my heart, but I honestly cannot make it through a day
she does
without
have a
getting so
bow in.
frustrated with him. He's not my first child, so not to compare, because I know that every child is different, but just for background, this isn't my first rodeo. Every single thing with him is a battle, and it has been this way for a while, since he was maybe 8 months old. I really try to pick my battles and only do what's completely necessary, but I mean everything: getting out of his crib in the morning and going downstairs, changing his diaper, getting him dressed, getting him in his seat to eat, getting him in the car seat, getting him out of the car seat, putting on his jacket and shoes to go outside, having him come inside when it's time, going to sleep for his nap, and at night, he fights me every step of the way with all these normal daily activities. It constantly feels like I have to force him to do these things, which feels so wrong, but he is always fighting me and crying about doing these very normal things. you recall seeing that message in the records.
Motive.
And
That's it.
fair to say there was some comments to the records and also an acknowledgement by the person with the Facebook page, Lindsay Marie Clancy, thanking the contributors for their advice.
Yes.
If no further.
Yeah, said every mom ever who has a difficult baby.
I mean, it happens.
What? I mean, this is like, we've already heard this shit. Like I
You've
heard that exact.
same post?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know
This is the
who, like
second
when
time
it
it's
came
getting
in.
in.
I'm fairly certain. I'm fairly certain.
Someone else said, "Oh my God, what the fuck is that?"
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon, sir.
So this would be Exhibit 217, which is the Parenting for Littles post by Lindsay, correct?
Correct.
And this was back in May of 2021?
Yes.
Almost a year before.
And she was talking about her son, who at the time was 19 months old?
That's correct.
Now, as a state police officer, you know how to investigate things, right?
Yes.
You guys must have turned things inside out to find out if Lindsay Clancy was ever abusive to her son, Dawson, right?
That's correct.
Found nothing, did you?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything on that?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll just step, please, sir.
It's like a Facebook post in a mother's Facebook group.
A year, almost a year before.
How sick and desperate are these people? Like
God.
every mother on that jury is gonna be like, okay. Like,
I mean, but he made an excellent point, obviously, the defense, that you guys searched hard. That's what I was saying about like the father-in-law getting up and saying she led him to the chair with the arm. She got frustrated. Like
There's a
went.
motion or a hearing I have to do with lawyers. And it's going to take a little bit of a while. So I'm going to excuse you for today. Come back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. One of the questions I asked over here was, where are we on the time estimate? All right. I'm told that we are on schedule, if not ahead of schedule, in regards to what we told you. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow. We're going to stay here, do a few more things. And I'm just going to remind you, as I've said every night, you have to have an open mind. Don't talk about this with anyone. Don't do any research about anything. If you see anything about this case or any similar cases, don't read, listen, or watch anything in regards to that. Don't do any research on this or any matters that you have, the questions you have in your mind. Don't take any field trips. Don't happen to just be driving by certain areas that you think you want to double check. We've done that. All right. So you've worked so hard in this case so far. I just want you to continue to follow those instructions. And with that, I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. I would expect, and every time I say this, I'm usually wrong, but I would expect we'd have a pretty full day tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, I hope you have a nice evening. Hope you stay cool. And we will see you tomorrow. So thank you very much.
As we're saying goodbye.
All right.
So don't pause it.
Well,
just mute it.
Good. Carney,
Wow. All right. So has he always said to them every time he gives his admonishment, don't look into this case or any similar case? Or is that because of the Perez thing?
that's just I don't know.
I've never heard them say or any similar case. How the hell are you supposed to know what exactly is similar and what can I watch a documentary where
Andrea
someone kills someone?
Yates.
Yeah, like they've got to decide what's similar. All right,
Like
you can
that,
unmute it.
like so many people have been talking about the Carol Coronado case. Like
3 o'clock, we're going to come back. We'll have a hearing on the defendant's motion for permission to call certain witnesses. And so we'll have a
What'd you
hearing
say, 15
on that
minutes?
at 3 o'clock. All right, so we'll be in recess. So basically,
Is it so
parties
loud?
can kind
Turn
of
your
get
volume
themselves
down.
oriented in regards to that motion. So we'll be in recess.
Court, all rise.
You know where your volume knob is on the, it's over the right-hand side. It's the smaller one,
Yeah, I
not
got
your
it.
gain.
Is the gain supposed to be in the middle?
I mean, the gain is really like if people are telling you they can't hear you,
Oh,
and it's not like an issue with your StreamYard volume.
oh,
Yeah, Andrea Yates and a lot of people have sent me the doc about I think her name is Carol Coronado, and she's another mom who did the unthinkable, who was going through it, 3 kids. It sounds pretty similar. I see Ducks. I'm checking out your email now. I'd reach out. It sounds like she'd be a great guest for the mental health awareness live. But I'll reach out to her for certain.
all right. So, and somebody else put so the virtual drawer put this up, and I put up a super earlier about it. So the Supreme Judicial Court granted a new trial for Latasha Sanders today, killed her 2 kids, went to trial in this court. The Commonwealth didn't disclose mental health history. Well, that's interesting. And at least based on the super we got earlier, said it was this prosecutor. See if I can find it. It was definitely a blue one. I don't remember or was that you? Oh,
What,
wait,
bae?
he said this too. Can y'all look up? Did you do this? Can you all look up?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I didn't read it though, so I'm glad you pulled it right back up because I posted it, but I didn't read it.
Oh, because somebody else said it was this same prosecutor.
Latasha Sanders, life without the possibility ×2.
Oh, here we go.
Kid. What?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's right in the middle of reading that.
Sorry.
Well, where'd it go? Where'd it
Well,
go?
this is the same thing.
Huh?
Well, I'll put that up, but she says it was the same prosecutor. He said the Commonwealth withheld. The DA failed to disclose mental health history.
What?
Oh, yes. Same DA's office.
Wait, how would the defense attorney not have his client's mental health history? Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I am trying to figure out.
Well, pull the thing up.
No way, Carla. I hear you. I don't.
No,
I don't
it's a
think that's
conscious
it.
decision.
Yeah, like Kevin ain't missing shit. Guarantee it.
It's a conscious decision sometimes to just not object, because sometimes when you object, you risk the jury thinks, oh, they think that that's something important. That's something they don't want us to hear. So sometimes, depending on the trial and the situation, a lawyer will decide that they're not going to object unless it's like really legally detrimental. So there are times where I'm like, I would want to object, and I'd still object because I don't have necessarily the best willpower with that. Just want to object.
If Allie falls asleep at the table, she wakes up objecting. No, I agree, but I was even bringing it a little further in terms of how the Commonwealth is trying this case with the pathos ringing thing that they're doing, that I think Kevin is cognizant of the fact that it can be misconstrued when a defense attorney is objecting constantly. And I don't think, like, during this portion of the case, he feels that it's harming him or his client enough to risk alienating himself even a bit more by objecting constantly, because the woman leads on every single question. Could you imagine?
Well, he said she could lead. I don't remember, it was on certain things, right? Psychosauric Rex, yes, we are about to watch the trial. I mean, the motion. It's going to be at 3:00. So, I gotta get my nails done, guys. Now I'm
wow. Scout has a real rat's nest going.
I told her, I'm like, are you gonna Like, that's one of the things that could have started a big fight. Luckily, she was in a good mood. I was like, are you gonna?
Well, did
you
she
wanna-
just wake up? It looks like she just opened her eyes. Like this
No,
kid's
she's just
waking
been
up
laying
at
in
like
bed all day.
1:30.
No, I've been in there talking to her.
Oh,
I said the same thing. I was like, oh, it's shopping day. I'm like, do you want to maybe
if she's in
do
there, I'll
something
definitely
about that
meet her.
hair?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all fell in love with La Basada. She was great. She was great. Super effective witness.
Yeah.
Oh, Coronado was a bench trial. Wow. Or multiple trials? It says trials, bench trials.
Yeah, but maybe it was a mess up because it says A.
Yeah.
So
Just accidentally threw that S on there. Let's see. I seen it.
oh, that was what they withheld. Well, that's why Bob's saying, how would the defense not know that he had a history of schizophrenia?
It's crazy.
The client.
I mean, if Allie and I, so what? We're going to get our clients' medical records for sure. Like especially if it's a mental health defect case.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe they didn't know, and that's why they didn't bring a mental health defect case. Because obviously, if they knew, they would have been getting his records themselves.
I ain't buying what you're selling, baby.
We gotta look it up.
I mean, like we're gonna get a sense if it's a mental health defect case and say, all right, look.
Well, what if somebody's acting totally normal? But
but they did something that was insane and completely out of character.
Well, how do we know? We don't even know what this person did. Oh, killed her 2 kids.
Yeah.
It's pretty insane.
That's pretty insane. I seen it. Okay. Oh, yeah. Guaranteed. Sharp as attack.
Tracy says the virtual email sent you an email.
Oh, what? Kidding. They'd have the fire already.
What fire?
If this was 100 years ago.
Oh, you got an email, Tracy said, from the virtual drawer.
I've gotten many, many emails. Many, many emails.
Well, she's...
I'm trying to work my way through
about
them.
the case I forwarded to Bob.
Let's see.
I've just been picking off my nail polish. And now I look really like PWT. Luckily, this was a really neutral, like a light polish, so it'll be hard to notice.
Oh, what was that weird little?
You got a special guest visitor.
Oh.
Wait, pull this off her
we're
face.
blocking the judge's face. Hello, Judge Erskine.
Hi,
Welcome.
Hi, thanks, Bob. Thanks,
I'm better now that you're here.
Nice to see you.
How are you?
Sorry.
You too.
Yeah, sorry. It's just been incredibly busy. So this is probably the first time I've actually done anything on this case. I'm going to be with NBC 10 next week for a bit, which is good. They do that post trial day thing, Commonwealth Confidential. But of course, I'm interested in this trial. I've known all along when it was set that it was going to be at a really busy time because it's in the middle of the semester. I'm teaching crim justice ethics this semester, and then moving right into con law. So it's busy.
You warned me that you were swamped. So
yeah,
I knew I was doing a lot of whining via text message.
Yeah. And
Judge, for those who may not be familiar with you, just like a real quick, just let them know who you are.
Yeah, sure. I was not only was I a lawyer, doing a lot of trial work, particularly termination of parental rights, representing kids. I did a lot of mental health law as a lawyer. I was actually the lawyer for 2 hospitals in Massachusetts, the huge University of Massachusetts Medical Center. Their lawyers were busy, so they outsourced all their mental health commitments and antipsychotic med petitions. And so I've had countless psychiatrists on the stand litigating those cases, and for 2 hospitals. And when I got on the bench as the first justice in the juvenile court, I obviously mental health is a huge part. A lot of the parental rights cases involve mental health. A lot of parents have mental health issues. Countless children have mental health issues. I did a lot of hearings at the local hospitals, treatment centers, where they were petitions to commit a child, lots of times teens, to a mental health commitment, but and for antipsychotic meds. But I did hundreds of petitions by the Department of Children and Families seeking permission to have a child on an antipsychotic meds, which required testimony and affidavits from psychiatrists. And there's a reason for that. The reason for that is, the state of Massachusetts has determined that those medications are have so many dangerous and potentially life-changing effects to them that they will not let a social worker, they won't let a social worker consent to treatment. And so I did countless cases like that. So antipsychotics like Seroquel, Abilify, Risperidone, seen it all, seen the side effects, seen, early teen boys lactating, producing breast milk from Risperidone's prolactin levels. It's a rare side effect, but I had seen it, seen people on Abilify. So I have a incredibly strong background in mental health law. I mean, most people know me as a child advocate and doing child litigation, but the other part of my practice was really, aside from doing appellate work, was a lot of mental health litigation. Represented those hospitals. I represented adoption agencies as well, but so this trial is of particular interest to me, not only for that reason, but just from viewing it as a judge and sort of being frustrated with the way the case is going on. And then there's a sort of third level that I had, because of course, before I was a lawyer, I was a respiratory care practitioner. So I've been in the emergency rooms tons of times for code blues, breathing for patients with a manual resuscitator, and then managing them on life support. So, that testimony, it was, very familiar to me. I had a lot of questions about South Shore Hospital when you're hearing that, they're having to put in 2 chest tubes for what's called a hemothorax, which is blood in the pleural space, and that it was happening at I think the Brigham, wherever she went. I can't remember if she went to Beth Israel or the Brigham, but it didn't happen.
Both, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So the medical testimony was pretty interesting, because not only did I work in intensive care units, but I was in my 20s, I was a tenured professor teaching cardiopulmonary critical care. So, so this was like a really interesting case for me in so many ways, because, I had seen it from so many different perspectives. So,
Judge, I look, I say this all the time, but I can't say it enough. You are an amazing human being. You really are. You blow my mind. You are.
Well, that's very kind of you guys. I like this forum. I sort of signed off a long time ago of doing things like court TV and places where, you're watching a trial all day, you're maybe speaking for 2 minutes, because with this forum, there's a kind of a discussion with us, which is, kind of the way I like it. I know you have this kind of the same frustrations I do with this case, with the legal case. I think on some level, as a judge watching it, on some level, it seems more like a persecution than a prosecution. And, that's, I think, that's where I come from. I think, there's just no need to torment Lindsay Clancy the way they're tormenting her when she's already admitted to killing the children. A lot of this testimony is a waste of time. It's needless. A lot of it's cumulative. And, it's frustrating to see a judge allow all this cumulative testimony when it's much more prejudicial than it is probative. You said it earlier, I think, Bob, they had some concerns about the 403 decisions. I have those same concerns.
Yeah. All right. So, Judge, your timing, as usual, is impeccable. So we've got these motions coming up, and Kevin has filed per the judge's instructions in the motions in limine hearing that they had, that he could revisit these late disclosure doctors, including La Posada and a couple of others that he's trying to get on. The judge had left the door open with the understanding that, look, Kevin can't really know how they're going to try the case. He said he'll have a better idea after openings, and then obviously an even better idea after they start producing witnesses and putting things into evidence. What do you, if you
Well, let
were
me
on
just
the bench,
let her know.
Okay.
I mean, what the judge really, the way I heard the judge, because it was a very late disclosure, is like, if there's something that takes you by surprise, if there's something that, you weren't really expecting, then he was going to allow that to open the window for him to revisit these additional experts.
Yeah, I have to say I was surprised in the first place that he didn't allow it, but I also understand that it was a late filing. But these the rules regarding discovery, and it's reciprocal discovery. So I think the judge was basing his decision on the late filings under Rule 14, and things. It was things of that nature. For me, the Commonwealth, I think one of the arguments that he had made is the Commonwealth has unlimited resources. And of course it does. It's the government. There's this sort of famous case in child welfare law from the U.S. Supreme Court that says that the reason they set the standard at clear and convincing evidence in those cases and not at, a lesser standard is because the state has the power of the government to mount its defense against the respondents in these cases. And they use the term, it says it dwarfs the ability of someone to basically fight the state. Well, it's the same thing here. And so for me, I think on balance, which everything in being a judge is about balance, you have the government that has, whether they deny it or not, they have endless resources. They have interns, they have law clerks, they have, assistant ADAs. It's a big office. There's no reason that they couldn't put it together or even use this time to be getting it together, because you have two prosecutors there, but that doesn't mean you don't have people in the office. I said this earlier in a post, that the overriding principle should be the Sixth Amendment and the compulsory process clause, which is the clause that says every defendant has a right to call witnesses in their own defense. And so when you start chopping away at those witnesses over a rule, that where there's some give and play in that rule, then to me that violates the person's right to due process and Sixth Amendment. So I think if the judge doesn't allow it, and he may not allow it, based on his previous rulings, which in my view have been clearly inconsistent with what case law says about prejudicial testimony and cumulative evidence versus probative. So it'll be interesting to see. I certainly hope they allow it. It will be interesting. I'm interested in seeing Paul Zeisel's testimony, because he was a witness in one of my contested hearings, commitment hearings, and he was very impressive. I think he's pretty well known. He does a lot of defense work. I'm not sure that he's testified for the prosecution in any case, or whether he's testified for the state in commitment hearings. But he's a pretty impressive. He's a pretty impressive witness. But I don't know what you think, but I will ask you this question. Have you seen anything in this case with all the testimony that they've had that disproves beyond a reasonable doubt, because she's already met the initial burden of the mental health. All she has to do is show the mental health. So the burden shifts, as you know. Have you seen anything to disprove her position, which is a lack of criminal responsibility? I haven't seen a lot.
No, I think they're
I haven't
relying
seen
on,
anything.
right. They're literally relying on like the three things: the phone call, the answering the phone to her husband, the sending of the husband, with the combined with the computer search, and then this whole, which I don't know why they took this route, because I don't even think they needed it, but that she was faking her suicide. And like, I don't know, maybe she did, trying to jump out of the window, went to grab her, hold on, but to act like, oh no, this woman put on this ruse and she sliced herself up and she took all the pills and then she climbed out and hung down as long as she could, slid down the wall, and she still ended up
Broke her back.
Right. It's such an absurd position that I wonder, I'm thinking, all right, who was sitting around the table that day and said, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to say she really didn't want to commit suicide, because first of all, there's been competing testimony about the wrists. And I've seen loads of cases where people try to cut their wrists enough to really have it cause suicide. That's in my experience, because I had seen that quite a few times over the years, not only as a lawyer doing mental health litigation, but as a judge. The fact that the EMT said, oh no, she cut it, and he talked about like an inch or something like that. That was, she cut through the initial, lining, the initial lining of fat there. So there was competing testimony about that, but who cares, because,
Exactly.
I mean, and then the cut to her neck again, it's like, are you kidding me? What, was she fake that? Well, now maybe this won't be good enough. So I better try cutting my throat and then, I'll pretend to jump out of a window. I mean, it's so ludicrous that it's insane to me that they even try to put that out there, so it's interesting. I will tell you. So I was at a meeting yesterday, and there was a secretary, there was a secretary there, and she heard a couple of us mentioning the Clancy case. So she said to me, tell me, I heard you talking about the Clancy case. And so I said, what do you think? She said, I think what they're doing to that woman is probably one of the most horrible things I've ever seen. Now, this person has no legal background, maybe a little bit of medical background, but just said, I just don't understand after, watching some of this, when I get home, what they're doing. She said, I don't understand why they're doing this or what it means. She said, it's pretty obvious, that she was in some type of, psychosis when this happened. So here you have sort of someone that is listening to the case like a juror, because you're lawyers, I'm a lawyer, I listen to it, as a judge and think, how would I decide that, even though, I didn't hear murder cases, but, I mean, the rules are the rules. And evidence is evidence. But, to just hear that from someone who just sort of wanted to approach me and say, hey, this is what I think, that tells me a lot about the way the jury's thinking.
Yeah. 100%. And we've had viewers, that came in feeling a certain way. And I'm just going to read you, Ohio. Let me see. Ohio. So I don't want to block your face, so I'll read it to you.
Okay.
It says,
I don't mind you blocking my face.
Yeah, I don't
Here,
know.
put it up. I'm watching the trial. I'll stick it back up.
Of course, they're coming back.
Okay.
Right when you did that. So,
yeah, you're right.
Here, read it, Judge.
What's up on the screen here you talking about?
Yeah.
This one, Bob?
Yes.
This case kept me up. I'm missing it. Go ahead and read
All
it.
right.
But it sounds like someone, is having the same kind of issues with
Right.
it. Is
Yeah.
that what it says? That I think a lot of people are reacting to it that way.
And she came in feeling very differently, but allowed herself the grace to keep an open mind and
Nice.
to listen to, which is
That's
all you
what
can
you hope.
ask.
That's what you hope jurors do, right?
Right.
Always.
So are they not taking testimony? He's deciding the motion.
Yeah, they're
he's
going to
gonna hear
argue the
argument.
motion. Yeah, that's
Oh,
it. They're
Redding-
done. They're done for the day.
Total respect for
testimony-wise.
Reddington.
Yeah.
Me too. I adore him.
Total respect.
The defendant's motion for permission to call witnesses. I know that this was filed this morning, but it's kind of hand in glove with issues that were raised a couple of weeks ago. At least mentioned the same witnesses. So I'm going to hear first from the defendant. They'll hear from the Commonwealth. I will probably take it under advisement and review some of the other documents, but I want to make this decision as soon as I can, so everybody kind of can plan on how they go based on the decision. So Mr. Reddington, let me hear you first on this.
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, I don't have to belabor the obvious. This is a murder trial, very serious business. And we've all been working very hard on the discovery, which, as you can tell, is voluminous. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of state police interviews. And I mentioned, about with the government. They have cops, they have people going out and interviewing, they have videos, they have chemists, they have detectives, they have local cops. They want a cup of coffee, they can send 5 cops down the street to get one. I'm it, except for my son Patrick, who helps me out getting coffee, all right? And the reason I sound frustrated is that they are objecting 2 weeks ago because they need time to review, to cross-examine doctors on very basic items of evidence that are there. Items of evidence. Not one of those witnesses is adding or bringing anything new to the discovery, if you will. And not by way of excuse, but, I am a sole practitioner. In the past, May, June, July, in the past 3 months, I've had a murder, a rape, and 2 back-to-back federal trials that ended 1 week before we impaneled on this case. I have worked really hard to pull this case together with expert witnesses, civilian witnesses, private investigators been investigating. I provide everything to them as soon as I get it, and they have been doing the same with me. I haven't objected to one thing that they have offered. They put an AutoCAD computer animated display disc on my desk last week. I didn't complain about it, run to you and try to exclude it. I said, fine, no problem, put it in my pile and move on. That's it. So to suggest that they need time to be able to cross-examine both, I've had trials with both of these prosecutors. They're both experienced. They're very, very familiar with the trial of major criminal cases. I feel that they're more than capable of being able to cross-examine, for example, number one, Dr. Volkovich, who is a board-certified emergency medicine physician. His report indicates that he has taken a look at South Shore Hospital. He's taken a look at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. He's taken a look at the photographs. That's their evidence. That's all he looked at. And all he's doing is basically what all of their South Shore doctors came in and testified to as to the nature of the injuries, in his opinion, the type of injury that she suffered, talking about the injuries to the right and left wrist as well as the neck. In his opinion, dealing with suicide attempts, that it's a legitimate suicide attempt. There's no secrets. There's nothing new that they have to prepare to cross-examine him on. Dr. Lapasada is a doctor that is well known to most of us, and I've been using Dr. Lapasada's fine services for the past decade or longer. I know that both of these attorneys are familiar with her. She's not bringing anything new to the table. She's bringing her opinion based upon their evidence as to the medical records, x-rays, all of the rest of the indicia of the injury that she suffered. Now, they're talking about Lindsay going out and hanging off of a window and then doing, like I said, the Spider-Man slide down the side of the house, apparently. Absolutely ridiculous. She dove out that window, she hit her head, and she suffered what Dr. Lapasada refers to as a Jefferson fracture of the spine that is very, very, very typical for this type of an injury. When somebody dives into the shallow end of a pool, they get that injury, unfortunately. When somebody, kids are on a boat and they're drunk and one of them jumps off a mast into the shallow end of the water off of Cape Cod, they get that type of injury. Superman, when he gets thrown off the horse, 6 feet high, same injury. That's all. She's not bringing any esoteric theory to this case that they need time to prepare. Interestingly enough, the Brigham and Women's Hospital records do make reference to the Jefferson fracture right from jump. She also assists me, as she always does, on autopsy photographs, any indicia of injuries, and it's her opinion that if they try to say that there are bruises to these little babies that were inflicted by her, they're absolutely wrong, and Dr. Lapasada would indicate that these are consistent with either EMT, God bless those first responders, but they were in a panic and they're trying to take care of these kids and pick them up and run them up to their trucks and vehicles. So, and other, obviously, the interosseous injection into the legs, the shins, the thighs, all of these bruises are from medical intervention, not Lindsay Clancy. That's what she would testify to. That's it. They don't need time to prepare to cross-examine for that. Finally, I have Dr. Condy. Dr. Condy signed even better than a report. He signed an affidavit. And again, it's based upon medical records that we all have. Way back when this case first started, the government presented the case to the grand jury. First thing I said to Lindsay was sign a release. Let the government get all the medical records. We'll all have access to them. This case is obviously going to be predicated upon the medical records, psychiatric records. We signed every release. They got every document and had them into the grand jury. I got copies. They have copies. Condy would testify to the horrific, in his opinion, failure to comply with the standard of care that would govern psychiatrists, psychologists, Dr. Tufts, who's going to be testifying tomorrow, nurse practitioner Gelada, the other individual from the McLean Hospital, all records that they've had for years. So they don't need time to prepare for cross-examination. So weeks ago, counsel, after I gave them copies of all of these reports and affidavit, strike that, I'm sorry, the reports I just got, and I just sent them the affidavit from Condy they already have. I disclosed to them what my opinion would be of the opinions from these doctors that would be testifying, and the report carries that out. I suggest to the court that to strip Lindsay's ability to present evidence in support of her defense, number one, it would not be in the interest of justice. I'd like to hear a DA stand up and say, in the interest of justice in this case, because weeks ago we got this information and we're not prepared to testify, to cross-examine the testifying witnesses, I think even Your Honor would agree is a disingenuous argument. She came in and said to you, Rule 14 matters. And it applies to the government just as it applies to the defense. And therefore, you should exclude these witnesses. Well, if I messed up and it's my trial schedule that caused me to not be able to have written reports of the stuff that they've had for years to prepare to cross-examine these witnesses, then it's my fault. And it deprives her of effective assistance of counsel, because that would then deprive her of her defense. This is a pathologist, an emergency room doctor, and a doctor who would testify to the standards that would apply to these doctors that they're going to call as their witnesses, which is another interesting fillip, if you will, where they're calling Tufts, Gelada, the other individuals from McLean, all treating physicians of her that are all lined up to come in and testify against her on this case. Fine, bring it. but at least give me the ammunition to counter it.
Let me
Babe,
ask you this.
pause real
Kind
quick.
of go backwards. In regards to,
Because I have to leave, and I'd love to hear the judge's opinion on this, because I take what he just did as almost tying the hands of the judge behind his back, because he said on the record, then this is ineffective assistance of counsel. My trial schedule did this. This is her defense. So if we don't fix this now, appeal is coming.
Yeah, and you're right. And it basically, he set it up for appeal, which does put the judge in a very difficult situation. And he made the argument that we just talked about, which is, of course, they have police officers and, troopers and all these people in the office. And, come on, you can't review those reports and prepare for them when you've had the medical records from the beginning. The only thing I would want to have, and he said it at the end, she has a right, to an adequate defense. The only thing and when he talks about Rule 14 and, Rule 14 has to matter. The only thing I would have said after that, but what matters more is her Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial. What matters more is her Sixth Amendment right to compulsory process. And what matters more is her 14th Amendment right to due process. All of that will be denied if you deny these witnesses. That I would have liked to hear. I think it's interesting that people, and someone in the chat said, why do judges always take things under advisement? Well, first of all, it depends on how many pages of information you have, so you might want to review it. But, I don't want to be cynical, but, lots of times I took things under advisement, not only to read there, but to, sit down with my law clerk and my research attorney and say, hey, let's go over this. He's just not going to go back there into the judge's lobby. They don't call them chambers in Massachusetts, and just, sit there and read and then write out the decision. He's sitting with the law clerk. They all have law clerks. Every judge in the Superior Court has research attorneys and law clerks, and they should, because the issues are complicated, and you need to have people there. But who doesn't have people, law clerks and research attorneys working for you? Kevin Reddington.
Right. All right, you guys go back to it. I got to go.
Nailed it.
See you later, Judge.
Thanks,
Scarlett's
Allie.
saying
Bye.
bye.
Oh my God, she's so adorable.
Bye, babe. Love you.
Great job.
All right, let's hit it.
Dr. Condi, the affidavit really speaks more towards the standard of care.
That's right. He's not giving an opinion of criminal responsibility.
Right, but I'm struggling to see how that comes in. Now, maybe.
Well, he's the doctor that I'm using for toxicology.
That's what I feel. But the reason I'm asking that is, I'm not sure. In this case, is the standard of care necessarily as relevant as opposed to causation? Do you know what I mean?
I think the standard of care does speak to causation. He doesn't have to use it as standard of care. He can use it as his opinion as to the first doctor that she spoke to, Dr. Tufts, when she presents with a bipolar 1 presentation, and then Tufts prescribes an SSRI to her, which flies in the face of any rational psychiatrist and what they would prescribe and do. He's more than qualified to testify.
That's a different question, and that may be more admissible than someone saying, oh, I found what the standard of care, and I find that this violates it. If we have got an expert who says, listen, I am qualified, I looked at these records, I disagree with that treatment, I'd be more inclined to allow that than to get into the standard of care, which is obviously consistent more with the civil world.
So with that, I can reach out to Dr. Condi and have him delete reference to standard of care in his report and address the actual treatment as to an opinion as to its appropriateness. But again, on the issue that they're raising, that they need time to prepare to cross-examine, I don't think that lies even if he revises his report by removing standard of care.
Well, let me ask you this, because I haven't had an opportunity. This is probably what I'm going to have to look at tonight. Is Dr. Condi adding anything to the expert disclosures that have already been made? 'Cause I know there's disclosures.
He's taking the medical records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean Hospital, and just commenting on the care and the treatment that was presented to her as a patient looking for help. That's all he's doing. He's not adding anything. He's talking about the prescriptions that were provided to her, the SSRIs, the antipsychotics, the benzodiazepines, all of that. That's what his opinion is predicated upon, which is all of the prescriptions that the government has already introduced into evidence and is well aware of.
Right, I understand, but I know that the parties have already exchanged reports well, months ago, and I know that everybody did that. And I haven't had a chance to review specifically the defendant's reports. And I don't, is there an expert who is going to address these kind of issues already?
No. Dr. Carney was my toxicologist and my physician that would give an opinion as to the appropriateness of the treatment that she received, especially as it relates to the prescriptions. I mean, Dr. Laposada is a pathologist. She has nothing to do with it. Dr. Zeisel is a psychologist. He has nothing to do with it. Dr. Resnick is a psychiatrist specializing in infanticide. He's not addressing that issue, and nor is Dr. Spinelli, who is a postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis expert. So Dr. Condi is my expert for toxicology and the level of care that she received.
All right.
Which guts the defense if their argument that they need time to cross-examine or prepare results in an exclusion.
Okay, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to Dr. Condi, one of my points is going to be that his affidavit addresses the standard of care, which is more of the civil issue, but you've already addressed that with defense counsel's pivot that he would then instead testify about the treatment of the defendant in toxicology. Looking at the affidavit in which he outlines his qualifications, he's not a toxicologist. He's a physician licensed here in Massachusetts. He's done a residency in general psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and forensic psychiatry, but he's not a toxicologist. And also, it's not just us having all the same records that makes for cross-examination to be fundamentally fair. There's more to cross-examination than just having the underlying data. It's also knowing more about the expert, being able to look into their publications and their prior testimony and being able to prepare to rebut anything that they might testify to. And where we have this late disclosure, which was 1 week prior to trial starting, that's fundamentally unfair to the Commonwealth. And I think what Dr. Condi would be testifying to, if it's just limited to her treatment and what was prescribed to her, that's covered by the other three experts that defense already has. They all talk about her treatment, the prescription she was on, and the effects those had on her. So I think that would be redundant, and it would be unfair to the Commonwealth to add this fourth expert to talk about the same things that the other three experts are going to talk about when we haven't had a chance to prepare for this particular expert. For Dr. Laposada, what we have is a 2.5-page letter to Attorney Reddington outlining her thoughts, but it doesn't say what her opinions are based on. It doesn't say which materials she's reviewed and what she's relying on. So I would suggest that it's an insufficient report. And again, with the delayed disclosure, for example, she talks about Jefferson fracture causing the injuries. Well, if we had this information previously and knew this is what they were going to argue, we could have obtained our own expert to talk about the mechanism of injury and Jefferson fractures and all of those things. But we weren't told until a week before trial that she would even potentially be a witness. And then we get this report on July 26th. That's a 2.5-page letter.
But didn't we have multiple trauma surgeons, neurosurgeons who've testified, who treated her? Couldn't someone just ask, is that consistent with, and that's pretty much, if I'm looking at Dr. Laposada's note, I'm not sure I would allow in opinions regarding whether or not it's a serious suicide or not, but she does indicate it's consistent with landing on somebody, on an individual's head.
Well, Your Honor, we had a trauma surgeon from the South Shore Hospital testify who said that the injuries that Ms. Clancy sustained were a level 1 and she had to be transported to another hospital where doctors who were trained in those injuries could operate on her. So we didn't think that she would have the knowledge and the training and experience to testify about the nature of those injuries and how they occur. The trauma surgeon from Brigham and Women's Hospital is with the military and is overseas in the Middle East, and so was unavailable. But had we known that this was going to be an issue and they were going to allege this particular type of fracture, we would have endeavored to get another expert in replace of the doctor who treated her at Brigham and Women's. But we didn't know that this would even be an issue until a week before trial. And again, this letter is dated July 26th, and it doesn't tell us which records, which reports, or which.
What a load of bullshit. Is this woman kidding me right now? It didn't dawn on her that the defense would completely reject the ridiculous theory that she slid down the side of the house and obliterated her spine and thyroid. Come on.
What medical journals or training or anything that these opinions are based on.
Well, that could be done by voir dire. I mean, the Commonwealth has at least inferred through their case that this was not a serious suicide attempt, right? I mean, and there's questions about whether or not somebody's hanging outside the window or not. And so why wasn't this an issue that the Commonwealth could have anticipated would come up?
The position of the Commonwealth isn't that it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. It's that the methods that were chosen were insufficient to achieve the goal. And the reasons for that, we would argue in our closing. I don't think we have to disclose that theory at this point, but we've never said it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. We've never said it was a fake suicide attempt. What we've endeavored to develop from the testimony is that the methods that were chosen were methods that would be unsuccessful, but we're not saying it wasn't a serious attempt. And I think the reasons for that will become clearer when the doctors give their testimony. But it's our position that she was attempting to kill herself that night, and there are various reasons and factors where she was unsuccessful in killing herself, but successful in killing her children.
But there's been all kinds of testimony regarding, it seems to be a dispute of whether or not she's hanging from the windowsill or goes out head first. There's some testimony that's been raised, even with the blood experts, things that she may have been hanging from the windowsill. Dr. Lapasato, it seems what they're seeking in is those injuries are consistent with somebody who lands on their head.
So would the court allow us to call a witness who's not on our witness list to rebut that evidence?
Yeah, I would consider that. Yeah, sure.
I would have no problem
Yeah.
with that.
There you go.
And this is kind of what,
bring it.
Why I didn't make a decision on this earlier, because I had to kind of see how the case develops. And this issue of how this injury occurs is certainly, it's either been specifically and explicitly raised or inferred in multiple questions. Even to the length to the part, the cuts and things like that. It's been over and over and over. So if the Commonwealth seeks to get somebody to rebut that, I would strongly consider that. And in regards to Dr. Lapasada's opinion, we may need a voir dire in regards to, but I wouldn't imagine the voir dire would take that long. It would be, did you view, the x-rays? I mean, that kind of an injury is probably pretty clear on the x-rays or the MRIs.
If we could get a list from defense counsel on what she's basing her opinion on, so we can have our witness review the same material.
Let me tell you right now, it's just simple. It's just the South Shore Hospital medical records, Brigham and Women's medical records that have already been discussed with the jury.
Why don't we do this, just so it's clear, because when a witness is on the stand, it's much easier to have something in writing to say, is this what you relied on? So if you could get from Dr. LaPosada what she is relying upon to form that opinion, I'm like I said, I'm inclined to allow that opinion, and I would allow then the Commonwealth to present a rebuttal witness if they seek to.
And just note our objection to that, but also the third expert, what we have here is a letter dated August 4th. That's a page and a half. That's not even signed by, I believe it's Dr. Volkovich.
I'm more concerned with that is whether or not the opinion is admissible. The opinion, as I see it, is he's reviewed the medical records, and it's his opinion these are injuries that commonly observed in the quote is serious suicide attempts.
We could delete serious.
Yeah, I mean, or even suicide attempts. That's an opinion.
Their doctors waxed eloquently about suicide and whether or not it's. I mean, but delete serious.
But I'm just concerned that how are we going to kind of parse out what he looked at? 100 other cases, and then we go through into all of those. So I'm going to have to take a look. That's what I'm going to take under advisement for sure. That doesn't mean he may have other opinions I'm going to have to look at. I think he talked about some of his observations as an emergency room doctor, I think, didn't he? Yeah, I'm more reluctant to allow in that individual's opinion that this was a suicide attempt.
So their South Shore doctors are able to talk about, superficial, as we've heard for a week now, but his opinion that it's consistent with what he's observed in his emergency room treatment is not admissible.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that he can't necessarily give the opinion, I've looked at this, it's my opinion, this was a suicide attempt. But he could certainly testify, I've looked at the cuts. These are, the phrase superficial. I think that's been kind of mixed up in this whole thing too. That seems to be more of a medical term as opposed to
they basically beat it to death with not being a medical term until we were able to show that in fact it was deep, 3.5 and 2. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to call this doctor, he's going to say that's a significant cut.
Okay.
That's different than saying, looking at that, I find that this is a suicide attempt. Just like there's never been an opinion here that this was not a suicide attempt. That's probably something that the jury
now, but it wasn't a week ago.
Well, that's going to probably be for the jury to determine. But I would allow kind of going into the characteristics that have already been testified to. We need a further voir dire on that doctor as well. But I think he lists in there kind of what he reviewed. But
he did.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Anything else in regards to those three witnesses?
Nope.
All right.
No.
So I'm going to take this under advisement, but just kind of for what I'm inclined to do is I'm going to take a look at Dr. Condi's report and compare it to some of the other reports. I'm inclined to let Dr. LaPosada testify that the injuries are consistent with basically a fall on the head. And the last doctor I'm going to take a look at kind of his language, but I would not be allowing in that his opinion that this is a suicide attempt. But he may testify as to all the other observations that he took from those records. All right.
Understood. Just no my objection for what it's worth.
All right. And so I'll note the Commonwealth's objection. I'll note the defendant's objection. And so and like I said, I'll take it under advisement and everybody can renew those objections
As it
again.
relates to Carney, once you make your decision, you let me know. I can certainly reach out to him and have him delete this standard of care and just reference the actual treatment and prescriptions that she received.
All right, so I'll take a look at this. I'll have this tomorrow morning for everybody when you come in.
Great.
All right?
Thank you.
So anything else we need to address?
Just in case there's a problem, Dr. Laposada has been working with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Drake, Drake Laboratories, that is putting together an auto computer animated display of coming out the window, the injuries to the neck, showing the vertebrae and that type of thing, which is all based upon evidence that's already in evidence here. So I haven't got it yet. It's not done yet. So I don't want to not say anything about it now because they'll be objecting to it tomorrow, I'm sure.
I assume we'll have to take a look at that.
Yep.
And give the Commonwealth the opportunity to view it and hear the arguments in regards. It may be something nobody has objected to, or maybe, I don't know. All right.
Would have an objection to it, and it
You don't know. You haven't seen it.
it goes back to the whole position that, we have the right to, if we want to obtain another expert, and then that
Sure.
expert could review that material and use it to form his opinion. This is different than the 3D diagram of the house that the Commonwealth gave. The defense was on notice that was coming, the basis of it, the measurements, what the house looked like itself, and so that was turned over. This is completely different.
And I just note that, as I said, the medical records that the government has talks about Jefferson fracture. You might remember 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago when they first raised their objection, I told you that I can't know what they're going to argue until they argue it. So I didn't know whether or not they were going to say that it's a fake suicide or that she didn't jump out the window. I had to wait to see what their opening was. Now I know I have to rebut it.
We were almost out of here till you mentioned that 3D thing. So why don't we do this? We'll wait on that. All right. I'm not committing one way or the other in regards to that. We'll see. So you maybe the testimony with the 3D, the testimony without the 3D. We'll just kind of see where we go. All right. All right. So thanks everybody for kind of buckling down and going through that so we could resolve that as best we can. And I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right,
Wow.
Judge, thoughts?
Wow. So if I were Judge Sullivan, I think the very first thing I would do is go back into the judge's lobby and pull the decision from the SJC today that overturned him on an insanity case, finding that it wasn't a fair trial. So, that's the first thing I would do. I would be like screaming, okay, someone print out the case for me. Essentially, they found he abused his discretion because he made a decision to keep evidence out. So tell me that, does that play a role in his seemingly 180 here to say, I'm thinking, he's saying to the prosecutor, well, you did say, that she was, hanging off the window and, you did say that. So, he's going to let Laposada testify. The first thing I'll say is I think Kevin Reddington did an amazing job. There's no way that a judge who has just found, who was just reversed on the basis of making a decision about evidence and being reversed on it to the point where they say he abused his discretion. It was so prejudicial, it basically denied her a fair trial. I haven't gone through it piece by piece, but I'm just, looking at the summaries. And I think it was Judge Graziano, but it says, as a result of today's High Court, it looks like Judge Graziano, I don't have all the print, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court ruled that withholding this evidence constituted a prejudicial error that denied Sanders, the woman who I believe is a postpartum, Again, it's another postpartum. It's a lack of criminal responsibility. I think they're both postpartum. Denied Sanders a fair trial. Oh, that pesky Sixth Amendment. It just keeps showing its face in this trial.
Judge, what's the site? Can you give me the citation?
I actually don't have it, but I will get it to you. But it just came down today. So all you have to do is go on Massachusetts Appellate Court decisions and then just hit the SJC, hit the Supreme Court button, and then it will let you do it by judges. So you can do it by the woman's name, which is Sanders, or you can put Judge Sullivan's name in and the case will come up. But they actually, the SJC reveals slip opinions every day of cases that have come down. So you'll have it. It says, and basically it's based on the fact that he wouldn't allow certain evidence in. They wanted to put like something like 4 volumes of medical or mental health records. And he said, no. This says exclusion of medical history. Again, is this a 403 decision that he felt that it was more prejudicial than probative? The SJC unanimously ruled that Judge Sullivan committed a prejudicial error by withholding Sanders' extensive psychiatric history from the jury. How often in this case have we seen the district attorney, objecting to the admission of certain information or certain records and sort of pinpointing what they want in those records and then having to leave it to, Attorney Reddington to sort of undo it on cross. I mean, basically, this is a kind of a scathing decision against this judge. Crucial evidence is blocked. The blocked records included 12 medically significant entries from her 4 years awaiting trial. This is after she's been charged, and during which she was diagnosed with schizophrenia spectrum disorder. So it wasn't a postpartum, but she was. I don't know if it was postpartum at the time. It just says that during that time that she was diagnosed with schizophrenia spectrum disorder and exhibited severe psychotic symptoms. Well, the argument in the case is she lacks criminal responsibility, which means that the actions of killing, that she could not conform her actions to the tenets or the requirements of the law. That's what it means in Massachusetts to lack criminal responsibility. That's what it means to say this person is insane, so this person is not guilty by reason of insanity. Massachusetts doesn't have a guilty by reason of insanity verdict. They only have you're either guilty of the murder or not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. That answers the question a lot of people have been asking on X today. Is like, why wasn't there a plea? Because there's nothing to plead. She can't, either she pleads, to the murder and is convicted and sentenced to incarceration, or it's not guilty. So she can't say guilty by reason of insanity, because that's just not, that's just not a plea deal that can be offered in Massachusetts. It's crazy. It's crazy that this case came down today.
It's crazy. Oh man.
It says, this is just a summary. Because the central issue of the trial was whether Sanders lacked criminal responsibility, the exact issue in this case, withholding her medical records unfairly prejudiced her defense against the prosecution's claim that she was, are you ready for this? Faking her illness.
Wow.
Now, I don't know the exact
on all
words.
fours, basically.
That's I don't know what the exact words are, but that's just a summary that I'm seeing. And so now you have Judge Sullivan sitting there saying, well, I'm glad that I waited because I wanted to reconsider, which I think is fair. And, I think Kevin Reddington made a great argument saying, they're arguing Rule 14. Are they going to get up here and say, based on Rule 14, should she be denied, her right, to get justice in this court? I mean, judges, I got news for you. Judges don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear an argument that if you're going to make a ruling about Rule 14, that you denied someone justice. I've been saying this all along on this case since I've been watching this prosecution, that allowing cumulative evidence in rather than keeping it out was prejudicial. that there have been multiple, in my view, 403 decisions that by the judge that have violated her Sixth Amendment right. I mean, I've been sort of screaming this every day, and maybe it's because I teach constitutional law, and when I do analysis on these cases, I look at it from that perspective. But I think this judge is going to be very careful because he's already allowed cumulative evidence that, in my view, doesn't relate to the underlying case of murder because she admitted that she killed the children. Why did you need 10, 12, 13, 14 EMTs, doctors, testimony about the bans on each child? I mean, and probably I think one of the most frustrating things for me is the admission of the baby, with the nanny, because the rules about that kind of evidence is you can't put in evidence that inflames the passions of the jury, because the person sitting in that room with the constitutional rights, has a right to have a dispassionate jury make decisions, not an emotional jury. And when you flood the jury with emotional testimony and pictures and pajamas and things like that, it just inflames the passions of the jury. So how do you get a dispassionate jury to decide on something that's not emotional and to decide on the theory of lack of criminal responsibility? This is, to me, is a fascinating turn of events with this case that came down today.
It really is. I'm like Kevin's been in court all day. I'm literally emailing him this just so he sees it right away. I'm you know how it is when you're in trial. You know what I mean? Do you think that the judge is aware of the opinion coming down?
Well, I'm thinking if it came down this morning and I took a break for lunch, my research attorney and law clerks would be saying, "Hello, judge, you need to know this." People, when you get when you're reversed by the appeals court or I'm sorry to have to know this, personally, but when you're reversed by the SJC or by the appeals court, you get an email telling you've been reversed. And they send you the opinion. So the clerk sends an email to the judge. It just doesn't get, published on the SJC site. You get this saying, this is notification that on case such and such, the decision, the conviction has been reversed. So, and it's like, it's like you get that notification. It's like almost instant. So I don't know. I like a lot of things about this judge. He has a great demeanor. He's great to the jury. He explains things. When he decides something, he tries to explain to the lawyers why he decides it. I just simply don't agree with some of his decisions. And in fact, I think one of the things that's in this decision, and I full disclosure, I haven't read the decision. It says that there was some imposition of unfair conditions. Judge Sullivan ruled that the psychiatric records would only be admissible. So here he was parsing it out like he was doing today. Like, I might change my mind because of the testimony that came in before. That's what he's saying. He's like, well, now that I've heard it, and that's why I wanted to wait, I'm going to allow this. The summary that I'm reading says Judge Sullivan ruled that the psychiatric records would only be admissible if the defense's expert witness explicitly relied on them to formulate an opinion. Well, isn't that kind of what he was just talking about, with Kevin Reddington? What is he basing, what are your experts basing their opinions on? And he's saying, I've already told them this is the South Shore records and this is the Brigham records. So he's been upfront about what they're doing. So he put some limitations on the psychiatric records, and the Supreme Judicial Court just didn't accept those limitations. They said, no, it's not fair. It's just not fair. And it says this restricted the defense counsel from making superficial references to her mental health history rather than allowing the jury to review the extensive documented diagnoses. This left the expert's testimony unsupported by the official medical timeline. So I have to go back and read how that all happened. But apparently there were, from what I can see, there were multiple reasons that Judge Sullivan blocked the records from the 4 years awaiting, while she was awaiting trial in prison. According to this, based on a flawed rationale, I'd love to read, what his statements were. The prosecution argued that these post-arrest medical records the prosecution said, oh, these are too far back, and he agreed with that. And then what happened today, at least they allowed the testimony in when he got up and said to the state trooper, yeah, like that was in 2018, right? I mean, to me, based on, looking at this, that information, when she read that stuff that Lindsay had said, the child is hard to manage and all of that, that was from 2018. So
right.
We're talking about something that happened 6 years ago. Should that have been allowed in? Because according to this, when the prosecution argued, that that it was far back, it was a different rationale there. So it's hard to know, because like the famous word they use, when there's an objection to information coming in from far back, they call it stale. This is stale information, like I would have to, like a lot of times when I wrote findings in termination of parental rights cases, they would say, oh, well, this happened in like 2008 or whatever. I would say, right. I would make a finding saying, the court fails to consider the information from 2009, considering it stale, because how much relevance it had. So
right.
He allowed it in today, and then the question is, what difference does it make? To say nothing of, and I don't have to say this to you or Allie, of being a parent, with a 20-month-old who doesn't want to cooperate with you, who doesn't want to put their clothes on, doesn't want to put their shoes on, despite you. Everything she was writing there, I could relate to.
Yeah, said every mother ever. Right?
I could relate, having had 2 boys that at one time were 19 months old or 20 months old, and in that region, I could completely relate to. No, I don't want my shoes. I don't want to get up. I want to get out of the crib. I don't want to do this. I mean, there's a reason they call it the terrible twos. And this kid was 19, and I'm reading this thinking, oh my gosh, what possible, anyone in the chat room, if you had a 19-year-old, and especially like a 19-month-old and a 19-month-old boy or a 2-year-old, find me anyone that has a 19-month-old that doesn't say, no, I don't want that. I don't want my shoes. I don't want to go. I mean, she's reading it and I'm thinking, every mother in that chat room or who's watching this could relate to that, and not in a way where they're going to say, see, she hated her kid, so she decided to kill him. Again, absurd, just absolutely absurd. Sorry to, I'm getting like Allie, it's like Allie said, she was saying yesterday, people said you were screaming. It's hard not to get like emotional about this, to see the way that they're treating Lindsay Clancy. It's very upsetting.
I could not agree more, obviously. I think that, I wanted to ask you, what is your opinion on the judge's position with respect to barring the testimony of Reddington's expert coming on and saying that it sounds like he's not going to even allow his expert to say it looks consistent with a suicide attempt?
Yeah, I mean, I disagreed with that. I see what he's saying. He's like, I'm not going to say that, that the risks, that the slit wrist, which is a commonly known attempt to suicide. I mean, if you ask someone, this isn't related to the mental health condition where people cut, to relieve the stress. I mean, I probably had thousands of juveniles that we called cutters. This occurred in the middle of, I believe, a psychotic episode, maybe from the medications, but this was, just an ability, this was just a decision that she made. Those cuts were deep enough. And then you have to put it in context, because you can't isolate these things. It has to be in context. It's in context with the fact that she had a slice to the throat. It's in context that she jumped out a window. So to me, not to allow the expert say that when it's put in a context of 3 attempts to harm herself, whether it's suicidal or not, to not, as an expert, say it's consistent with suicide. He did actually say that he was going to allow the expert to say something about it, not that it's not suicide, but was consistent with something. Maybe he'll change his mind, when he reads, this decision, because, when you start preventing the defense, from bringing in, important witnesses to the only person, and I'll say this for like the 10,000th time I've said it, I said it in other cases, the only person there's only one person in that courtroom who has a Sixth Amendment right, and it's not the DA, it's not the judge, it's not Kevin Reddington, it's not the troopers testifying, it's not the medical people, the EMTs. None of them have that right. And the Commonwealth has a right to present a case, has a right to have the case presented in a fair way. But under no circumstances does that supersede the right of a defendant like Lindsay Clancy from calling her witnesses. And it's not even just like a right to a fair trial and you have a right to competent counsel, which is why he raised the issue of effective assistance of counsel, because that goes to the heart of the Sixth Amendment, right?
Right.
And so, so he's sending the Sixth Amendment message to the judge. Hey, you're not letting me do this. It's, I'm one person fighting against, the crushing resources of the state. And he made that pitch very well.
Yes, he did.
But, so it not only goes to the, the right to counsel and a fair trial, but it goes to the very heart of the fact that the framers actually put in there, the compulsory process clause, which is you have a right to bring witnesses to test positively for you. That's, what the compulsory clause is. So anytime I see, a judge limiting that, there has to be a really good reason if you don't want to be overturned.
Yeah. I mean, you're a treasure. You're a treasure. I'm going to be in your neck of the woods come Sunday. So if you're, I would love nothing more than to have a meal with you if you're around.
Maybe I'll try to do that.
That would be wonderful.
We'll see. I know you're going to be here for a while. That's a couple hours away down in Plymouth for me, but it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to get there. We'll see. I am just, that next week is the statewide juvenile conference. So, I'm tied up a lot with that out in Milford, Massachusetts, which is, not very near Plymouth, but I'm glad you're going to be here. And if we can get together, that would be great.
Yeah, we'll try to figure it out. Well, you're indispensable to us here. I'm thrilled that you were able to squeeze us in for a bit today. You're, how much I adore you, and I truly appreciate your knowledge and your willingness to share it with us. I say it every time you're on, but I mean it so deeply. So
well, I really
I'll never not tell you, Judge.
I've done this one, and I haven't done very many of them. I'm getting tons of requests to do them. But it's just an incredibly busy time. I have a stack of papers to grade, and then on to the next module. So it's incredibly busy. But if we can get together, great. But as always, I always like to thank the people in the chat room. They have some great questions, some great comments. And it's just a good forum for me. I appreciate you and Allie always.
And they all adore you, obviously. And everybody make sure we've been dropping Judge Erskine's X account link in the chat. Follow her. She's dropping sage bombs all the time over there. You don't want to miss those. Judge, don't work too hard. I always worry about you working too hard. I mean, you have lived an incredible life, and I always wonder, when is she going to relax?
People keep saying that. It's not going to be anytime soon. I'm just, and I'll talk about this someday, but I think, I had a case, when in my young days as a lawyer, with a young man, a 33-year-old triathlete who, had a stroke. And, I was a guardian ad litem with a lawyer, another lawyer who's a friend of mine, where we represented him in court to allow him to stop nutrition and hydration, so he could
Yeah.
die. And we prevailed in that. So it's been picked up by a Los Angeles, California production team. So we're in the
I'm
process
excited about that. I'm
of
excited. It's such an
producing that.
important issue.
Yeah, so it's busy, but thank you, Bob, as always, and Allie, and Cam, who did a wonderful job. It's so nice to see that, just
Yeah.
wonderful.
I was beaming with pride. Obviously,
Yeah, you should be.
it's like you have obviously many conversations with your children, and but to see her kind of like on her own, being able to metaphorically stretch her legs out and just be able to put out her own opinion without my big mouth there, or me lurking, or Allie lurking, and just being able to allow her to give her thoughts, and just seeing what I already knew in terms of who she is fundamentally.
Yeah. She's
Just made my
very, very
heart
bright,
explode.
very bright, very articulate. She's going to do well in her next phase at the college or university level. So good for her. And we'll follow that with you. But thanks a lot for giving me the time. Glad I had a chance to chat with you guys today. So
thank you. You have a standing invite whenever you want to come in.
thanks.
All right.
Take care,
Judge
everybody.
Cheryl Erskine,
Thanks a lot.
everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. Well, she's spectacular. I adore her, and she graces us with her presence. And she's done it all. I mean, she is truly a Renaissance woman, and we are always so grateful that she takes her valuable time and elects to spend it with us. So, all right, we have a pretty good idea what's going on tomorrow. We heard that obviously we're going to be hearing from some of the treaters tomorrow. They're getting to the end of it in terms of their case in chief. And I'm not so sure if it'll end tomorrow. It sounds like it could slip into Monday, which would be optimal for me. But either way, I think that tomorrow is going to be a very, very interesting day in court. And I anticipate we will have probably the most combative cross-examinations from Kevin Reddington than we've seen the entire trial. Like these are going to be the people that, in my estimation, absolutely failed Lindsay Clancy in such a profound way that we're all sitting here watching this trial because of it. So I think Kevin's going to be up to the task. And it's like, I just love him. I just love him. He is a true defense attorney. He is the epitome of a defense attorney. He truly is. And just him talking about, he's a solo practitioner. He's in there trying this case himself. The stark contrast of the crushing power and resources of the government and Kevin Reddington. And you know what? He's up for the fight. And I respect the hell out of the guy. All right. Let's see. I've gotten through a vast majority here. I'll wrap these guys up. Boss Views. Family Hug. Welcome. Thank you very much. Rexy, thank you for the 250 jewels. American Night Mom, thank you for the 2 jewels. Gina, not Gina. People truly believe Patrick Clancy did this. Do we know if she has a memory of it? Kevin Reddington wouldn't allow his client to admit the killings if she doesn't remember. I reject any notion of that concept. It's insulting. It's could you come up with a theory that you could make sense? I guess. But Lindsay Clancy, I have to believe, has a full memory of what happened that day. How it's formed in her mind, I do not know. I do not know. But in terms of whether or not there's a concept that Patrick did this, I said it early on. You probably weren't in here, Gina. Like I'm not even entertaining it. It's repugnant to me. It's insulting. It's adding insult to injury from to a family that is just devastated. So I appreciate the super, but yeah, like over here, you're not going to hear us entertaining that concept at all. I reject it. And I saw the EMT saying that there's no way that Lindsay would have been able to say words. And, when Patrick comes to her and why is he lying? I'm rejecting all of it. I'm rejecting all of it. J-Man, $5 shouldn't have been charged. But how do these cases get counted if they don't go to trial? ME inquest, what raises the red flag if not a trial and charges? I mean, in Illinois, and I don't know what the situation is in Mass. I wish I would have seen this prior to letting the judge run. We have a mental health court. And this obviously would have been a case that immediately would have been siphoned into mental health court as opposed to criminal court. And that's where it's addressed there. In Massachusetts, if it's not charged, I don't know that there is any other avenue. Other than potentially a 5150 type situation wherein they're trying to involuntarily admit her, so yeah, I really wish I would have seen that, because Judge Erskine would have given us a far more thorough answer than I can give you, just because I don't practice in Mass. But I'm gonna keep that question because it's a damn good question. It's a damn good question. And thank you for your generosity. Chrissy Bacon, thank you for the 440 joules. Meemaw Cat, thank you. I appreciate that. Dawn, thank you so much for your incredible generosity. This case is so heartbreaking. I can't imagine the hell Lindsay lives in. My heart hurts for all involved. Same. Thank you, Dawn. We adore you. Ailey Jones, 100 joules. Thank you. Miss Rattle, playing catch up again. Has that absolute C word taken the bow out now that the jury's gone? No, it was still in there. It was harder to see today. But there was definitely a bow in there. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Rattle. Appreciate that. Stitched and Solved, $5. Thank you. Curious thoughts, relativity to the Ronald Exantis case. Could this happen for LC? I am not familiar with Ronald Exantis. Can you let me know in chat? Like, I'll Google it. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the facts of the case at all. So I can't speak intelligently, but based on your super, I am going to look it up, because obviously you must feel that there's a potential for the same thing happening, but I don't know what happened to Ronald. So like, I don't have the frame of reference, so I don't have the context, but I'm going to check it out. Stitched. Thank you. Jedi Jess, Thank you, Tag you on Twitter X in the comments of the opinion the judge is talking about. Thank you very, very much. Fortunately, Tracy had sent it to me, and I forwarded it to Kevin immediately because he's in the middle of it. He does not know that opinion came down today, but he does now. He does now. Becky Mack, 200 joules. Thank you. And Mama Eve, behind a few minutes on the live. Come to the lake, Okoboji, Iowa, and I'll take you on the boat too. Did I butcher that name? Okoboji? I feel like I nailed it. I always love a good boat ride. Thank you, Mama Eve. I appreciate that. I think I got everybody else throughout the course of this lengthy live. Let me just double check before I let you all go on the Venmo machine. Okay, a few more Venmos came in. Brittany, I may have said this one already, but I'm going to say it again. 20, thank you on Venmo. Thank you for all that you do, Defense Diaries. Well, thank you for being here with us. It means a lot to us. And then Vanessa, 5. Bob's Ass to Mass Fund. Sorry, I can't send more. You guys are not listening to my directive. Quit apologizing when you're donating money to us. It doesn't matter. Like, it's the thought that counts. It's the thought that counts. The fact that anybody would send their hard-earned money, whether it be a dime or $100, it's the thought that means something to us. It shows that you value what we do. And that has value to me. So thank you. You went on to say, I've been a long time. Of course, you guys, you have to, like Allie's right. So I'm not going to say your handle though, because I basically gave your government name out, at least your first name. So I've been a long time watcher, but rare commenter. Y'all are so passionate and genuine about this very hard case. I love y'all's insights and appreciate how amazing you are on advocating for mental health awareness. Family hugs. Family hugs. Thank you. I appreciate that. All around. Okay. Side Eyes, 25 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Here's a bit to help you get to mass. You and your wife have been amazing in making me think critically about our legal system. There is not a message that exists that I love more than that type of message. It's all I can ask for. It's all I can ask for is for people to just have an open mind and put some thought into it. It just makes me feel so good. It makes me feel like what we do is worthwhile. So thank you for that. Nanny Do came in with Venmo, $10 Venmo. I'm fairly certain right when I gave birth to my middle child, the doctor told the doctor to give him to his father. The whole pregnancy, labor, and delivery was horrible. I mean, come on, send an email, come on the live. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. And Michelle generously sent $50 for your trip to Mass. Did you see the Cambria Hotel in Plymouth? It's 4 miles from the court and it looks nice. I did. It's pricey. It's pricey. But I did see it. There was like 3 or 4 of them that were kind of in that neck of the woods. And like people are saying, it's like, it's the worst time for me to be traveling because so many people are going to the Cape. It's at the end of summer. Everybody's trying to cram their last vacations in. So it's right at the heart of the travel season. But thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate that. And then Barbara said $15. Thanks for your coverage and shout out To my daughter, Sarah, your mod. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's a family affair. I love that. For introducing me to your channel. Have a safe trip. Thank you, Barbara. And we love Sarah very, very much over here. You raised a good one. You raised a good one. You should be very proud. And then Rutherfred 20 message. Keep yelling, Allie. It's healing to hear your outrage in a case like this. I agree. Nobody puts baby in a corner, right? Nobody puts baby in a corner. All right. Okay, good. We're done there. I'm just going to quickly check Cash App. Just want to give love to anybody who... All right, we're square there. Good. And then last but not least, I'll check PayPal. And then we're good. And then we're good. All right, perfect. All right, we are all square on the shout outs. Thank you guys very much. We obviously adore you so very much. Mods, thank you for your incredible work for the last 8 days, all day. You're just the best in the business. You make our community a safe place for people to come and be themselves and state their opinions. And I just adore you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as a reminder, our mods, who you should appreciate because they really do make this a great place for people to come and watch this trial and share their ideas and opinions with one another without getting attacked. And that's all the mods. So they have a buy me a coffee or a buy me a pizza, or if you want to show them some love, do that. Tracy takes it, divvies it up between all of our mods, and they deserve it. I wish I had millions, because I'd pay the hell out of all you guys, because you guys are invaluable to us. And I wanted to give a special shout out. I've been remiss to giving a special shout out to Sharon THMX in particular. Thank you so much for time stamping these lives every single day. That adds so much value. It allows people to jump around. And I was looking through it and I'm like, I have to thank Sharon for doing that every single live. You're incredible. Thank you for doing that. It's such a wonderful thing. And I'm truly grateful. So thank you, thank you, thank you, Sharon, for that. And Tracy, I love you. I adore you. Thank you for everything that you do. And all of you mods, I love you guys so much. To all our new members, welcome, 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 welcome. To those who are new, just in general, welcome. We hope that you're enjoying it. We hope that you find some value in it. We hope that the matrimonial banter is not too much for you. We hope that you love the tech wizardry, because we love having you here. If you're new to the show, tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Remember to like, share, subscribe. If you're a replay crew, go ahead and leave a comment. That really helps get it out there. Share the show. Let other people know we exist in the world, because YouTube seems to do everything they can to keep us out of the algo. I don't know, but we keep fighting through. We keep fighting through and we keep growing. So we appreciate that. And once again, thank you to our wonderful guest, Judge Carroll. Just an amazing human being, an amazing advocate for children, just a wonderful, wonderful person. Very thankful that she spent some time with us today. To my wife, I love you. I miss you. And she, of course, thanks you guys as well, because without you guys, I quite literally would just be an old man talking about a lot of cases. Talking to you tomorrow. Bye.
After